Chapter 1. The morning after. The phone's emergency alert cut through Diane Turner's sleep at 5:47 a.m., that electronic shriek designed to bypass the brain's drowsiness filters. She was awake before she knew why, hand already reaching for the device on her nightstand. The screen blazed in the pre-dawn darkness. National emergency. Remain calm. Or further instructions. Diane sat up slowly, her bare feet finding the cold hardwood floor. She didn't scramble for the light switch. Didn't call out to anyone. She'd lived alone since Robert passed in 2019. She just sat there in the blue glow of her phone, reading the alert again. Happened. Just recognition, like a diagnosis that confirms what your body already knew. She pulled on yesterday's clothes, jeans, a gray sweater, sensible shoes with rubber soles, and moved through the house with the deliberate calm of someone following a well-rehearsed plan. In the kitchen, she started the coffee maker before turning on the tablet propped against the backsplash. Old habits. She'd grade papers with her morning coffee for 31 years. Now she'd watch her country change forever. The CBC feed was chaos wrapped in professional composure. The young anchor, with circles under her eyes, spoke rapidly while the Chiron scrolled, American Force across border operation, Governor General in protected custody. Bye. Coordinated movement across multiple points, the anchor was saying. We're receiving reports of U.S. military aircraft landing at Canadian Forces Base Petawawa, the Ottawa International Airport, and we're now being told Montreal Trudeau International as well. The Prime Minister released a recorded statement approximately 40 minutes ago, calling for citizens to remain calm and cooperate with what he described as our allies during this period of continental security partnership. Diane poured her coffee, watching the steam rise while the screen behind it showed troop transports lined up on the Petawawa runway. 82nd Airborne. She recognized the distinctive AA shoulder patches from the hours she'd spent studying American order of battle. If the 82nd was at Petawawa, that meant Fort Bragg had committed their rapid deployment force. This wasn't a border incident. This was an occupation. The Prime Minister's face appeared on screen, tight-lipped, eyes slightly too wide. Anyone who'd spent 3 decades watching teenagers try to explain missing homework recognized that look. He was reading from a script someone else had written, under conditions not of his choosing. In consultation with our allies, I have agreed to accept temporary security assistance to address the national emergency currently facing North America. I ask all Canadians to remain calm, to cooperate with military personnel, and to trust that your government is working to resolve this situation as quickly as possible. Protective custody, she thought. That's a new one. The coverage cut to a split screen. The Pentagon spokesperson on one side, using phrases like stabilization operation and mutual security framework and temporary protective presence. On the other side, shaky cell phone footage of 10th Mountain Division troops establishing checkpoints on the road to Ottawa International. Diane had studied enough history to translate. We're here, and we're not leaving until we decide to leave. The anchor returned, her composure beginning to fray at the edges. We're now receiving reports that the Governor General has been taken into, quote, protective custody along with senior cabinet members. The opposition leader has reportedly been in contact with American officials and is expected to make a statement within the hour. Puppet government, then. It was textbook neutralize legitimate leadership, install a compliant alternative, maintain the fiction of continuity. The Americans had done it before in smaller countries. They'd just never done it to a neighbor. Diane muted the tablet when they cut to footage of the 82nd Airborne's flag being raised at Petawawa. She'd seen enough. The specifics would keep coming: troop movements, political statements, talking heads analyzing the constitutional implications, but none of it would change what she needed to do next. She took her coffee to the window and looked out at her neighborhood. Greenbank Road was quiet at this hour. No cars, no joggers, just the gray light of early spring filtering through bare trees. In a few hours, this street would look different. Tech points. Patrols. The visible machinery of occupation settling into place. She had work to do. The basement door was in the hallway off the kitchen, behind a rack of coats, easy to overlook. Diane descended the wooden stairs into fluorescent light, the hum of the fixtures a familiar welcome. Basement was neat, organized, unremarkable, if you didn't know what you were looking at. A craft room, she'd called it for 2 years, scrapbooking. Quilting. The sort of gentle retirement hobbies that made the neighbors smile and stop asking questions. The quilting frame held a project she'd never finish, a half-completed pattern in blues and grays. The scrapbooking supplies gathered dust in labeled bins, stickers, decorative paper, photo corners she'd never used. Cover story. Camouflage. The harmless clutter of an older woman with too much time and no one to spend it with. But the workbenches along the far wall told a different story. 12 reconnaissance drones sat in phone-lined cases, their rotors folded, their cameras dark. She'd built most of them herself from off-the-shelf components. DJI, flight controllers, aftermarket motors, custom camera mounts she designed on the CAD software and printed in the corner. Each one could stay airborne for minutes on a full charge, with a camera capable of reading license plates from 300 meters. 6 more occupied a separate shelf. These had payload bays, modifications you wouldn't find in any hobby shop manual. Nothing too sophisticated. Nothing that required military-grade materials. Just structural reinforcements, release mechanisms, and enough carrying capacity for what the Ukrainian manuals called impact packages. The components for those packages were stored elsewhere, distributed across 3 different locations. Compartmentalization extended to hardware, not just people. Battery banks lined the wall. 48 lithium packs, fully charged, each one labeled with masking tape and a date. Spare motors in a fishing tackle box. Extra controllers, the good ones, with extended range and military-grade encryption. Rolls of antenna wire for boosting signal in dead zones. Soldering station with a magnifying lamp. A 3D printer she'd told the delivery driver was for making custom ornaments. Diane ran her hand along the cases, counting, confirming. Everything where she'd left it. Everything ready. She'd started learning to fly drones in March of 2026. The news that month had been full of the usual noise, political theater, culture war skirmishes, the endless exhausting churn. But underneath it, she'd seen a pattern. A direction. The slow, deliberate erosion of norms that made certain things unthinkable, until suddenly they weren't. First, the rhetoric. Enemies of the people, traitors, national security threats applied to critics and journalists. Then the policies, emergency powers expanded, constitutional constraints reinterpreted, elections questioned before they even happened. Then the appointments, loyalists replacing professionals, yes men replacing experts, true believers replacing anyone who might say no. Robert would have called her paranoid. Robert had believed in institutions, in guardrails, in the fundamental decency of democratic systems. Robert had been a good man, and Diane had loved him, but Robert had also been wrong. She hadn't tried to convince anyone. That wasn't her way. 31 years of teaching had taught her that people believed what they wanted to believe, and arguments rarely changed minds. Action changed minds. Evidence changed minds. Results changed minds. So she'd simply started preparing. The encrypted laptop sat in its hiding spot behind a false panel in the workbench, a simple slider mechanism she'd built from drawer slides and plywood. Diane powered it up and opened the contact list. 23 names, organized into 7 cells. Each cell knew its own members. None knew the others. The operational doctrine she'd studied called it compartmentalization. The cells are habits, not hierarchies. If one broke, the others survived. Marcus, mechanical skills, northern sector, Hannah, young, tech-savvy, good with people, Robbie, former IT, handles communications, David, ex-military, tactical training, Sarah, nurse, medical knowledge, engineering background, problem solver. 23 people who'd spent 2 years thinking they were joining a drone enthusiast club. 23 people who'd learned to fly, to build, to repair, to communicate, all under the cover of a hobby. She'd told them it was for search and rescue training, for emergency preparedness, or just in case. Now they were about to learn what just in case really meant. She scrolled to the last entry. No name, just a designation. Ed Visor. The JTF-2 sergeant she'd met at Briarwood Park 18 months ago, the one who'd watched her fly while his kids played on the swings. He thought she was a hobbyist too, at first. Then he'd started asking questions that weren't casual, about range, about frequencies, about what she was really practicing for. Then he'd stopped asking questions at all and just started showing up to help with the technical stuff. He'd never told her his real mission. He hadn't needed to. A special forces operator with young children, living quietly in the suburbs, showing up to a drone club run by a retired English teacher, he was doing exactly what she was doing. Preparing, positioning, building capability before it was needed. She wondered where he was now. Whether his commanders had pulled him back to some hidden base or sent him underground with orders to raise a militia. Whether his family had made it out or whether they were somewhere in this city waiting like everyone else. Focus, she told herself. One step at a time. The doctrine came back to her, the words she'd memorized from Ukrainian resistance manuals translated through VPN connections in the dead of night. Reconnaissance before violence. Patience before action. The cells or habits don't know who built the drones, who funded them, who made the decisions. Replaceability over excellence. And the phrase that had become her operating principle. You don't defeat the enemy's drones by matching them system for system. You defeat them by overwhelming their assumptions. The Americans had satellites and predators and electronic warfare suites that could jam every frequency she might use. They had stingers and counter-US systems and trained personnel who did this for a living. On paper, her little network should be irrelevant hobbyists with toys against the most sophisticated military on Earth. But they also had assumptions. They assumed Canadian civilians were soft, compliant, unprepared. They assumed an overnight occupation would be met with shock and confusion, not organized response. They assumed that a retired English teacher with a craft room full of quilting supplies couldn't possibly be a threat. They were wrong. Diane thought about her former students, hundreds of them, scattered across Ottawa and beyond. Some would keep their heads down and survive, waiting for someone else to fix this. Some would find their way to collaboration, convincing themselves it was pragmatic, that cooperation was survival, that resistance was futile. She could name them even now, the stubborn ones, the angry ones, the ones who never accepted because I said so as an answer would resist. And then there were the others, the ones she didn't want to think about. The parents who'd smiled at her during conferences while their kids parroted talking points about strength and real leadership. The ones who'd see American soldiers on their streets and feel relief.
And Frank dynamic.
Some neighbors would hide you. Some would turn you in. Most would just try to survive. The question was never whether you could trust everyone. The question was whether you could build a network that survived the ones you couldn't trust. She'd built one. She thought she had, anyway. Now she'd find out. The basement window let in gray morning light, 7:15 according to her watch. The coffee upstairs would be cold by now. The tablet would be cycling through the same footage, the same phrases, the same carefully managed shock. Diane reached for the first burner phone in the drawer. Prepaid. Untraceable. One message, then the SIM card destroyed, and the phone wiped. Her thumb hovered over the keyboard. 2 years of preparation compressed into this moment. The instant she sent this message, everything changed. She could still stop. Close the laptop, climb the stairs, watch the coverage like everyone else. And see. Hope for the best. She thought about Robert, his faith in systems, his trust in institutions, his certainty that the guardrails would hold. She'd loved that about him once. The optimism. The belief that things would work out. But hope was not a strategy. She typed the activation code, a Shakespeare quote, because even now she was an English teacher, and sent it to Marcus. Now is the winter of our discontent. One by one, she sent the same message to each cell leader. 7 messages. 7 phones. 7 people who would wake up this morning knowing that everything they'd been preparing for was finally terribly real. Chapter 2, Citizens by Day. Captain Wayne Holt surveyed his new domain through the scratched window of a Humvee that smelled like someone had spilled coffee in it 3 states ago. The suburbs of Barhaven unrolled past in neat rows of brick houses, trimmed lawns still winter brown, minivans and driveways. Could have been Rochester. Could have been any mid-tier American suburb with pretensions of niceness. These people had no idea what was about to happen to their comfortable little lives. Sir, we're 2 minutes out from the community center, his driver said. Specialist Dalton, the nervous one, the one who kept checking his mirrors like he expected an ambush. Holt had already marked him as dead weight. I can see that, Specialist. The convoy had rolled into Barhaven South Military District at 0900 sharp, 3 Humvees, 2 supply trucks, and enough National Guard to pacify 30,000 Canadian civilians who'd spent the last 40 years thinking safety was their birthright. His company. His sector. His opportunity. Holt had dreamed of this moment since he'd put on the uniform 12 years ago, grinding through weekend drills and 2-week training rotations while his peers from West Point got deployments to actual war zones. Afghanistan had wound down before he could get there. Break was over. Syria was special operations only. He'd watched his career tick away in armories and motor pools while men with worse instincts and better timing collected combat ribbons. Not anymore. The convoy turned onto Greenbank Road, and there it was, the Barhaven Community Center, a sprawling beige building with a parking lot big enough for Little League practice. His forward team had already secured it. The Canadian flag still flew out front, but that was an oversight they'd correct by sundown. "All right, gentlemen," Holt said into the radio. "We're home. Platoon leaders report to HQ in 30 minutes. Everyone else, establish your sectors per the operations order." He stepped out of the Humvee and breathed Canadian air for the first time. It smelled like every other spring morning he'd ever experienced: damp earth, distant car exhaust, nothing special. He'd expected it to feel different. To feel like foreign territory. Give it time, he thought. It'll smell different soon enough. The community center's main hall had been a gymnasium before Holt's advance team turned it into his headquarters. Folding tables now served as desks, maps taped to cinderblock walls, extension cords snaking across the basketball court's faded paint. Staff Sergeant Kovacs had the operations section running by 1,000 hours comms, logistics, intelligence feeds from higher command. "Sector assignments are finalized, sir." Kovacs spread a map across the central table. 5 platoons, 5 neighborhoods. Each platoon gets a patrol area roughly 6 blocks by 6 blocks. That's about 4,000 civilians per platoon. Holt nodded, studying the boundaries. His sector ran from Greenbank Road west to Highway 416, south of Fallowfield Road, down to the city limits. Middle-class families mostly. Detached homes with yards and garages. The kind of people who went to church, coached youth hockey, and had never seriously contemplated that their government might not be able to protect them. "We've got Ottawa police liaison arriving at 1300, Kovacs continued. 3 officers. They'll coordinate citizen patrols in each sector." Good. The locals see Canadian faces working with us. It normalizes the situation. Holt traced a finger along the main roads. "What about trouble spots?" "Nothing flagged yet. But we're getting reports of disorganized resistance in other sectors, civilian attacks on patrols mostly. Improvised weapons, hunting rifles. Nothing organized. It won't stay disorganized." Holt had read the same intelligence briefings everyone else had ignored. The Ukrainians had taught the world how to fight a modern occupation, and anyone with an internet connection could download their playbooks. "We get ahead of it now, or we spend the next 6 months playing whack-a-mole." He turned to the platoon leaders, assembled behind him, 4 lieutenants and a senior ENCO, all of them looking various shades of uncomfortable. Weekend warriors. Insurance adjusters and IT consultants who put on the uniform once a month and thought that made them soldiers. "Gentlemen, this is what we train for," Holt said. "I know some of you have reservations. Let me address those now. Your reservations are irrelevant. We have orders. We execute. The politicians will sort out the politics. Our job is to maintain order in this sector until we're told otherwise." Lieutenant Palmer, the young one fresh from OCS, raised a tentative hand. "Sir, rules of engagement? Standard occupation protocol. Defend yourselves. Defend each other. Defend this facility and our supply lines. Civilians who cooperate are to be treated fairly. Civilians who resist." He let the pause do its work. "Will be handled appropriately." He saw the reactions he expected. Some nodded. Some looked at the floor. His people, the ones he'd identified over years of drills and exercises, exchanged knowing looks. Sergeant Briggs in the back, the one with the shaved head and the permanent scowl. Corporal Wade, who'd once put a recruit in the hospital during hand-to-hand training and gotten a letter of reprimand instead of a court-martial. Private First Class Denton, who laughed at things that weren't funny. Every unit had them. The ones who dreamed of this kind of authority their whole miserable lives. Holt had learned to recognize them, to position them, to use them. To use them. Community meeting at 1400, he continued. We're inviting every resident in the immediate area. Attendance is mandatory, though we'll phrase it as strongly encouraged. I'll explain the new rules. Questions will not be taken. Sir? Another Lieutenant Patel, logistics background, perpetually worried. When you say questions won't be taken. I mean, this is not a negotiation, Lieutenant. This is an announcement. They'll hear what they need to hear, and then they'll go home and process it. If we open the floor to questions, we invite debate. Debate suggests their input matters. Their input does not matter. Patel nodded slowly, his face carefully blank. Another one who'll need watching, Holt thought. They came because they had no choice. The community center's gymnasium filled with residents of Barhaven South, guided by soldiers positioned at every entrance. Families with children. Elderly couples. Young professionals who'd taken the day off work only to discover there was no work to take off from. They filed into chairs arranged in neat rows, and they watched Captain Wayne Holt take his position at the podium. Holt surveyed them for a long moment before speaking. 200 faces, maybe more. Some angry, poorly hidden. Some frightened, even more poorly hidden. Handful looked almost eager, the first collaborators already self-selecting, the ones who'd spent their lives waiting for someone to impose order on a world they found too chaotic. The useful ones, he thought. And the rest. He noticed an older woman near the back, silver hair pulled into a practical ponytail, watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Not afraid. Not angry. Just studying. Like a teacher evaluating a student's presentation. He dismissed her and began. Good afternoon. I'm Captain Wayne Holt, commander of this military district. You've seen the news. You know why we're here. I'm not going to waste your time with explanations you've already heard. Instead, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen now and what you need to do to ensure the safety and well-being of your families. He let that land. Safety. Well-being. Families. The words that matter to people like these. First, a curfew is now in effect from 2200 hours to 0600 hours. That's 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Anyone found outside during curfew without authorization will be detained and questioned. He watched the ripple of reaction move through the crowd. A few protests started to form, then died. The soldiers along the walls made speech inadvisable. Second, movement between sectors now requires identification. You will carry your ID at all times. Checkpoints will be established at major intersections. Compliance will make your life easier. Resistance will make it harder. The woman with silver hair was writing something in a small notebook, taking notes at his speech like it was a goddamn lecture. Heard gatherings of more than 5 people require prior notification to this headquarters. We're not forbidding assembly, we're ensuring security. If your book club wants to meet, let us know. If your church wants to hold services, let us know. This is not oppression. This is community partnership. Community partnership. He'd practiced that phrase. The briefing documents called it terminology management, using words that meant one thing while doing another. The Canadians would learn the vocabulary. Eventually, they'd start using it themselves. Fourth, citizen patrols will be established in each neighborhood. He gestured to the 3 Ottawa police officers standing near the side entrance, their uniforms crisp, their faces professionally neutral. Your own police will accompany these patrols. We're not asking you to report on your neighbors. We're asking you to help maintain the safety of your community. Volunteer sign-up sheets are available at the exits. I encourage those of you with civic spirit to participate. The first volunteers were already forming mental cues. He could see it in their posture, the ones who leaned forward slightly, who nodded at the police officers, who looked around to see who was watching them. Some genuinely believed in order. Some had grudges to settle. Some just wanted to be on the winning side before the battle lines hardened. All of them were useful. Finally, I want to address what happens if these guidelines are not followed. There have been incidents in other sectors disorganized attacks on military personnel by individuals who believed they were making a political statement. Holt let his voice harden. Those individuals have been apprehended. Their families have been detained for questioning. Their homes have been searched, and in some cases, demolished as a security precaution. The gymnasium went very quiet. I don't want that here. You don't want that here. So let's work together to ensure it doesn't happen. Cooperate with my soldiers. Report suspicious activity to the citizen patrols. Go about your lives within the guidelines I've described. Do these things, and you'll find this period of stabilization to be minimally disruptive. He looked across the rows of faces one last time. The angry ones who'd learned fear. The fearful ones who'd learned compliance. The eager ones who'd learned power. That concludes our community meeting. You may return to your homes. They filtered out in silence, the particular silence of people who'd just been told how things would be and were still processing the implications. The soldiers at the doors checked IDs as they left, a preview of the new routine. The Citizen Patrol sign-up sheets already had names on them by the time Holt reached the table. 17 volunteers in the first 5 minutes, Sergeant Briggs observed, falling into step beside him. Better than I expected. There'll be more by tomorrow. Fear and opportunism are reliable motivators. Holt scanned the list. Local names, addresses, phone numbers. Any standouts? Guy named Patterson at the top. Former city councilor, apparently. Told Corporal Wade he's been waiting for someone to restore order in this country for years. Put him in charge of the patrol in Sector 3. Give him a vest and a radio. Make him feel important. Briggs grinned, the expression of a man who understood the game. The woman in the back, the one with the notebook. Kovacs flagged her. Why? She's the only one who didn't react. Everyone else showed anger or fear. She just watched. Wrote things down. Left without looking at the sign-up sheet. Holt remembered the silver-haired woman. The teacher's gaze. Name? Turner. Diane Turner. Retired high school English teacher, according to the census data. Lives alone. No flags in the database. Retired English teacher. Holt almost laughed. The most dangerous thing she probably owned was a collection of first editions. Keep an eye on her anyway, he said. But don't prioritize. We've got actual threats to worry about. He walked through the gymnasium toward his office, satisfaction settling into his bones like warmth after cold. His sector. His rules. His opportunity. The collaborators were already lining up. The resistance, if there was any, would be amateurs with hunting rifles and hurt feelings. Higher command would see his reports. A pacified district, a compliant population, a model for how occupation should work. This was going to be easy. Through the window, he watched Diane Turner cross the parking lot toward her car. She moved with the unhurried gait of someone with nowhere particular to be, a retiree heading home to her garden, her television, her quiet, inconsequential life. He never noticed that she hadn't parked in the main lot. That her car was positioned for a quick exit onto a side street. That the route she took home would pass by each of his sector's checkpoints without actually stopping at any of them. Chapter 3. The network wakes. The checkpoint appeared at the Barhaven boundary like it had always been there. Jersey barriers, concertina wire, 2 Humvees parked at angles that would force any vehicle into a serpentine approach. Half-dozen soldiers in ACUs stood around looking simultaneously bored and nervous. Sergeant Mike Thornton slowed his pickup to a crawl and kept his hands visible on the wheel. He'd been driving since 0400, taking the back roads from Petawawa, and his coffee had gone cold somewhere around Arnprior. 3 days since the 82nd Airborne had dropped on the base. 3 days since CANSIP leadership had made the only smart call available: stand down, disperse, survive. They hadn't surrendered. They'd just gone home. The soldier who approached his window was young, maybe 22. New York Guard, based on the shoulder patch. Weekend warrior who probably sold insurance or taught high school history back in Albany. His rifle was slung, but his hand rested near the grip. Morning, sir. license and registration. Thornton handed over his civilian ID. The legend was simple: private contractor, electrical work, had been on a job site in Pembroke when the borders closed. Just a guy trying to get home to his family. The best covers were the boring ones. Where are you headed? Barhaven. My house is on Fallowfield, about 2 clicks past Chapman Mills. The soldier studied the ID, then studied Thornton's face. His eyes lingered on the pickup's bed, empty, except for a toolbox and a cooler. The weapons were in a hidden compartment welded under the truck bed. The communications gear was in the false bottom of the toolbox. His CO had spent 14 hours before departure teaching him how to beat an X-ray sweep. You live here? 12 years. Thornton allowed himself a small smile. Kids go to school at Berrigan. The soldier's posture shifted almost imperceptibly. Kids. School. The magic words that transformed a potential threat into just another dad. These guys weren't monsters. They were accountants and teachers in uniform thousands of miles from home, occupying people who looked exactly like their neighbors back in Syracuse. All right, Mr. Thornton. Welcome home. The soldier stepped back and waved him through. Thornton drove past the barriers at exactly the speed limit, noting the fields of fire, the dead zones, the rotation schedule implied by the tired eyes of the off-duty soldiers drinking coffee near the Humvees. His training ran in the background like an operating system. Analyze, catalog, file for later. He'd been doing this since he was 19, and the war in his head never stopped, even when he was pushing his daughter on the swings. The neighborhood looked obscenely normal. Lawns being mowed. Kids waiting for school buses. An older man walking his golden retriever. If you didn't notice the Humvee rolling past every 20 minutes, you might think nothing had changed. Everything had changed. He pulled into his driveway at 7:26. The weeds had grown since he'd left for the training exercise 2 weeks ago. Sarah's car was in the garage. The kids' bikes were still on the front lawn where he told them 100 times not to leave them. Sarah met him at the door before he could knock. She'd been watching from the window. Military wife instincts, she always knew when he'd been in trouble, and she never asked questions she didn't want answered. Work trip got extended, he said, stepping inside. Couldn't call. I figured. She searched his face for information he couldn't give her. The kids are getting ready for school. The Americans are. They're requiring normal routines. School, work, everything. It was smart. It was smart. Keep them busy, keep them in patterns, keep them from organizing. Textbook occupation doctrine. Where are the kids? Emma's in the bathroom fighting with her hair. Jake's eating cereal and pretending he's not terrified. Thornton hugged her, a real hug, the kind he gave when he came back from deployments that he couldn't talk about. She stiffened, then relaxed into it. She knew that hug. She knew what it meant. I have to do some things, he said quietly. In the garage. I know. She pulled back and looked at him with eyes that held 12 years of understanding. I've always known. He kissed her forehead and walked through the house, pausing to ruffle Jake's hair and tell Emma she looked beautiful even with wet hair. Then he went into the garage and locked the door behind him. The cache was where it was supposed to be, hidden in the false wall behind the shelving unit. His contact had delivered it 2 nights ago. 2 C8 carbines, a Glock 19, 12 magazines, 2,000 rounds of 5.56, 500 rounds of 9mm, and a comms kit that could reach the CANSUF network through encrypted burst transmission. Enough to start. Not enough to win. He needed people. His tasking had been specific: raise local militia, enable resistance. But you couldn't build a network from scratch in occupied territory. You needed existing connections, existing trust. He thought about the resources he knew in Barhaven. Hunting buddies. Veterans he'd met at the Legion. Other parents from the kids' school. Good people, but none of them were ready for this. None of them had been preparing. Then he remembered the woman at the park. Thornton drove through the neighborhood with the windows down, playing the part of a man running errands. He passed the park where he used to take Jake and Emma on Sunday mornings, the one with the big climbing structure and the splash pad that was still drained for winter. The memory surfaced unbidden. A woman in her 60s, silver-haired, standing at the edge of the field with a controller in her hands. A drone hovering above her, executing maneuvers that were too precise for a hobbyist. He'd made conversation once, the way parents do when they're supervising kids and need something to fill the silence. Those things are getting pretty sophisticated, he'd said, watching her drone execute a perfect figure eight. She'd looked at him with eyes that seemed to see right through his civilian dad costume. You have no idea. At the time, he'd thought she was just an eccentric retiree with an expensive hobby. Now, with his training running in the background, he reassessed the way she'd positioned herself back to the trees, sight lines to the parking lot, the controlled way she'd watched him approach, the too casual deflection of his question. She hadn't been a hobbyist. She'd been practicing. Diane Turner. He'd learned her name later from neighborhood gossip. Retired English teacher. Lived alone in the house on Kennevale, the one with the well-maintained garden and the suspicious number of antennas. He turned onto her street. Counter-surveillance was habit now, not conscious thought. He parked 2 blocks away, walked a circuitous route that took him past several houses with clear sight lines, doubled back once to check for tails. Pointless, probably. The American patrols were predictable and undermanned, and they weren't looking for him specifically. The habits kept you alive. Diane's house sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, backing onto a greenbelt that connected to the Trans-Canada Trail. Good terrain for exfiltration. He noted the garden shed, the positioning of the windows, the camera housing under the eaves that was angled slightly wrong for standard home security. He knocked on the door at 0937. She answered within 30 seconds, wearing reading glasses and a cardigan that made her look like everyone's favorite grandmother. Her eyes tracked his hands, his waist, the outline of his jacket. Then she looked past him, scanning the street with a casualness that wasn't casual at all. Mr. Thornton. Not a question. I was wondering when someone would come. You know who I am. I know what you are. There's a difference. She stepped back from the doorway. Come inside. Quickly. He entered a living room that looked like a retired English teacher's home should. Bookshelves covering every wall, comfortable furniture, photographs of what appeared to be students and grandchildren. But his trained eye caught the details. The books were arranged with gaps that could serve as observation points. The furniture was positioned to create clear fields of fire from multiple angles. And the innocuous cat calendar on the wall was hung at exactly the height to conceal a reinforced panel. You've been preparing, he said. Since 2026, she moved past him toward the basement door. I assume you have tasking from CANSUF Command. Raise militia. Enable resistance. Connect to the network. Yes? He stopped walking. How do you know that? Diane looked back at him with the patience of someone who'd expected this question and was disappointed he'd asked it anyway. Because it's what I would have ordered, she said. If I were running CANSUF, which I'm not, because I'm a retired English teacher who spends her Sundays flying recreational drones. She opened the basement door. The stairs led down to what should have been a standard suburban basement. Laundry room, storage, maybe a workshop. Instead, Thornton found himself in a command center. Tables covered with maps, real paper maps, nothing digital. A charging station with 8 slots, 6 of them occupied by consumer drones modified with external antenna mounts. Filing cabinet that he suspected held more than documents. Whiteboard covered in names and grid references, written in a code he didn't immediately recognize but could probably crack in an hour. You've been ready longer than we have, he said. I've been ready longer than your commanding officers thought anyone could be. Diane moved to the whiteboard and began pulling down papers, revealing a second layer underneath. Network diagrams. Contact protocols. Delivery schedules. I started building this in February 2026, when the rhetoric from Washington shifted from posturing to planning. Most people heard threats. I heard timetables. Thornton studied the network diagram. Cellular structure, 3-person groups, dead drops for communication. Classic resistance architecture, but with modern additions he didn't recognize. Who else knows about this? No one knows everything. That's the point. Diane picked up a controller and powered on one of the drones. It hummed to life with a frequency that suggested modified motors. A cell does not know who built the drone it flies. A builder does not know which cell receives their work. The funding comes through 6 layers of cutouts. Even I don't know everyone. How many cells? In Barhaven? 12 active, 8 reserve, roughly 60 people. But we're just one node. There are networks in Orleans, Canada, the Glebe. We coordinate through shared intelligence, not shared command. Thornton's understanding shifted. He'd come here, expecting to find a resource, a contact, maybe a few assets he could recruit into the militia he'd been tasked to build. Instead, he'd found a fully operational resistance network that dwarfed anything Kansuf could have assembled in 2 years, let alone 3 days. "What do you need from me?" he asked. Diane smiled, the first genuine expression he'd seen from her. The correct question. Most operators in your position would have asked how they could help lead, how they could take command of what I built. You don't need me to lead. You've been leading for 2 years. Exactly. She set down the controller. What I need is tradecraft. Dead drop protocols. Counter-surveillance techniques. Training for my operators in military skills they don't have. And most importantly, I need a connection to whatever network Kansuf is building outside Ottawa. I can provide all of that. Good. Then we have an arrangement. She extended her hand. Welcome to the Maquis, Sergeant Thornton. Your job is to enable, not command. Is that going to be a problem? He took her hand. Her grip was firm, her eyes steady. No, ma'am. That's exactly what I was trained for. Through the basement window, filtered through ground-level glass, he could see the American patrol rolling past on its regular schedule. 19 minutes early. He noted it automatically, filed it for later. His family was home. His kids would go to school today like nothing had changed. And in the basement of a retired English teacher's house, the resistance was already operational. He had a lot to learn. Chapter 4. Cells Are Habits. The safe house wasn't Diane's basement, that would be stupid, and Diane Turner had spent years not being stupid. The meeting convened in the unfinished basement of a house on Kilburney Drive, owned by a man named Marcus Webb, who worked night shifts at the Amazon Fulfillment Center and had no idea his home was being used for resistance planning while he sorted packages in Barhaven. His wife knew. His wife had been in Diane's original study group back when they called themselves a recreational drone club and met in coffee shops to discuss flight patterns and battery optimization. 8 people sat on chairs in a loose circle, illuminated by a single work lamp that Marcus's wife had positioned to keep faces in shadow from any windows. Old habit from the planning phase when discovery meant embarrassment. Discovery meant something worse. Diane stood near the whiteboard she'd brought, covered with a blank sheet that she hadn't yet removed. Sergeant Thornton sat in the corner, his chair positioned with its back to the wall and a clear line to the stairs. He'd arrived third, after the security check confirmed no surveillance on the house, and he hadn't spoken since taking his seat. The others were her people. Hannah Marlowe, 34, worked at the CBC Regional Bureau and had access to communication infrastructure that would be useful later. David Okonkwo, retired engineer, had been building drones from hobby kits for 3 years and could machine replacement parts from raw aluminum. The rest were similar, ordinary people with specific skills assembled over months of careful recruitment. None of them had signed up for war. All of them had shown up anyway. First order of business, Diane said. Operational security protocols. She pulled the sheet from the whiteboard to reveal a diagram. 3 node cells connected by single lines, each cell isolated from the others except through designated couriers. From this point forward, we operate cellular. 3 people per cell. Your cell knows your cell. That's it. She tapped the diagram. You do not know who built the drones you fly. You do not know who funds the operation. You do not know who else is active in other neighborhoods. This is not paranoia. It is survival. David raised a hand. What happens if someone gets picked up? If someone gets picked up, they can only give away their own cell. 2 other people, maximum. The network survives because no single capture can unravel it. Thornton spoke for the first time. I can teach you interrogation resistance techniques. But the best defense is compartmentalization. You can't give up information you don't have. Hannah shifted in her chair. How do we coordinate if we can't communicate directly? Dead drops. Thornton stood and moved to the whiteboard. Diane stepped aside. This was his expertise, and she'd learned to recognize when to cede the floor. Physical locations where written messages are left and retrieved. No electronic signature, no metadata, no phone records. I'll establish a rotation of sites and teach each cell the protocol. He sketched a simple diagram. A marker site that signaled a message was waiting, a separate pickup location, a third site for confirmation of receipt. You check the marker site on your assigned schedule. If you see the signal, you retrieve the message within your window. You confirm retrieval at the third site. If someone misses their window, we assume compromise and rotate all sites. That seems slow, Hannah said. It's slower than a text message. It's also unjammable, unhackable, and doesn't leave a digital trail that someone can subpoena from your phone carrier. Thornton's voice was flat, professional. The Americans have access to every cell tower in the city. Every call, every text, every data packet. We assume they're logging everything. We give them nothing to log. Diane nodded. Speed is a luxury we can't afford. Patience is a discipline we must master. A phone buzzed. Every head turned toward the sound. Marcus's wife, Alicia. Her name's Alicia pulled her phone from her pocket with a frown. Emergency alert protocol, she said. Looking at the screen, something happened in Emerald Woods. Diane's stomach tightened. Emerald Woods was 4 blocks over, a neighborhood similar to this one. Similar demographics, similar suburban quiet. She'd considered recruiting there, but had decided the network was too thin to extend that far. What kind of something? Alicia's face went pale as she read. Someone shot at a citizen patrol 2 hours ago. The Americans are responding. The room went silent. The reports came in fragments over the next 20 minutes, passed through text chains and whispered phone calls that violated every security protocol Diane had just established. She let it happen. This wasn't a time for operational discipline. This was a time to understand what had changed. The shooter was a man named Gerald Foss. 63 years old, retired machinist, lived alone in a bungalow on Appledale Crescent. His wife had died 2 years ago. His son lived in Vancouver. He had no connection to any organized resistance, just a man with a hunting rifle and a breaking point. He'd fired on a citizen patrol as they walked past his house. 3 shots. One hit a patrol member in the shoulder. The other 2 went wide. Then he'd run. Not far. Into his own backyard, where the American Quick Reaction Force had found him hiding in his garden shed 45 minutes later. What happened to him? David asked. Alicia kept reading, her voice unsteady. Detained. They took him and... She stopped. And what? They demolished his house. Military engineers. Brought in equipment and knocked it down. Took about an hour. She looked up from her phone. There's video. Someone's uploading it to everything. Diane pressed her lips together. Show me? The video was grainy, shot from a distance, probably through a window. It showed a small suburban house, white siding, blue shutters, a garden in the front yard that had been carefully tended. An American military vehicle sat on the lawn. Soldiers stood in a perimeter, keeping neighbors back. Then the sound started. Hydraulics. A tracked vehicle rolling into frame, equipped with a demolition arm. It positioned itself at the corner of the house and began to push. Walls buckled. The roof sagged. In less than 3 minutes, a home where a man had lived for 30 years was reduced to rubble. The video ended with a shot of the debris pile, a soldier planting an American flag on top. Jesus Christ, someone whispered. This is day 5, Diane said. Her voice sounded strange in her own ears, flat and distant. Day 5 and they're already demolishing homes. Hannah was on her feet. We have to do something. We have to respond. Respond how? I don't know. Strike back. Show them they can't do this. Strike back where? How? With what? Diane turned to face her, feeling the weight of all that preparation pressing down on her shoulders. We have 8 drones operational, 12 cells, 60 people who haven't fired a shot in anger. Gerald Foss had a hunting rifle and a grudge. What do you think happens if we attack the soldiers in our neighborhood? Hannah's hands clenched. We can't just... We can. And we will. Diane moved to the basement window, the one that looked out at ground level toward the south. Come here. All of you. They gathered at the window. Through the glass, through the trees, visible against the evening sky, a plume of smoke. That's Emerald Woods, Diane said. That's what happens when you fight in your own neighborhood. Gerald Foss attacked from his own address. They found him in his own backyard. They demolished his own house while his neighbors watched. His family, David started. He lived alone. That if he'd had a family, they'd be in detention right now. Protective custody, they'll call it. You've all seen the news. You know what that means. The smoke rose against the darkening sky like a signal, like a warning. We don't fight here, Diane said. We don't attack the patrols in our neighborhood. We don't shoot at the soldiers who walk past our houses. Do you understand why? Silence. Because those soldiers will know exactly who to look for. They'll have our names, our addresses, our routines. They've been cataloging us since day one. Who cooperates, who looks suspicious, who might be trouble. She turned back to face them. If we attack locally, they don't have to investigate. They already have a list. And that list includes everyone in this room. Hannah's hands were clenched into fists at her sides. So what do we do? Just let them destroy people's homes? We attack distant targets. Thornton's voice cut through the tension. Logistics, communications, fuel, depots, assets that are far from Barhaven where they have no reason to connect the attack back to us. Reconnaissance before violence, Diane added. We watch, we learn, we map their patterns. And when we strike where they aren't looking. They'll chase ghosts in Ottawa while we smile and wave at the patrols on our street. That's... Hannah shook her head. That's cold. Yes, Diane didn't flinch from it. It's cold. And it's smart. And it's how we survive long enough to actually hurt them. She moved back to the whiteboard and began sketching, a map of Ottawa, with Barhaven marked in one corner and several X's scattered across the rest of the city. These are our target categories. Airport infrastructure, not the terminal, but the fuel farms, the maintenance hangars. Military supply depots, they're using the old D&D buildings on Alta Vista. Communications relays, there are 3 major nodes we've identified that carry military traffic. How do you know this? David asked. Because I've been watching since 2026. Because I spent every Sunday flying recreational drones over areas that happen to include military and logistics infrastructure. Because I kept records that the Americans don't know exist. She tapped the map. We have intelligence they don't know we have. We have capabilities they haven't anticipated. And we have patience they can't comprehend. The smoke was still visible through the window. Gerald Foss's house was still burning, or smoldering, or whatever houses did after they were crushed into rubble and left as monuments to consequences. Tomorrow, we begin reconnaissance of the first target category, Diane said. David, your cell takes the airport perimeter. Hannah, yours takes the supply depot approach routes. I want pattern of life observation, guard rotations, vehicle schedules. Nothing aggressive. Nothing that draws attention. Just watch. And the patrols here? Alicia asked. What do we do about them? We smile. We wave. We bring them coffee on cold mornings and complain about the weather. Diane's voice hardened. We become the quietest, most cooperative neighborhood in the occupation zone. We become so boring, so compliant, so utterly unremarkable that they pull resources from our sector to chase the real threats. And the real threats are us. Just not here. Never here. The meeting ended with assignments and schedules and dead drop locations that Thornton explained in methodical detail. One by one, the cell members filtered out of the basement, staggering their departures by 5-minute intervals, taking different routes home. Hannah was the last to leave. She stopped at the bottom of the stairs and looked back at Diane. That man in the video. Boss. Do you think he knew what would happen? I think he was angry and scared and desperate. I think he saw occupation forces walking past his house where his wife used to tend her garden, and he broke. Diane met her eyes. I think if he'd had a network, if he'd had a plan, if he'd had somewhere to put that anger besides his own front yard, he might still have a home. And his family might not be in custody. He didn't have family. Yes. The lesson stands. Hannah nodded slowly. We're smarter than that. We have to be. Diane moved past her toward the stairs. Because if we're not, that smoke on the horizon will be coming from our street. And I didn't spend years building this network to watch it burn because someone couldn't wait. She climbed the stairs and emerged into Alicia's kitchen, where normal life was performing its fragile pantomime. Dishes in the sink, a calendar on the wall, a child's drawing held by magnets to the refrigerator door. All of it one angry moment away from rubble. Through the kitchen window, the smoke was fading into the darkness. Diane knew it would still be there in the morning. The occupation would leave it standing, the debris, the flag, the message. They'd leave it for weeks, maybe months. A reminder to everyone who drove past. Chapter 5. The Weekend Warriors. The coffee was watered down instant, from a tin that had probably been military surplus since Desert Storm. Staff Sergeant Mike Kowalski drank it anyway. The community center still smelled like chlorine from the pool they drained for security purposes. Now it smelled like chlorine and feet, and the particular staleness of men who'd been sleeping in shifts on cots for a week. The captain had requisitioned the place on day one, renamed it Company HQ. Hung an American flag where the community bulletin board used to be. Today's patrol covers sectors Charlie and Delta. Kowalski spread the laminated map across the table. His squad leaders leaned in. Sergeant First Class Torres and Sergeant Martinez, both reservists like him. Torres taught 4th grade in Utica. Martinez ran a tire shop. Now they were patrolling a Canadian suburb like they'd trained for this their whole lives. They hadn't. We'll have Ottawa police accompaniment, Kowalski continued. Officer Gagnon. Torres glanced up. Same guy from Thursday? Same guy. Gagnon was already waiting by the door, arms crossed, expression flat. Mid-50s, salt and pepper mustache, the tired of a man watching his own city get occupied and deciding to show up for work anyway. Kowalski didn't know what to make of him. Didn't know what to make of any of them. The door opened, and 3 civilians walked in. The volunteer coordinator, a heavy-set woman named Brenda who'd introduced herself on day 2 with enthusiasm that made Kowalski's skin crawl, waved them forward. These are today's community patrol volunteers. Ted, Janice, and Roger. Ted was mid-60s, wearing a windbreaker and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Janice looked nervous, clutching a notebook. Roger just looked angry. Before we even start, Roger said, stepping forward, I want to talk about the Hendersons on Longfields. Unit 44. That guy. We'll cover concerns during the patrol, Kowalski cut him off. Not here. Roger's jaw tightened, but he stepped back. Brenda beamed like this was exactly how things should work. Hearts and minds, right, Sergeant? Kowalski didn't answer that. He didn't believe in hearts and minds. He believed in getting his people home alive. The captain's words from yesterday's briefing echoed in his head. This district is going to be an example. Don't get soft. Patrol steps off in 15, Kowalski said. Dear check. Barhaven looked like any suburb back home. Split levels with attached garages, front lawns just starting to green up in the April warmth, minivans and driveways. Kids' bikes tipped over on front steps. Basketball hoops mounted above garage doors. His neighborhood in Syracuse looked exactly like this. The patrol moved in a loose column, Kowalski and Private First Class Rodriguez on point, Torres and Private Park bringing up the rear. The three volunteers walked in the middle, with Officer Gagnon drifting alongside like a man sleepwalking through his own funeral. That house, Ted said, pointing at a tidy bungalow with a Canadian flag still flying. The guy who lives there never came to a single community event. Not one. In 15 years. Kowalski kept walking. I'm just saying, Ted continued. Antisocial behavior is a warning sign. The captain said. I know what the captain said. Janice scribbled something in her notebook. Kowalski tried not to think about what. They passed a woman gardening in her front yard. She looked up, frozen, trowel in hand. Kowalski gave her a small nod. She didn't nod back. A lot of these people, Roger said. Loud enough for everyone to hear. They don't appreciate what we're doing here. Ungrateful. Canada was falling apart before. Keep your voice down, Gagnon said quietly. You're not helping. Roger shot him a look, but shut up. They walked on. A boy, maybe 10 years old, watched them from his bedroom window. Rodriguez, 19, hadn't shaved in 4 days because he couldn't grow a proper beard, waved at the kid. The kid ducked behind his curtain. The woman with the coffee came out of nowhere. Not nowhere, from her front porch where she'd apparently been waiting. 40-something, graying blonde hair pulled back, wearing an Ottawa senator's sweatshirt and carrying a tray with paper cups. Coffee? She said. Fresh pot. I figured you boys might want something warm. Kowalski stopped the patrol with a raised fist. Rodriguez was already reaching. Kowalski said carefully. That's kind of you. My name's Marilyn, she smiled. It looked genuine. That was worse somehow. My husband worked at the Civic Hospital. He's not sure when they'll let him go back. In the meantime, I figured. She shrugged. You look young. All of you. She wasn't wrong. Rodriguez was 19. Martinez was 23. Even Torres, the old man of the platoon, was only 34. You have kids? Marilyn asked Kowalski directly. 2. Boy and a girl. And 5. Same ages as my grandkids. She set the tray down on her front steps. Take what you want. Leave the rest for whoever passes by. Kowalski hesitated, then took a cup. The coffee was good. Actually good. Real beans, not that instant garbage. Thank you, ma'am. She was already turning to go back inside. At the door, she paused. You didn't choose this. Neither did we. Then she was gone. Ted was already writing in his own notebook. Kowalski hadn't noticed he had one. Janice watched him do it. Friendly house, Ted murmured. Unit 218 at Civic Hospital. Cold dread settled in his stomach. The demolished house appeared around the corner like a wound in the neighborhood's face. Yellow tape. Rubble. The skeleton of what had been a 2-story colonial, now reduced to broken concrete and exposed rebar. A child's bicycle, red with training wheels, half buried in debris. Photo frames scattered across what used to be a lawn. Glass catching the morning sun. Stabilization measures, Brenda had called it on day 4, when the engineers rolled in with their excavators. Kowalski's soldiers went quiet. That's what happens to troublemakers, Ted said. The satisfaction in his voice was unmistakable. The family that lived there, husband got mixed up with the wrong people. Attacked one of your citizen patrols 2 nights ago. Shot a volunteer. Roger nodded approvingly. Fast response. I heard it took less than 2 hours. Officer Gagnon looked away. You know them? Kowalski asked him quietly. Everyone knew him. Gagnon's voice was barely audible. Gerald Voss, 63 years old. Retired machinist. Wife died 2 years ago. Son lives out west. He paused. Lived alone. Just a man with a breaking point. A neighbor watched from behind curtains. As Kowalski looked up, the curtains snapped shut. Rodriguez had stopped moving entirely. He was staring at the red bicycle, its training wheels bent at impossible angles. Kowalski's voice came out harsher than intended. Keep moving. They kept moving. The rubble stayed behind them. The smell of concrete dust didn't. Outstanding patrol, Staff Sergeant. The captain's office was the community center manager's old workspace. Same cheap desk, same fluorescent lights, but now with an American flag pinned to the corkboard and a laminated Barhaven South Military District sign taped to the door. Captain Wayne Holt looked like a recruiting poster, square jaw, regulation haircut, and intensity that made junior officers nervous. He was 28 years old and absolutely certain he was going to make colonel by 40. Kowalski stood at parade rest and kept his face neutral. The Citizen Patrol program is working exactly as designed, Holt continued. Community partnership. Local eyes. The volunteers are identifying concerns we'd never see on our own. Concerns. Like a man who didn't attend community events. Like a woman who offered coffee. Yes, sir. I heard about the Sergeant Martinez incident yesterday. Holt leaned back in his chair. One of his soldiers accepted cookies from a teenager. Some kind of baked goods. Private park, sir. A family offered him. They're gathering intelligence on you. Holt cut him off. Every smile is a weapon. Every coffee, every cookie, every how are your kids, it's reconnaissance. They're cataloging which of your soldiers are soft, which ones might hesitate. Do you understand? Kowalski understood that Mrs. Marilyn from this morning had poured coffee for men who might one day search her house. He understood that Ted had written down her address. Yes, sir. This district is going to be an example, Kowalski. Holt leaned forward. Other sectors are having problems. Drones. Sabotage. IEDs. Not here. You know why. Because they know we won't hesitate. They saw what happened to that house 2 nights ago. That's the message. The red bicycle with bent training wheels flashed through Kowalski's mind. Don't get soft, Holt said. Dismissed. Outside the captain's office, Rodriguez was showing pictures on his phone to 2 local kids, twins, maybe 7 years old, who'd wandered too close to the perimeter and hadn't been shooed away yet. The photos were of Rodriguez's dog back home, a fat beagle named Winston. The kids were laughing. Ted stood 20 feet away, notebook open, watching. Kowalski watched them all. The soldier who missed his dog. The kids who'd never seen a dog that fat. The collaborator recording, which American was friendly enough to approach. We're turning these people against each other, he thought. And they're helping us do it. Marilyn's words echoed back. You didn't choose this. Neither did we. She was wrong about one thing, though. She thought he hadn't chosen. He had. Every day he put on the uniform he chose. The woman who'd offered coffee waved as they passed her street on the way back. She was on her porch again, watching. Kowalski couldn't tell anymore if she was resistance, informant, or just trying to survive. He suspected, could she? Chapter 6. Reconnaissance Before Violence. Recon drones should be boring. Sergeant Mike Thornton said it like a prayer, like something he'd repeated so many times it had worn grooves in his brain. He was standing in a basement in Nepean, not Barhaven, never operate where you sleep, watching 3 civilians stare at consumer drones laid out on a table like surgery patients. Boring? He repeated. Excitement is compromise. If your heart rate spikes, you're doing something wrong. The 3 operators nodded. 2 of them, call signs Sparrow and Finch, were in their 20s, IT workers who pivoted from debugging code to debugging occupation infrastructure. The third, Crow, was 50-something and had flown commercial RC aircraft for 2 decades before Diane recruited her. Sparrow was sweating. First real mission. Pre-flight checklist. Thornton pointed at the nearest drone, a modified DJI Mavic that looked stock but carried an extended battery pack and a thermal camera module. Walk me through it. Sparrow stepped forward, wiping his palms on his jeans. Prop secured. Battery 97%. Camera gimbal free. Return to home coordinates set to. He hesitated. 2. Not here. Our parking lot 2 clicks east. Fallback position. Why not here? Because if we lose signal, the drone comes home. If home is this basement, we've given them our location. Thornton allowed himself a small nod. The kid was nervous, but he paid attention. His phone buzzed. Encrypted message from Diane. Eyes only. Nothing else. Don't be heroes. He pocketed it without replying. She didn't need acknowledgement. She needed results. The drive to the launch site took 40 minutes. 3 separate vehicles, 3 separate routes, timed arrivals at 5-minute intervals. Crow went first in a Honda Civic that could have belonged to anyone's grandmother. Followed in a pickup that fit the neighborhood. Thornton and Sparrow came last in a commercial van with Ottawa hating and cooling stenciled on the side. The van was real. Belonged to a cell member's cousin who didn't ask questions. Target is the National Guard Logistics Depot, Thornton said as they drove. Southeast corner of the airport perimeter. Fuel storage, vehicle maintenance, supply staging. They've had it operational for 8 days. How do you know that? Because I watched them build it. Thornton kept his eyes on the road. Pattern of life observation. Day 1 through day 6 was construction. Day 7, they started running supply convoys. Day 8, they stopped posting guards outside the wire. They stopped. Internal security only. Too confident. He turned onto Hunt Club Road. That's what we're verifying tonight. Guard positions, patrol timing, blind spots. Entry vectors for future operations. Sparrow was quiet for a moment. When you say future operations. And I mean someone else's problem. Our job is to look. Nothing more. The parking lot was perfect. Shuttered big box store, some retail chain that hadn't survived the pandemic, let alone the invasion. Empty lot, good sight lines, 2 clicks from the depot perimeter. Crow and Finch were already there, parked at opposite corners. Thornton checked his watch. 1847 hours. Dusk in 17 minutes. Optimal launch window. Remember what boring looks like, he said. Let's go fly a drone. The screen glowed amber in the fading light. Sparrow held the controller like it might bite him, thumbs hovering over the sticks with the tension of a man defusing a bomb. Thornton stood 3 feet behind, watching both the operator and the display. The drone had climbed to 200 meters and was now cruising toward the depot at a steady 15 kilometers per hour. Consumer speed. Recreational altitude. Nothing to see here. Approaching perimeter fence, Sparrow murmured. Don't narrate. Watch. The depot materialized on screen in grainy thermal, a collection of prefab structures, connexes stacked 4 high, a motor pool with 8 vehicles visible. The fuel dump was unmistakable. 4 massive ladders glowing warm in the evening cool, surrounded by nothing more than Jersey barriers. Sloppy, Thornton thought. They've been sloppy. Guards were visible, 4 at the main gate, 2 walking a lazy perimeter, their heat signatures bright against the cooling asphalt. Their body language screamed boredom. No vigilance. No fear. Why would they fear? They owned the sky. They had jammers and radar and air superiority. They just hadn't turned any of it on. Mark the patrol route, Thornton said quietly. Time a stamp when they passed the fuel bladders. There. They're not really checking anything. Sparrow sounded surprised. Just walking. Muscle memory patrol. They've been doing it for 8 days without incident. Now they do it on autopilot. Thornton watched a guard stop to check his phone. You could set a watch by the gaps. The drone drifted east, capturing the motor pool. Humvees, cargo trucks, 2 recovery vehicles. The mechanic's bay with its doors open, light spilling out. Someone inside welding, the flare registered white hot on thermal. Communication array. Thornton pointed at a cluster of antennae on the depot's northern edge. Mark it. GPS coordinates. Sparrow's hands were steadier now. The panic of takeoff had faded into focused work. He swept the drone in a slow arc, cataloging everything: entry points, blind spots, the shadow cast by the conic stacks where cameras couldn't reach. Then he froze. Sergeant. On screen, one of the perimeter guards had stopped walking. He was looking up, directly at the camera's position. He sees us. He sees something. Thornton's voice stayed level. Don't move the stick. Sparrow's hands trembled. The drone wobbled slightly on screen, gimbal compensation kicking in too hard. I said don't move. I'm not. Your grip is too tight. You're inducing oscillation. Relax your hands. Let the stabilizers work. The guard below was pointing now, saying something to his partner. The second guard looked up, shrugged, looked away. The first kept staring. Thornton counted seconds. The drone was 200 meters up, painted dark gray, hovering against a twilight sky. At this range, in this light, it would look like a bird. A shadow. Nothing. If it moved, it would look like a drone. Trust the machine, Thornton said. It's smarter than you right now. Let it hover. 10 seconds. 20. The guard took 2 steps toward the perimeter fence, still staring upward. Then his radio crackled. Thornton could just hear it through the drone's microphone, and he turned away. Someone calling him back to the gate. He walked off without looking up again. Sparrow exhaled like he'd been underwater. Withdraw, Thornton said. Same heading, same speed. Don't hurry. The drone began its slow retreat, the depot shrinking on screen. Sparrow's hands were shaking now, adrenaline crash, but he kept the controls steady. Professional. Or close enough. They landed in silence. Crow appeared from her position, retrieved the drone, had it packed and in her trunk in under a minute. Finch was already gone, his truck pulling onto Hunt Club Road at precisely the planned time. Thornton waited until they were back in the van before speaking. You didn't run. Sparrow stared straight ahead. I wanted to. Everyone wants to. You didn't. That's what matters. His hands were steady behind his back, and he meant it. The kid had been tested. He'd passed. The real test was coming. Diane's basement was cold. April in Ottawa damp that got into your bones no matter how high you cranked the furnace. 7 people sat on chairs, watching footage play across a bedsheet hung on the wall. The projector was Diane's, salvaged from her teaching days. The image quality was terrible. The intelligence value was not. Fuel dump here. Thornton used a laser pointer. 4 bladders, minimal protection. Jersey barriers, but no overhead cover, no fire suppression visible. 1 spark, and that's 1,000,000 liters of JP8 gone. Diane leaned forward. Guard response time? Unknown. Based on patrol patterns, minimum 90 seconds from the nearest position to the fuel dump. Probably longer. They're not running. Vehicle bay? Lightly guarded. The mechanics work late, but there's no dedicated security presence after 2200. The recovery vehicles are in the open. He advanced to the next frame. Antenna array here. 3 main dishes, 2 backup relays. They're running all their tactical comms through this node. Hannah shifted in her chair. She'd been quiet since the footage started, but Thornton could feel her energy building. The same impatience he'd seen in 100 recruits who thought war was a video game. When do we hit them? The question hung in the cold air. Didn't answer immediately. She studied the frozen frame, the fuel bladders, the motor pool, the soft targets lined up like birthday presents. Tomorrow, she said finally. They don't know we were there. That window closes fast. Tomorrow. 36 hours from recon to strike. By the book. Thornton's book. Strike recommendations, Diane said. It wasn't a question. 2 options. He pulled up a hand-drawn map. Option 1, fuel dump. High impact, visible from across the city, destroys their local logistics for days. 3 drones, minimum. Incendiary payload. Option 2. Antenna array. Lower profile, but cripples their communications. They'd have to run everything through Ottawa, Maine, which we know is already overloaded. One drone precision strike. And if we do both? Thornton hesitated. We'd need 5 airframes minimum. We have 7 operational. Leaves no reserve if something goes wrong. Diane's face was unreadable. What would you recommend? Field dump only. Maximum impact, acceptable risk, maintains reserve capability. He paused. But you asked for eyes, not advice. I provided eyes. The decision is yours. Something flickered across Diane's expression, approval, maybe, or just acknowledgement that he understood his role. She turned back to the projected image. The fuel dump? Tomorrow night, same launch window. Nods around the room. Even Hannah, though her fists were clenched. One more thing. Diane's voice dropped. After tomorrow, we stop being civilians. The drones we've sent out, the attacks on other targets, those could be anyone. This is Barhaven. This is our cell. Once we strike, there's no going back to normal. She looked at each of them in turn. Crow. Finch. Sparrow. 2 others Thornton didn't know by name, only by function. Hannah, still coiled with unspent energy. Does everyone understand what that means? Lone spoke, but no one looked away either. Thornton thought about the guards on the depot perimeter. Young. Bored. American. The same age as soldiers he'd trained with at joint exercises in Fort Drum. The same age as men who'd bought him drinks at a bar in Watertown, laughing about hockey rivalries and cross-border shopping. Some of them would burn. He didn't let it show on his face. That was the discipline. That was the doctrine. The rules existed so you didn't have to think about the faces. Diane turned off the projector. The basement went dark except for the single lamp in the corner. Go home. Act normal. Tomorrow, we start a war. Chapter 7. First Blood. The clock on Diane's mantel ticked with the maddening precision of something that didn't know what was about to happen. 2:47 a.m. The glow of her phone screen was the only light in the living room, casting blue shadows across the furniture she'd owned for 30 years. TPS coordinates. Nothing else. Just numbers representing a point on a map where men were about to die because she'd said so. Drones are in position. The sergeant's voice came through the phone speaker, flat and professional. He was somewhere in the suburbs, too, probably watching the same feed on a different screen. 60 seconds to target. Her hands were steady. They lay still in her lap, folded like she was waiting for a parent-teacher conference. 30 seconds. She thought about Romeo and Juliet. About the way she used to explain to teenagers that tragedy wasn't about bad luck, it was about choices that locked people onto paths they couldn't escape. 2 households, both alike in dignity. Choices made generations ago, playing out in blood. She'd made her choices 2 years ago, the first time she saw the news from Ukraine and understood what was coming. The kids in her drone club hadn't known they were training for war. Neither had she, really. Not until she did. 10 seconds. Through the gap in her curtains, she could see her neighbor's porch light. Henderson's. They had a golden retriever named Biscuit, who barked at squirrels. Miss Henderson brought Diane cookies at Christmas. Splash. The word hung in the silence. Multiple secondaries. Fuel is going up. The phone screen flickered to life with pixelated footage consumer cameras relayed through 3 intermediaries, degraded to the point where the figures moving through the frame were more suggestion than detail. But Diane could see enough. Fire blooming in the night. The fuel dump catching first, then spreading to the maintenance bay in a wave of orange that turned the frame to overexposed white. Consumer night vision wasn't built for this. It was built for teenagers filming owls. Figures running. American soldiers in their ACU patterns, moving with the controlled panic of people trained for emergencies they'd never actually faced, 2 of them dragging a third. One figure not moving at all. He dropped near the motor pool, maybe 50 meters from the initial blast. Through the washed-out footage, she watched him try to rise, get halfway up, and fall again. He didn't try a third time. Primary target destroyed, the sergeant said. His voice hadn't changed. Secondary damage to motor pool. I count 3 vehicles burning. The observation drone pulled back, widening its view. The depot was an inferno now, flames reaching 30 feet into the spring night. Somewhere in that chaos, 4 to 6 Americans were dying, because a retired English teacher in a suburb had spent 2 years learning how to kill them. Strike drones exist to remove obstacles, she'd written in the doctrine, not to terrorize or dominate. They are used sparingly against targets that directly degrade enemy surveillance, mobility, or morale. She'd believed that when she wrote it. She still believed it. But belief didn't change the fact that the soldier who'd fallen near the motor pool had a mother somewhere in America who was about to get the worst phone call of her life. Exfiltrating now, the sergeant said. 30 minutes to confirm all assets clear. Diane ended the call and sat in the dark, watching the reflection of flames dance across her living room windows, knowing they were only in her mind. The kettle took forever to boil. Diane stood in her kitchen, hands wrapped around a mug that wasn't full yet, watching steam begin to rise from the spout. The clock said 3:34 a.m. The sergeant would check in when the operators were clear. The falling soldier played in her mind. The way he tried to rise. The moment he'd stopped trying. She hoped he'd been dead before he hit the ground. She had no way of knowing. She opened a drawer. Inside, beneath a pile of takeout menus and expired coupons, was a photograph. Her last class, June 2026. 23 teenagers arranged in 3 rows, most of them doing the mandatory smile, a few genuinely happy to be photographed. Sarah and Wing in the front row, who'd cried during Macbeth's Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow speech. Marcus DiGiovanni in the back, who'd argued that Hamlet was just a whiny rich kid and wasn't entirely wrong. They'd be 20 now. Some of them had probably fled to the Maritimes or British Columbia when the invasion started. Some were probably hiding in basements like she was, or walking the streets pretending everything was normal. Some might even be in cells like hers, preparing to do what she'd just done. She closed the drawer. Her phone buzzed. All assets accounted for. RTB complete. Return to base. Everyone had made it home. The drone operators who'd guided the munitions, the spotters who'd confirmed the target, the communications people who'd kept the network secure, all of them were back in their beds now, or would be within the hour. The dead Americans weren't going anywhere. They filtered into her basement in 1s and 2s, using the back gate like she'd taught them, timing their arrivals so no one approached the house within 10 minutes of anyone else. Basic tradecraft. The kind of thing she'd learned from YouTube videos and military manuals downloaded 3 years ago, back when downloading military manuals still felt like paranoia rather than preparation. The sergeant was already there when Hannah arrived, his face lit by the glow of a tablet showing after-action imagery. He'd aged 5 years in the past 2 weeks, or maybe she was just seeing him clearly for the first time. Combat did that to people. So did command. Hannah was smiling. Diane noticed that first the barely contained energy, the brightness in her eyes. She wasn't the only one. Sparrow, the young operator who'd done the final reconnaissance run 2 days ago, was practically bouncing on her heels. 3 vehicles, Sparrow said. Did you see? The second explosion took out their whole motor pool transport line. They won't be able to move heavy equipment for a week at least. Estimated casualties 4 to 6, the sergeant said. He wasn't smiling. Good hit. Clean exfil. Textbook. We actually did it. Hannah gripped Diane's arm, her fingers cold from the April night. We actually hurt them. Yes. Diane's voice came out quieter than she'd intended. We did. The sergeant caught her eye across the room. He understood. She could see it in the way his jaw was set, the way his celebration was purely professional. He'd done this before, probably in places with names she'd only ever seen on maps. He knew what it cost. He knew what it would cost her. The news will pick this up in a few hours, he said. Local terrorism, probably. Maybe domestic extremism. They'll have talking heads explaining how this was an act of cowardice, how it proves the occupation is necessary. He shrugged. Standard playbook. Cowardice. Sparrow's voice carried an edge now. They invaded our country. They... Not here. Diane raised a hand. Not now. Celebrations go in your head, not in this room. Not outside. Tomorrow morning, you smile at the soldiers on patrol. You wave at the citizen patrols. You go to the community meetings and nod along like good little citizens. The room sobered. Even Sparrow. Today never happened, Diane said. Understand? They understood. She could see it landing, the weight of what they were, not freedom fighters in some glorious revolution, but saboteurs who would smile at the people they were killing, who had to. This was the war they'd chosen. This was what it looked like. Dawn came like it always did, indifferent to what had happened in the dark. Diane made breakfast, eggs, toast, coffee she didn't taste. The kitchen radio played CBC, which still broadcasted under occupation oversight, meaning everything was filtered through what the Americans wanted Canadians to hear. Terrorist attack on a military supply depot in the Ottawa region. American military spokesman Colonel Harrison called the attack cowardly and unjustified and promised swift justice for those responsible. And she flipped the eggs. The yolks held together perfectly, golden and unbroken. Early reports indicate multiple casualties. The attack appears to have used improvised explosive drones, similar to those employed by insurgent forces in. And she turned off the radio. She already knew what they'd say. The same things she would have said if she'd been writing the script. Domestic extremists, isolated incident, the vast majority of Canadians support the stabilization efforts. Words designed to make resistance seem small, pathetic, doomed. Let them think that. Let them underestimate the housewives and teachers and IT workers who met in basements and communicated through dead drops. Let them believe they were facing amateurs. By the time they realized the truth, it would be too late. A patrol passed outside her window. She saw them through the kitchen curtain, 3 soldiers in ACU, weapons slung, moving with the cautious boredom of men who didn't expect trouble in this quiet suburban neighborhood. One of them glanced toward her house. Diane raised a hand. Small wave, the kind neighbors give neighbors. The soldier waved back. Smiled even. Just a kid, probably younger than Sarah and Wynne and Marcus DiGiovanni, doing what he'd been told was right. I killed your friends last night, Diane thought. And I'll do it again. She sipped her coffee and watched the patrol disappear down the street. Her hand was steady around the mug. That scared her more than the shaking would have. Someone who could watch a man die on a phone screen and still wave at his friends the next morning. She didn't know if that was strength or damage. She wasn't sure it mattered anymore. Chapter 8. Building Trust. The photograph was the size of a playing card, printed on regular paper, already creasing at the edges from being folded and unfolded too many times. Hannah held it under Diane's basement lights and studied the face that looked back at her. Young. 22, according to Diane's intel. Brown eyes, dark haircut, military short, strong jawline that would have made him popular in high school. He wasn't smiling in the photo. It looked like it had been pulled from an ID system. But his expression was open, unguarded. Specialist Marcus Reyes, Diane said. She was sitting at the table where she'd briefed them before the depot strike, 3 days ago now. The strike that had changed everything, even if the neighborhood looked exactly the same. 22, Buffalo, New York. Assigned to the patrol sector covering Barhaven South. He takes a coffee break at the same place every day around 1400. What do you want me to get from him? Everything. Diane's voice was flat, professional. The same tone she'd used to explain the Romeo and Juliet final essay structure, back when final essays had been the hardest thing her students faced. Patrol schedules. Neat. Morale. Upcoming operations. Whatever he'll tell a pretty woman who listens. Hannah looked at the photo again. Marcus Reyes from Buffalo. He looked like someone's kid brother. And if he's a decent guy? The pause stretched between them, long enough for Hannah to hear the furnace clicking on in the corner. Then we use a decent guy. Diane met her eyes. That's the job. The coffee shop had been a Starbucks before the invasion. Now it was hastily local, rebranded with a hand-painted sign that said Canadian Coffee Co., as if asserting identity was the same as asserting independence. The espresso machine was the same corporate model it had always been. The customers pretended not to watch the door whenever it opened. Hannah had arrived early, taking a seat near the window with a clear view of both the entrance and the parking lot. She was wearing clothes she'd thought about too hard, jeans that fit well, a sweater that was soft but not trying too hard, just enough makeup to look put together but not like she was going anywhere. The costume of a woman killing time on a Tuesday afternoon. The door opened at 2:07 p.m. She recognized him immediately from the photograph, even with the AC uniform and the M4 slung across his chest. He looked younger in person somehow, tireder. Exhaustion from weeks of sleeping light and waking scared. He ordered at the counter. Large coffee, black, no food. His hands shook slightly when he reached for his wallet. Caffeine withdrawal or stress or something else, she couldn't tell. The barista, a girl who looked barely 18, kept her eyes down the entire transaction. Hannah waited until he'd collected his drink and turned to survey the room. Then she let her eyes catch his. Just a moment. Small smile. Kind of thing that could mean anything or nothing. He hesitated. She gestured to the empty chair across from her, raising an eyebrow in invitation. For a long moment she thought he would pretend he hadn't seen. Walk out, or take a seat in the corner, or remember whatever he'd been told about fraternizing with the local population. He was 22 and tired and a long way from Buffalo, and she was someone who'd smiled at him like he was a person instead of an occupier. He sat down. I shouldn't be talking to civilians, he said. Almost immediately. My sergeant would. I won't tell if you won't. Hannah kept her voice light, friendly, unthreatening. You look like you need to sit down. Marcus Reyes exhaled, and his shoulders loosened by a fraction. You have no idea. Conversation came easier than she'd expected. He was nervous at first, kept glancing toward the door, kept his rifle position where he could grab it, but 20 minutes in, his coffee half finished, he was talking like a man who'd been starving for someone to listen. We were supposed to be here for 2 weeks, he said. That's what they told us when we mobilized. 2 weeks stabilization operations, then home. That was 6 weeks ago. That must be hard. Hannah meant it, and that was the problem. She did mean it. Being away from home that long. My mom calls every night. When the phones work. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. She keeps sending me care packages like I'm at summer camp. Cookies and socks and these little notes telling me to be safe. His voice caught slightly. Like being safe is something I can just choose. Watched him talk. The way his hands wrapped around the coffee cup like he was cold, even though the shop was warm. The way his eyes kept darting to the other customers, cataloging threats that weren't there. This was the enemy. This was what occupied her country, what patrolled her streets, what made her neighbors lower their eyes and walk carefully. Ideology given form in ACU patterns and corporate-issued rifles. But he was also just a kid who missed his mom. What's Buffalo like? She asked. His face changed, softened, cold. He leaned back in his chair. I'm from the west side, by Delaware Park. In the summer, you can hear people at the food trucks, music from the porches, kids playing street hockey until it gets dark. I never thought I'd miss it so much. Sounds nice. It is. He paused, looking at her properly for the first time. What about you? You grow up here? She had a cover story prepared. Diane had drilled it into her, but she found herself giving pieces of the truth instead. The neighborhood she'd actually grown up in, the high school she'd actually attended, the way Ottawa winters felt when you knew spring was finally coming. Real details, mixed with careful omissions. The old rapport, Diane had said. But never give them anything they could use against you. Hannah gave him just enough truth to taste real. The intelligence emerged naturally, almost by accident. He didn't know he was giving it to her. He was just talking, the way lonely people talk to anyone who'll listen, and she was just asking questions, the way curious people ask about things they don't understand. 3 shifts? She sounded impressed. That seems like a lot of ground to cover. It is. He shook his head. We're supposed to have 4 platoons at full strength, but we've got 3. Command keeps saying reinforcements are coming. They've been saying that for a month. Low morale. Understaffed. She filed the information away, kept her expression sympathetic. And the drones? She let worry creep into her voice. I heard about the attack. It was all over the radio. His shoulders tensed. Yeah. That was. He trailed off, staring into his coffee. Some of those guys, I knew them. Not well, but, you see them in the mess hall. Ask them on patrol. I know, she thought. I watched the footage. I saw them die. It must be terrifying, she said instead. Not knowing when. We don't have the equipment yet. The words came out like he hadn't meant to say them. Counter-drone systems, the things they've got in the real combat zones. We're National Guard. We're not set up for this kind of fight. They keep telling us it's coming, but... He shrugged. Took a long drink of coffee. Counter-drone equipment delayed. Minimum several more weeks, probably longer. That was worth the price of coffee and conversation. That was worth every minute she'd spent pretending this was innocent. I should go. He checked his watch, and his face fell. My patrol partner's probably wondering where I am. Hannah nodded, keeping her expression carefully neutral. It was nice talking to you, Marcus. You too. He hesitated, standing half out of his chair. Can I? See you again? Outside the coffee shop, the April afternoon was cool and bright. Marcus stood on the sidewalk, rifle at his side, looking at her with an expression that was trying very hard not to be hopeful. That's probably not a good idea, Hannah said. His face fell. Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I was. She touched his arm. Just briefly, just enough to stop him. I didn't say no. I said it's not a good idea. There's a difference. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a slip of paper. The number on it traced to a burner phone purchased with cash, linked to nothing. Diane had given it to her that morning, along with careful instructions about what never to say on it. Marcus took the paper like it was something precious. I'll text you, he said. His whole face had changed. The exhaustion was still there, but hope underneath it now. Worst possible thing she could have given him. I'll answer. He smiled. A real smile, the first one she'd seen from him. Then he turned and walked toward his patrol partner, who was leaning against a lamppost 50 meters away, pretending not to watch. Hannah watched him go. Halfway down the block, he looked back. Waved. She waved back, her smile fixed carefully in place, already composing her report in her head. Diane's basement felt colder than it had that morning. Maybe it was the evening chill, or maybe it was just that Hannah could feel what she'd done settling into her bones. Contact made, she said. Relationship initiated. Initial intelligence gathered. She ran through the details mechanically. Patrol schedules, unit strength, morale, the missing counter-drone equipment. Diane listened without interrupting, her face unreadable. The sergeant sat in the corner, watching Hannah the way he'd watched her during the depot operation, professionally assessing, giving nothing away. Good. Diane nodded when she finished. Continue contact. Build trust. Don't rush it. He's a good person. The words came out before Hannah could stop them. You should know that. He didn't sign up for this. He just wanted college money and a way out of his neighborhood. He's terrified every minute of every day, and he misses his mom, and he... I know. Hannah stopped. Diane leaned forward, her hands folded on the table. The posture of a teacher about to deliver a difficult lesson. You're weaponizing his loneliness, she said. His homesickness. His need for human connection. You're taking everything that makes him vulnerable, everything that makes him human, and turning it into a tool we can use against him. I know. Do you? Diane's eyes were steady. Because what you're doing isn't going to end with information. If he trusts you, really trusts you, the things you learn from him are going to get people killed. His people. His friends. And one day, maybe him. The sergeant said nothing. His silence was its own commentary. I understand, Hannah said. No. Diane shook her head slowly. Not yet. You will. When this is over, whatever over looks like, you're going to have to live with what you did to him. That's the cost. That's what you're signing up for. Hannah thought about Marcus Reyes from Buffalo. The way his face had lit up when she gave him her number. The hope in his eyes. I know what I'm signing up for. Diane studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded once, decisively. Good. Same time tomorrow. Same shop. Let him come to you, don't seek him out. He needs to feel like this is his choice, like he's pursuing you. That makes it real to him. She paused. And Hannah? What you feel doesn't matter. What matters is what he feels. Outside, the stars were visible above the suburban rooftops. Light pollution should have washed them out. But the occupation had dimmed the neighborhood, fewer porch lights, fewer street lamps, fewer reasons to be outside after dark. The sky was clearer than Hannah had ever seen it. Her phone buzzed. She looked at the screen, already knowing what she'd see. It was nice to meet someone normal. See you soon? She stared at the message for a long time. Then she typed her response. Soon. Her thumb hovered over the send button. Just for a moment. Just long enough to feel the choice. She pressed send. Hannah walked home through dark streets, carrying secrets. Chapter 9. Countermeasures. The drone footage was degraded, captured from a surveillance bird 2 kilometers out, but clear enough to show the fuel depot going up. 3 storage tanks, each holding 20,000 liters of JP8, burning like Roman candles against the pre-dawn sky. The captain watched the playback for the 4th time, his jaw working. Sir, we have 6 confirmed strikes in the last 7 days. The intelligence officer, a lieutenant barely old enough to shave, pointed at the map spread across the folding table. Red pins clustered around Ottawa like a pox. Canada. Nepean. Orleans. The airport again. And now this depot near Carleton Place. I can read a goddamn map. The morning briefing had drawn every officer and ENCO in the company to the requisition community center that served as headquarters. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting institutional glare that made everyone look slightly ill. The coffee was burnt. The mood was worse. Estimated equipment losses exceed $2 million, the lieutenant continued. Voice carefully neutral. 11 casualties total. For KI. And what's our intelligence on who's doing this? The lieutenant's hesitation said everything. We're working on it. The captain turned from the map, and his expression made the room go still. We've been working on it for 3 weeks. My soldiers are dying, our supply lines are bleeding out, and you're working on it. Sir, the attack patterns are irregular. No signature. Different drone models. Different approach vectors. If they're coordinating, it's through channels we can't. Then find channels you can intercept. The captain's voice dropped to almost conversational, which was worse than shouting. Do your job, Lieutenant, or I'll find someone who will. Kowalski stood near the door, arms crossed. He'd been in the guard long enough to recognize the smell of a briefing going sideways. Sir, if I may. The captain's attention shifted like a gun turret acquiring target. Sergeant. The civilian population in our sector has been cooperative. No incidents. Hostility. If we maintain that relationship, build some trust. Trust. The word came out flat. You want to build trust with people who are sheltering the terrorists killing our soldiers. We don't know anything. The captain moved to the map, jabbing a finger at the constellation of red pins. 6 attacks. 6 different locations. Someone is providing intelligence. Someone is moving equipment. Someone knows where we sleep, where we refuel, where we store our ammunition. He turned to face the room. These people aren't our friends, Sergeant. They're our enemies. I don't want their cooperation. He let that hang. I want their fear. The motor pool smelled like diesel and hot metal, a combination that always reminded the captain of better times. Real army times. Before the endless deployments, before the guard, before he'd ended up commanding weekend warriors who couldn't tell a patrol base from a parking lot. The tech specialist, a corporal who'd been an IT contractor in Syracuse before all this, stood nervously beside the counter-drone solutions he'd assembled overnight. So this is what we're working with. The captain surveyed the display without touching anything. Walk me through it. Yes, sir. The corporal cleared his throat. First option is shotguns loaded with number 4 birdshot. Effective against low-altitude targets within about 30 meters. 30 meters. Consumer drones fly at 30 miles per hour, sir. By the time we see one and shoulder a weapon... Next. The corporal moved to a salvage router bristling with improvised antenna. RF jammer. We adapted it from commercial signal blocking equipment. Should disrupt control frequencies within a 100-meter radius. Should. The problem is autonomous flight modes, sir. Most commercial drones can complete pre-programmed waypoints even without operator input. If they're flying semi-autonomous missions. And this? The captain pointed at something that looked like a t-shirt cannon mated with a fishing net. Net gun. Designed for wildlife capture, but we modified the range. Effective to about 15 meters on a slow-moving target. The captain stared at the net gun for a long moment. Somewhere in the motor pool, a compressor kicked on. The platoon sergeant stood off to the side, face carefully blank. A net gun. Sir, division says counter-drone equipment is on back order. 2 weeks minimum. This is what we have. Captain turned to look at his soldiers, the real soldiers, not the ones who'd shown up for college money and ended up here. They'd gathered to watch. Their expressions ranged from skeptical to quietly embarrassed. Tonight, the captain said, we deploy to the supply depot in Sector 7. Full readiness. Shotguns, jammers, and yes, he gestured at the net gun like it offended him personally, this thing. Someone's going to try to hit us again. When they do, we show them what American soldiers can do. The soldiers nodded without enthusiasm. The captain didn't notice. He was already walking away. The radio crackled at 2:22 and 14 hours. Contact. Drone signature, bearing northwest, altitude approximately 50 meters. The captain was 2 kilometers away, monitoring from the TOC Tactical Operations Center, which tonight meant the back of a Humvee with a laptop and a radio. Heed the handset. Engage. All elements weapons free. The audio that followed would have been comical if it weren't so pathetic. First, the boom of a shotgun. Then another. Then someone shouting, "It's too fast, I can't." Jammer active. Jammer is active. Pause. It's still coming. It's still... Net gun. Net gun. A sound like a giant sneezing, followed by cursing. Missed. God damn it, I missed. It's... The explosion was loud enough to come through the radio as distortion. The captain's hands tightened on the handset. Report. Generators hit. Generators down. We've got... Wait, there's another one. There's 2 more. More shotgun fire. More shouting. A burst of automatic weapons fire someone had abandoned the approved methods entirely. Got one. I got one. That was a decoy, you idiot. The payloads are... Another explosion. Screaming. The captain's jaw worked. His knuckles were white around the handset. All elements report status. The radio was chaos for 90 seconds. When it sorted itself out, the picture was clear. One drone destroyed after it had already completed its attack run. 2 more drones had successfully hit a supply trailer and a fuel bladder. Minor casualties: burns, shrapnel, nothing life-threatening this time. The captain threw the handset against the Humvee's door. Bounced off and clattered to the floor. "Sir," his driver, a kid from Rochester who'd been a bank teller 6 months ago, stared straight ahead. "Orders?" The captain didn't answer. He was already composing the after-action report in his head. Enemy drone activity neutralized with minimal casualties. That's what it would say. That's what it had to say. His sector. His command. His future. He retrieved the handset. "All elements, consolidate. Resume patrol posture. Report any further contacts immediately." He didn't wait for acknowledgement before switching off. Morning patrol. The captain walked the streets of Barhaven personally, something he rarely did, preferring the remove of vehicles and reports. But he needed to be seen. Needed to remind these people who was in charge. The neighborhood was offensively normal. Sprinklers rotating on lawns. Woman walking a golden retriever. Kids waiting at a corner for what must be a school bus, though he hadn't authorized that. A man on his porch, 30s, holding a coffee mug. Watching. The captain altered course. The man didn't retreat. Just stood there, mug in hand, expression neutral. Not defiant, that would have been simpler. Just observant. Like a scientist watching an experiment. "What are you looking at?" The man blinked. "Nothing, sir. Just having my coffee." The tone was too calm. The man didn't flinch. The captain felt the previous night's humiliation crystallize into sharp and cold. "Search the house." His 2 escorts exchanged a glance but moved toward the door. The man didn't protest, just stepped aside, that same neutral expression fixed in place. They found nothing. Of course they found nothing. Old furniture, family photos, a basement workshop with tools and half-finished projects. No drones. No weapons. No evidence of anything except a thoroughly ordinary Canadian life. The captain returned to the porch where the man waited. "Your name?" "Davidson." "Peter Davidson." The captain nodded slowly. Then, without warning, he knocked the coffee mug from Davidson's hands. It shattered on the porch steps, spreading dark liquid across the concrete. "Next time," the captain said. "Look away." He walked off without waiting for response. His soldiers followed, one of them glancing back with what might have been apology. Peter Davidson stood on his porch, hands shaking, and watched them go. The office had been a community center manager's workspace before. Now it held a folding cot, a laptop, and a map of the region covered in pins and annotations. The captain sat alone, reviewing reports. 1 drone destroyed, post-mission. 2 successful enemy strikes. 3 minor casualties. He'd written it up as a qualified success. Enemy engagement disrupted. Defensive measures effective in limiting damage. Division wouldn't question it. Division had too many other problems. He knew the truth. Somewhere out there, someone was making him look like a fool. Invisible enemies with toy drones and a budget smaller than his monthly ammunition allocation. They weren't brave enough to face him. They scurried in the dark, attacked from nowhere, and vanished before anyone could respond. He pulled open his desk drawer. Inside, a growing file of names. Citizen patrol reports. Anonymous tips. Suspicious behavior. Davidson, Peter observed patrol with unusual attention. He added the notation in neat handwriting. Someone in this sector knew. Everyone knew. The man with the coffee. The woman with the dog. The kids at the bus stop. They all had eyes. They all had mouths. They could be convinced to use them. The captain began reading. The file was thick. getting thicker every day. Somewhere in there was a name attached to a drone, a name attached to a bomb, a name he could drag into the light and make an example of. He'd find them. Chapter 10. The Quiet Neighborhood. The map had become an obsession. The platoon sergeant sat on the edge of his cot in the pre-dawn darkness. He traced patterns across the paper he'd been marking for 8 days, penlight clamped between his teeth. Red pins for confirmed attacks. Green for patrol routes. Blue for his own sector boundaries. The red pins were everywhere. Canada, Nepean, Orleans, downtown, the airport approaches, supply depots from here to Carleton Place. 11 attacks in 3 weeks, each one photographed, documented, briefed to increasingly frustrated officers who wanted answers that didn't exist. Except here. He circled Barhaven south with his pen. His sector. The captain's territory. 20-odd thousand civilians, family neighborhoods, strip malls and schools, and exactly the suburban infrastructure that should be bristling with targets. Not a single red pin. The math didn't work. Every other sector of comparable size had been hit at least twice, some 3 or 4 times. The 10th Mountain's main logistics hub near the airport had taken fire 6 days in a row until they'd finally moved it. And here nothing. Not a single drone. Not a single incident. He wrote one word in the margin. Why? The morning patrol felt different now that he was looking for it. Barhaven unfolded around his fire team like a postcard from before. Sprinklers arcing across impossibly green lawns. A woman jogging with earbuds in, not even glancing at the soldiers walking past. A man washing his car in the driveway, soap suds sliding down the hood of a Subaru Outback that probably had a soccer ball in the back. Morning, fellas. The car washing man gave them a wave. Hot one today. Yes, sir, one of the soldiers responded, and there was no irony in his voice. No tension. Just 2 people acknowledging each other in passing. The platoon sergeant's phone buzzed. A text from Martinez, 2nd Platoon, assigned to the Canada sector. Lost 2 more last night. Drone swarm hit our checkpoint. How's your AO? He typed back. Quiet. Then he stared at the word. They passed a coffee shop, one of those ubiquitous Canadian chains that seemed to exist on every corner, and through the window he could see soldiers and civilians sharing space. A corporal from his own platoon sat at a table with a pair of local teenagers, showing them something on his phone. They were laughing. This should be a good thing. This was what a pacified sector looked like. This was hearts and minds in action, the textbook outcome that every commander claimed to want. So why did it feel like something was watching him? A jogging woman passed again, completing a circuit. She didn't make eye contact. A car drove by, unhurried, windows down, music playing. Everything was normal. Everything was fine. His soldiers had relaxed. He could see it in the way they carried their weapons, barrels dipped, fingers off triggers. The way they joked with each other, laughed at something on a phone. 3 weeks in, and they'd stopped seeing this place as hostile territory. Maybe it wasn't. Or maybe that was the point. The woman was on her porch before he registered her presence. Silver hair, pleasant face. A grandmother who could have stepped from a holiday commercial holding a pie. She was wearing gardening gloves and holding a small trowel, a flat of petunias at her feet. Good morning, Sergeant. She smiled warmly. Hot enough for you? He stopped. His soldiers stopped. The ordinary machinery of the patrol grinding to a halt because this woman in her gardening hat had decided to be friendly. Morning, ma'am. Can I get you boys some water? I've got a cooler right here. She gestured to a blue igloo sitting on the porch steps. It's just from the tap, but it's cold. His soldiers looked at him, hoping. It was 19 degrees and they'd been walking for 2 hours in body armor. That's very kind of you. She handed out bottles herself, pulling them from the ice with gloved hands. He watched her open each one first, twist the cap, offer it with the same grandmotherly warmth. No tricks. No tampering. Just water. I'm Diane, she said. I've seen you patrolling. You're always very professional. I appreciate that. Just doing our job, ma'am. Of course. She distributed the last bottle and stripped off her gardening gloves, tucking them into an apron pocket. It's been so peaceful here lately. Your commander must be doing something right. The platoon sergeant studied her face. Open, guileless, kind of face that invited trust. How do you mean? Well, I watch the news, talk to the neighbors. She shrugged, a gesture of comfortable ignorance. I hear about all the trouble in other parts of the city. Terrible things. But here? Quiet as a church mouse. We're grateful for that, Sergeant. Truly. Something about the words. Not what she said, what she didn't say. You're pretty well informed for a civilian. Oh, I'm retired. She laughed, the sound light and self-deprecating. Too much time on my hands. I read the papers, listen to the radio. You know how it is. We're all just trying to get through this. Her eyes met his. Clear. Steady. No defiance, no hostility, no fear. Just pleasant attention from a woman who'd probably spent 30 years managing teenagers and knew exactly how to project harmlessness. Well, he handed his empty bottle back. Thank you for the water. Anytime, Sergeant. You boys take care of yourselves. They moved on. He glanced back once. She was still watching, one hand raised in a small wave. Then she turned and went inside, the screen door closing softly behind her. His corporal fell into step beside him. Nice lady. Yeah, the platoon sergeant kept walking. She is. The captain was in his office when he knocked. The room smelled like stale coffee and old paper, and the man himself looked like he hadn't slept in days. What? Sir, I wanted to share an observation. The captain didn't invite him to sit. The platoon sergeant remained standing, map in hand. I've been tracking the attack patterns across Ottawa. Every sector of our size has been hit multiple times. He unfolded the map, pointing. Canada, 4 attacks. Bean, 3. Freelands, 3. Downtown, 6. But our sector, he circled Barhaven south with his finger, nothing. Not a single drone. Not a single incident. The captain leaned back in his chair. And? Sir, I think we should investigate why. Why what? A hint of a smile, the kind that didn't reach his eyes. Why we're winning. Why my methods work. Sir, it could mean. It means I put the fear of God into these people. The captain stood, moving to the map, jabbing a finger at the sector. You want to know why we're clean? Because they know what happens if they resist. They've seen what I do to people who step out of line. Word spreads. Or it means they're avoiding us on purpose. The platoon sergeant kept his voice level. Which raises the question, why? If the resistance is active across Ottawa, why would they leave one sector completely alone? The captain turned to face him. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Are you suggesting my success is suspicious? I'm suggesting it's anomalous. That might mean we're doing something right. Or it might mean something else is going on that we don't understand. What I understand, Sergeant, is that I have a pacified sector while every other commander in this city is getting his ass handed to him. The captain's voice was soft, almost pleasant. What I understand is that my methods produce results. And what I understand is that you're standing in my office looking for problems when you should be thanking me for keeping your soldiers alive. The platoon sergeant said nothing. Dismissed. He saluted. He left. In the hallway, one of the captain's inner circle, a thick-necked sergeant named Briggs, who'd been with civilian complaints since day one, leaned against the wall, smirking. Sergeant, still seeing ghosts? He didn't respond. The corporal's laughter followed him down the corridor. The video call connected at 2100 hours, the familiar lag of military bandwidth making his wife's face jump and stutter before it resolved. Hey, you. Jennifer smiled, and for a moment he was home. Their kitchen in Syracuse. The sound of the dishwasher running. Normal life. Hey, how are the kids? Sophie scored 2 goals at practice. Noah's still working on that history project. She paused, studying his face through the screen. You look tired. It's been a long week. Anything you want to talk about? He thought about the map. The red pins everywhere except here. The woman on the porch with her water bottles and her warm smile and her eyes that saw too much. Right, he said. Routine stuff. Jennifer nodded, accepting the lie because she understood some things couldn't be discussed. 20 years of Army life, first active duty. Then Guard had taught her what questions to ask and what questions to avoid. I miss you. Miss you too. Kiss the kids for me. Every night. It all ended. He sat in the darkness of his quarters, listening to the sounds of the house they'd requisitioned, someone coughing, in the next room, the distant rumble of a generator, a door opening and closing. The woman on the porch. Diane. She'd reminded him of his mother-in-law. Same warmth, same easy competence, same certainty in every move. She'd said the quiet was because of the captain's methods. But the captain's methods were no different than what was happening in Canada, in Nepean, in Orleans. The whole city was under the same rules, the same curfews, the same consequences. So why here? He opened his notebook. Cheap thing, spiral-bound, that he'd picked up at a Canadian dollar store during the first week. He'd been keeping notes. Not official, just observations. Patterns. Things that didn't quite fit. He wrote, "The quiet neighborhood. They're not afraid of us. They're ignoring us. Why?" He underlined the last word 3 times. The woman with the water bottles. The man washing his car. The teenagers laughing in the coffee shop. All of them normal, cooperative, exactly what a pacified population should look like. Too normal. End of part 1. Chapter 11. Cat and Mouse. The tablet screen went to static at 6:47 p.m. Diane watched the feed die the way she'd watched 2 others die this week. A stutter of pixelated color, a frozen frame, then nothing. The drone had been 14 kilometers out, threading between cell towers on a bearing toward the supply depot near Stittsville. 30 seconds ago, it had been sending clean video. Now it was a $400 piece of carbon fiber falling out of the sky. She set the tablet face down on the coffee table, pulled the paper map from beneath a stack of old newspapers, and uncapped a red marker. The third X in 7 days, all clustered in the same arc west of the city. The first 2 had gone dark within a kilometer of each other. This one was further south, but same result. Same dead air. Jammers. The Americans had found a frequency range that worked, and they were deploying it. She folded the map and slid it back under the newspapers. Drew the curtains tighter. Through the gap, she could see her neighbor's house, porch light on, nothing moving in the street. Barhaven at dusk. Quiet as a postcard. The back door opened and closed. She didn't turn around. 3 for 3, the sergeant said from the kitchen doorway. He'd come through the yard, same as always, casual clothes, ball cap pulled low, carrying a canvas grocery bag that held a laptop and nothing else. A neighbor stopping by. Nothing to see. Same area? Different vectors, same kill zone. They've got overlapping coverage now. Anything flying above 50 meters in that corridor gets bricked. He set the bag on the kitchen counter and pulled out the laptop. I ran the telemetry on the first 2 we lost. Signal cutoff was clean. Not interference, active jamming. Military grade, not the improvised stuff from 2 weeks ago. Diane looked at the red X's on her mental map. 3 drones, $900 in hardware. More importantly, 3 missions that should have degraded American logistics and instead degraded nothing but herself's morale. How fast are they deploying these? Fast enough. The sergeant leaned against the counter, arms folded. I picked up chatter about additional units being shipped from Petawawa. If they get full coverage on the western corridor, we lose our primary attack route. The kitchen clock ticked. Diane's cat, a fat orange tabby named Marmalade, wound between her ankles and meowed for dinner. She opened a can of food, set it on the floor, wiped her hands on a dish towel. "We need to talk," she said. "Tonight?" The basement belonged to a man named Lafleur, a retired electrician who joined Diane's network 8 months before the invasion and never asked a question she didn't answer first. His house was 3 streets over, backing onto a ravine that gave decent concealment for approach. The basement itself was unfinished, concrete floor, exposed joists, a furnace that hummed loud enough to mask conversation at normal volume. 5 people sat in a loose circle on folding chairs. Diane, the sergeant, Hannah, who'd arrived 10 minutes early and spent those minutes staring at her phone with the particular stillness of someone composing herself. 2 operators, Sparrow, who'd flown the fuel depot strike and still carried the quiet confidence of someone who'd drawn blood, and a man in his 60s named Prolk, who'd retired from teaching shop at the same school where Diane had taught English and who understood mechanical tolerances the way most people understood street addresses. The single lamp in the corner threw long shadows across the concrete. "Free missions failed this week," Diane said. No preamble. Same cause. American jamming has gone from nuisance to operational threat. If we keep flying the same profiles, we keep losing drones and accomplishing nothing. Sparrow shifted in her chair. "Can we fly lower?" "Buildings would block their signal." Sergeant shook his head. "Helps with line-of-sight jammers, but they're using omnidirectional coverage now. Terrain masking buys you a few hundred meters at most. And flying low means obstacles. We lose drones to power lines and trees instead of jammers." "Night operations?" Prolk asked. His voice was careful, measured, the voice of a man accustomed to precision. "Jammers still need operators. Maybe there's a gap in their overnight coverage. They're running them 24 hours. Automated. Set it and forget it." The sergeant paused. "Look, everything we've tried so far is a workaround. Fly lower, fly at night, change frequencies. They're all partial fixes for a fundamental problem. We're dependent on constant radio contact between the operator and the drone. As long as that link exists, they can break it." The furnace hummed. Somewhere above them, Lafleur's kitchen faucet dripped in a slow, irregular rhythm. "So, what do you suggest?" Diane asked. She already knew. The sergeant had been circling this for days, dropping hints in conversation, testing the idea before committing to it aloud. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Semi-autonomous programming. We preload a flight path, GPS waypoints, altitude, speed. The drone launches, flies itself to the target area without any radio input. No signal to jam. When it reaches the final waypoint, the operator connects for the attack run. If the connection doesn't happen, the drone circles until its battery dies and falls." The room was quiet. Not the quiet of agreement. The quiet of people processing something that made them uncomfortable. "You're talking about letting a machine fly itself," Hannah said. She was sitting forward, hands clasped between her knees. "Navigate itself. Not think for itself. It follows a set of coordinates the same way your car follows a GPS route. No decisions. No targeting. It's a delivery vehicle." "Until the last part," Hannah pressed. "What happens at the target area? What if the signal's jammed there too? Then the operator can't connect and the drone crashes. We lose the hardware. Nobody gets hurt. What if there's a malfunction? What if it deviates from the path and hits something, a school, a hospital?" Sergeant's expression didn't change. Diane recognized his patience, the professional calm of a man who'd briefed hostile rooms before, and understood that resistance to a new idea was part of the process, not an obstacle to it. Consumer GPS is accurate to 3 meters. These aren't cruise missiles hunting moving targets. They're flying a straight line between fixed points. If the GPS fails completely, the drone has no navigation at all and drops out of the sky. "How much thinking do we let these things do on their own?" Prolk asked. His pen was poised over a small notebook, the craftsman in him already mapping the technical parameters. "None. That's the point. There's no thinking involved. It's a sequence of coordinates executed in order. Your phone does the same thing when you use turn-by-turn directions. The only intelligence in the system is the human being who programs the route and the human being who takes control for the strike. Diane watched the faces in the room. Sparrow was nodding slowly. She'd already accepted the logic. Prolx was calculating, his machinist's mind working through failure modes. Hannah's mouth was a thin line. Not opposition. Caution. Caution born of taking the moral weight seriously. Let me be clear about what I'm asking, the sergeant said. He looked at each of them in turn. Right now, an operator flies the drone from launch to target. Constant contact. That worked when the Americans couldn't interrupt us. They can now. If we don't change how we operate, we stop operating. It's that simple. We adapt or we die, Sparrow said quietly. Not just us. Everyone depending on us to degrade their logistics, their mobility, their ability to project force into neighborhoods like this one. If we go dark, the Americans get comfortable, and comfortable occupiers get creative. The furnace kicked into a higher cycle, its hum rising a half-tone. The shadows on the concrete walls shifted as the single bulb swung slightly on its wire. Hannah exhaled. I want one thing on the record. A machine navigates. A human decides to kill. That line doesn't move. Not for convenience, not for tactical advantage, not ever. Agreed, the sergeant said. I need to hear it from everyone. Sparrow nodded. Polks said, agreed. The sergeant held Hannah's gaze until she was satisfied. Then every eye in the room turned to Diane. We can keep doing what we're doing, she said. More drones will fail. More missions will accomplish nothing. The Americans will get better at jamming and will get worse at everything. Or we adapt. She let the silence hold for 3 seconds. Autonomous navigation is approved. Human decision on the strike is inviolate. Like the first time she'd used the sergeant's name in front of the group, you start training operators tomorrow. How long to modify the existing fleet? 3 days for the software. 1 day to train each operator on waypoint programming. We can run the first autonomous mission by end of week. Do it, she stood. The meeting was over. Staggered departures. 5-minute intervals. Sparrow first, then Prolx. Hannah, you leave with me. We'll split at the ravine. They filed out the way they'd been taught. No clustering at the door. No lingering in the yard. Lafleur would turn off the basement light and wait 20 minutes before going to bed, the same routine he followed every night, drone meeting or not. The street was cool and still. Late April in Ottawa, the trees had leafed out, but the nights still carried a bite that reminded you winter wasn't far behind. Diane walked east on the sidewalk, hands in her jacket pockets, moving at the pace of a woman taking an evening stroll. Headlights appeared at the end of the block. A patrol vehicle, moving slowly, its spotlight sweeping front yards in lazy arcs. Diane kept walking. The spotlight passed over her and moved on. The vehicle slowed. Window came down. Evening, ma'am. Young voice, American accent. Little late for a walk. Couldn't sleep. She smiled. The grandmother smile, the one she'd perfected over 3 decades of parent-teacher conferences. My doctor says fresh air is better than pills. The soldier nodded. Be safe out there. You too, dear. Window went up. The vehicle moved on. She watched its taillights shrink to red points and disappear around the corner. She kept walking. 2 blocks, left on Berrigan. Past the house with the garden gnomes, past the house with the basketball hoop, past the house where Gerald Foss used to live before the Americans turned it into a lesson. The rubble had been cleared, but the foundation was still exposed, a concrete scar in the row of tidy homes. She didn't look at it. Looking was a luxury she couldn't afford. Her own house appeared at the end of the street, porch light on, curtains drawn, unremarkable in every way that mattered. She unlocked the front door, stepped inside, locked it behind her. Marmalade meowed from the kitchen, still hungry or just wanting company. She hung her jacket on the hook by the door, took off her shoes, walked to the kitchen table, and sat down with the notebook she kept in the junk drawer beneath the takeout menus and expired coupons. She opened the notebook and began writing waypoint sequences, training schedules, contingencies for contingencies. The handwriting was small and precise, the handwriting of a woman who'd spent 30 years marking essays and knew the value of clarity. She wrote until midnight, then closed the notebook and put it back in the drawer. Washed her face. Brushed her teeth. Set her alarm for 6. Tomorrow she'd wave at the patrol. Tomorrow she'd plant petunias and chat with the neighbors and be exactly what the Americans expected her to be. And tomorrow, in a basement somewhere in Ottawa, a retired English teacher's drones would learn to fly themselves. Chapter 12. Learning to walk. The tracking brackets locked on at 03117 hours. Captain Wayne Holt stood behind the operator's shoulder, watching the monitor as a green box framed the incoming drone against the thermal wash of the pre-dawn sky. A counter-drone system, a CUS unit he'd spent 3 weeks screaming at logistics to deliver, tracked the target with the smooth precision of something that didn't care about politics or supply chains or the careers of men who used it. Target acquired, the operator said. Range 400 meters. Inbound bearing 095. Speed 32 knots. Engage. The system didn't ask twice. A burst of directed RF energy, invisible, silent, nothing like the movies, hit the drone at 300 meters. On screen, the tracking brackets turned red. The green dot that represented the target wobbled, lost altitude, and then the kinetic interceptor launched. The explosion was small. Pop, not a bang. On the thermal feed, it bloomed white for half a second, then scattered into falling debris that the system tracked all the way to the ground. Target destroyed. Clean intercept. Behind Holt, actual applause, absurd in a community center at 3 a.m. The Ottawa police liaison, Officer Gagnon, stood by the door with his arms folded, watching with the expression of a man at someone else's party. Holt didn't applaud. He smiled. The smile of a man who'd been right and could prove it. Play it back. The operator rewound. Holt watched the sequence again. Acquisition, track, engagement, kill. 12 seconds from detection to destruction. The system had done exactly what the manufacturer promised, and Division Logistics had taken 21 days to deliver. This is how we win, Holt said. He turned to face the room. His staff officers straightened. Technology beats their garage projects. One system. One intercept. Clean kill. No casualties on our side. That drone was carrying a payload. If it had gotten through, we'd be filing casualty reports right now. He pointed at the monitor, where the replay was frozen on the moment of intercept. I want this footage sent to Division. Full after-action report by 0600. Make sure Lieutenant Colonel Graves sees it personally. Title it First Confirmed QS Intercept, Barhaven Sector. Yes, sir. Holt allowed himself one more look at the frozen screen. The green tracking brackets. Clean geometry of a problem solved by superior engineering. First company commander in the Ottawa AO to achieve a confirmed drone kill using proper counter-drone technology. He straightened his uniform and walked to his office, leaving the celebration behind. There was work to do. The phone call came at 0930, and it wasn't the congratulations he'd expected. Captain, I understand your request, but the allocation timeline hasn't changed. The logistics officer at Division sounded like he was reading from a script, which he probably was. 6 additional CUS units are in the pipeline. Current estimated delivery is 3 to 4 weeks. Holt's hand tightened around the receiver. 3 to 4 weeks. I had a confirmed intercept 6 hours ago. The only confirmed intercept in this entire AO. And you're telling me you can't expedite 6 units to the one commander who's actually using them? Sir, every sector commander has submitted priority requests. We're working through the allocation queue. Queue. He tasted the word like something spoiled. I have one system covering one patrol route. 1. The rest of my sector is wide open. Every other approach is undefended. You understand what that means? I understand your concern, Captain. I'll flag your request for priority review. You'll flag it? That's the process, sir. Holt hung up. Not slammed, placed the receiver down with the deliberate control of a man who understood that visible anger was a weakness subordinates remembered. He sat behind his desk, both hands flat on the surface, and stared at the sector map pinned to the wall. One green pin. His QS position, covering the eastern approach to the command post and the main supply route. One pin in a sector that stretched 8 kilometers north to south and 5 east to west. 40 square kilometers of suburban terrain with exactly one defensive system that worked. The rest of his sector was protected by men with shotguns, improvised jammers, and procedures written by people who'd never been shot at. What one fight wasn't a campaign. And the drones wouldn't stop coming just because he'd killed one. He picked up the daily intelligence summary. 3 incidents overnight in adjacent sectors. UPN had lost a fuel bladder. Canada reported another surveillance drone mapping patrol routes. Orleans had taken a hit on a checkpoint, 2 wounded, 1 serious. His sector, 1 intercept. 0 damage. 0 casualties. He circled the statistics with a red pen and set the report aside. The briefing room smelled like coffee and cleaning solution. Holt stood at the map, pointer in hand, facing his platoon leaders and the senior NCOs who ran the day-to-day operations. Kowalski was in the second row, spiral notebook open, face unreadable. Intelligence from division indicates the resistance is operating some kind of training pipeline, Holt said. A drone school. New operators being recruited and trained somewhere in the region. The attacks are too coordinated and too consistent to be random individuals. Someone is teaching these people. He tapped the map. Red circles marked the areas of highest drone activity. Our mission today is twofold. First, maintain defensive posture around priority infrastructure. Second, and this is the priority I want every squad leader to hear, find the school. Find where they're training. Shut it down. And went up. Lieutenant Ferris, 2nd Platoon. Sir, what are our search parameters? Do we have a suspected location? If I had a suspected location, Lieutenant, I wouldn't need you to find it. Check everywhere. Garages, basements, community spaces, churches, schools, anywhere people gather. I want 12 house sweeps in sectors Bravo through Delta. Coordinate with the citizen patrols for local intelligence. Rules of engagement for the searches, sir? Kowalski's voice, flat and professional from the second row. Standard procedure. Enter, search. If they cooperate, be professional. If they don't, Holt let the sentence finish itself. Every operator we eliminate is 1 less drone in the sky. I don't care how many doors we open. Find them. Holt followed 2nd Platoon's sweep through Sector Bravo 3 from his command vehicle, monitoring the radio traffic. Kowalski's squad was working Greenbank Road, the 12th address that afternoon. The house belonged to a family named Fournier. Mother, father, 2 children under 10. Holt watched through binoculars from 2 blocks away as Kowalski positioned his squad in the driveway while the family stood on the lawn. Standard procedure. The soldiers filed through the front door. The mother held both children against her legs. One of the kids, small, pigtails, pressed into her mother's thigh. Holt lowered the binoculars and checked his watch. Average search time was running 8 minutes per residence. Kowalski's squad had maintained that pace all day. Efficient. Professional. From his position, he could hear the muffled sounds of the search. Boots on hardwood. Doors opening. The mechanical rhythm of trained soldiers executing a mission. Rodriguez emerged from the side door, carrying something red. Holt raised the binoculars again. Oh, a car. Remote controlled, by the look of it, antenna sticking up from the roof. Kowalski's hand dropped to his sidearm, then relaxed. Words were exchanged. Holt couldn't hear them from this distance, but he saw the father's mouth moving, hands still raised. After a moment, Rodriguez took the toy back inside. The squad finished the sweep and filed out. Kowalski stood in the driveway for a few seconds, then moved his squad to the next address. Alpha 6, this is Alpha 2. Kowalski's voice came through the radio, flat and professional. Greenbank sweep complete. Negative contact. Proceeding to next address. Holt keyed his handset. Copy, Alpha 2. I want a status update at 1600. Roger. Holt logged the result in his notebook. 12 houses searched. 12 negative contacts. No drones. No flight controllers. No training materials. But that was the nature of this work. You searched until you found something, or until the searches themselves created enough pressure to make mistakes. The resistance would slip eventually. They always did. He directed his driver to the next checkpoint and continued monitoring the radio traffic. By 1600, his platoons had searched 42 residences across 3 sectors. 42 negative results. Holt had patience, and he had time. The school existed somewhere. Every operator had to learn somewhere. His soldiers would open the right door. The fluorescent lights in Holt's office buzzed at a frequency that burrowed into the base of his skull. He'd been staring at the sector map for 40 minutes, tracing the pattern of red pins drone attacks across Ottawa over the past 3 weeks. They clustered at the edges. Canada. Nepean. Orleans. The airport approaches. Supply depots on the ring roads and highway interchanges. The pins formed a rough circle around the city, like the spokes of a wheel with no hub. And in the center, in his sector, in Barhaven South, almost nothing. The one intercepted drone from this morning. Before that, nothing at all. A knock. Staff Sergeant Paulson, his intelligence officer, entered with the daily summary. End of day report, sir. 3 incidents in adjacent sectors. Nepean lost another supply trailer. Canada had a surveillance overflight. Orleans checkpoint took harassment fire from a modified quadcopter, no casualties. And us? 1 intercept, 03117 hours. Otherwise quiet. Your sector has the lowest incident rate in the division, sir. Holt nodded slowly. He pulled a red pen from his desk and drew a circle around Barhaven South on the map. The circle enclosed the quiet zone, the sector where his aggressive posture, his searches, his demolitions, his citizen patrols had produced what every commander in Ottawa wanted, and none of them had achieved. Compliance. That's what happens when you don't negotiate with these people, he said. Paulson nodded and placed the report on the desk. Anything else, sir? The search results from today. 12 residences searched. No actionable intelligence. No drone equipment recovered. Expand the search grid tomorrow. Double the houses. If the school is mobile, we increase the surface area until we catch them moving. Yes, sir. Paulson left. The door closed with a soft click. Holt stood and walked to the map. He placed his finger on Barhaven South and held it there, feeling the paper beneath his skin. The quiet sector. His sector. He pulled out his notebook, the one with the growing list of names, addresses, and observations compiled from citizen patrol reports and his own surveillance, and added a line at the bottom. Drone school. Location unknown. Mobile. Expand search radius. Increase checkpoint frequency. Request additional CUS units. Again. Brief division on sector success model. Recommend adoption across AO. He underlined the last item twice. You didn't win an occupation by being liked. You won it by being feared. He closed the notebook and checked the time. 230. He turned off the light and went to his cot, satisfied that tomorrow would bring more of the same. The map stayed on the wall, red pins circling the empty center like wolves around a fire they couldn't reach. He never asked why the wolves weren't trying. Chapter 13. The school. The basement smelled like laundry detergent and cold concrete. Someone had left a load of towels in the dryer upstairs, and the faint chemical sweetness drifted down through the floor joists, mixing with the mineral bite of unfinished walls. Sergeant Mike Thornton set his laptop on the folding table and opened it. The screen cast a blue-white glow across the 6 faces arranged in a loose semicircle on mismatched chairs. Amping chair. 2 plastic lawn chairs. 3 metal folding chairs that could have come from any church basement in Ontario. He'd carried them in himself. 2 trips through the back gate. because the homeowner was at work and wouldn't know anyone had been here until the scuff marks on the concrete faded. "You're not here to become drone pilots," he said. "You're here to become replaceable." The six looked at each other. A young man in his 20s, close-cropped hair, the hard build of someone who'd worked construction before the invasion shut the sites down. A middle-aged woman with reading glasses pushed up on her forehead. A retired electrician whose hands hadn't stopped moving since he sat down, fingers whirring at a callus on his left palm. Three others, a postal worker, a college student, a man who'd introduced himself only as Ray and hadn't elaborated. The retired electrician raised his hand halfway, caught himself, lowered it. Old habits. What does that mean exactly? It means the best resistance network is one where any single person can be removed and operations continue the next morning. Thornton kept his voice at conversational volume. Not a whisper. Whispers carried differently, drew attention from anyone passing a window. Just two neighbors talking. If losing you shuts us down, we've already failed. Your job is to make sure you're not the bottleneck. The room absorbed that. Above them, the dryer thumped through its cycle. Thornton pulled up the programming interface on his laptop and turned the screen to face the group. A topographic map of the Ottawa region filled the display, green and gray, with a grid overlay and small numbered icons scattered across it. "This is what we're learning today." He walked them through it piece by piece. Departure point. Intermediate waypoints. Target area. Loiter pattern. Return path. Each step was a click, a coordinate, a decision made in advance so the machine wouldn't need to ask for one later. "The drone flies these waypoints on its own," he said, tracing the route on screen with a pen cap. "No signal required. BS handles navigation. The Americans can jam our control frequencies all day long, and it doesn't matter, the bird is already programmed to get where it's going." "And when it gets there?" the construction worker asked. "It circles. Waits. When you establish a control link, or another operator does, if you've been compromised, you take manual control for the final approach. You make the decision. You execute the strike." "What if nobody connects?" The college student leaned forward. She had a notebook open on her knee, pen moving. "Battery dies. Drone crashes in an empty field somewhere. We lose a piece of equipment. Not a person, not a mission." He paused, letting that settle. "Signal loss is not failure. Signal loss is expected. Plan for it." The retired electrician was nodding. His fingers had stopped whirring the callus. Like programming a CNC machine. Set the toolpath, press start, supervise the cut. Exactly like that. Thornton turned the laptop back around. "Who wants to go first?" The electrician stood before anyone else could move. Thornton walked him through the interface, standing close enough to point, but not so close that the man couldn't operate independently. Set the departure coordinates. Select 3 intermediate waypoints, not in a straight line, never in a straight line, always offset to avoid predictable approach vectors. Define the target area with a radius. Set the loiter altitude and pattern. Diagram the return path different from the approach. The electrician's hands were steady on the keyboard. His inputs were clean, deliberate. 40 years of working with machines had given him an intuition for systems that needed parameters. "Check your return path," Thornton said. The electrician studied the screen. Caught it. The return route overlapped with the outbound leg for 2 kilometers. He adjusted, rerouting through a different corridor. Good. That was obvious. It's obvious now. At 2 in the morning, running a mission while your hands are shaking, it won't be. Thornton looked at the rest of the group. "This is why we practice in basements instead of learning in the field. Every mistake you make here is free." One by one, the others took their turns. The middle-aged woman fumbled the interface at first, then found the rhythm. The postal worker was methodical, slow, double-checking every coordinate. Ray said nothing, worked quickly, got it right the first time. The college student asked 3 questions for every step, wrote everything down, then executed flawlessly. The construction worker was last. His inputs were rough but functional. Thornton corrected his loiter altitude too low, would clip the tree line and had him redo the return path twice. "That'll work," Thornton said when he finished. "That's it? That's it. You don't need to be exceptional. You need to be adequate, and you need to be one of 20 people who can do this same thing tomorrow." He closed the laptop. That's what replaceable looks like. The training wound down. Thornton explained the departure protocol. 2-minute intervals, different directions, nobody walking together. The construction worker lingered at the foot of the stairs. He'd been focused through the training, hands steady, jaw set. But something else was working behind his eyes. He turned back to face Thornton. "Why don't we hit them here?" The question landed like a drop tool. The college student stopped on the third step. Gray, already wearing his jacket, went still. "The patrol on my street," the young man continued. "I know their schedule. Same re-guys, same route, every day. They stop at the Tim Hortons on Strandard at 10:15. They leave their truck running." His voice was low, controlled, but the tendons in his neck were taut. "I could do it with a rock and a lighter." Thornton studied him. 23, maybe 24. The age where patience was a foreign language and inaction tasted like cowardice. "What's your name?" "Liam." "Liam, that patrol trusts your neighborhood. They relax when they turn onto your street. They wave at your neighbors. One of them bought a popsicle from a kid's lemonade stand last week." Liam's jaw flexed. So the moment you hit them there, that trust dies. Every soldier in this sector goes to full alert. Every house on your block gets searched. Your neighbors, the ones with kids, the ones who are hiding people, the ones who smile at the patrols so the patrols don't look too closely, all of them become suspects. They're already suspects. No. Right now, they're cooperative citizens in a quiet neighborhood. That's cover. That's the most valuable thing we have. More valuable than drones, more valuable than operators, more valuable than anything you learned today. The furnace clicked on. Warm air pushed through the floor vents, carrying the smell of dust and old insulation. Outside, a car passed, its headlights sweeping briefly across the basement window wells. Everyone held still. The lights moved on. "When we spend that cover," Thornton said, "it'll be for something that changes the math. Not one patrol. Not 3 soldiers drinking coffee. Something that makes every patrol in this city stop and reconsider whether they want to be here at all." Liam's hands were fists at his sides. He opened them deliberately, finger by finger. "When we're ready. When the target's right." Thornton met his eyes. "Not yet. We're building something. Don't waste it." The young man held the stare for 3 seconds. Then he turned and went up the stairs without another word. The college student followed, keeping her distance. Thornton waited until the house above was silent. He packed the laptop into a backpack that looked like it belonged to a university student, checked the basement for anything left behind: a pen, a scrap of paper, a hair tie, anything that said people were here, and found it clean. He folded the chairs and leaned them against the water heater, turned off the single bulb. He left through the back door, crossed the yard in darkness, and stepped through the gap in the cedar hedge that connected this property to the one behind it. Standard exit. A different route than his entrance. The guard patrol was at the intersection of Strandard and Longfields when Thornton crossed their path. 2 soldiers in ACUs, rifles slung, walking the easy pace of men who didn't expect trouble. The one on the left raised a hand. "Evening." "Evening." Thornton kept walking. Baseball cap, dark jacket, the shuffling gait of a man heading home from a friend's place after a few beers. Nothing to see. He took the long way to Diane's house, circling the block twice to check for tails. Found none. Entered through the backyard, stepping over the garden hose. She never moved because leaving it there meant she'd hear anyone who tripped on it. The kitchen light was on. Diane sat at the table with a cup of tea and a composition notebook, the kind with the black and white marbled cover. She looked up when he came in. 6 more certified," he said, pulling out a chair. 3 strong, 2 adequate, 1 who will need another session. "The electrician?" Strong, natural with the interface. He'll be running his own training sessions within the week. Diane opened the notebook to a page covered in handwriting. Thornton caught a glimpse of names, locations, capability codes of paper database that would never show up in a digital search, never ping a server, never leave a trace on any network the Americans could monitor. That gives us 23 trained operators across 7 cells, she said. Geographic coverage from Barhaven to Canada. Redundant capability in 4 sectors. Enough to absorb losses. She set down her pen. When they figure out what's happening here, and they will, the first thing they'll do is try to cut the head off. Interrogations, examples. The network has to survive that. We're headless already. Coordination through shared intelligence, not shared command. Any cell can operate independently if the others go dark. Almost. Diane picked up a different notebook. This one was smaller, leather-bound, with a rubber band holding it shut. She didn't open it. Just held it, tapping it lightly against the table. We have the people. We have the capability. What we need now is the target. Thornton waited. Something bigger than supply depots. Bigger than checkpoints. She looked past him, through the kitchen window into the dark yard. The neighbor's porch light was on. Normal. Safe. Something that makes them understand this isn't going to stop. She didn't say what she was thinking, but her eyes had the particular focus he'd seen in operational commanders before, the look that meant the planning had already begun somewhere behind the words. When you know, he said, I'll build the package. Diane nodded once. She opened the leather notebook and pulled the cap off her pen. Thornton let himself out the back door. Behind him, the scratch of pen on paper was the only sound in the house. Chapter 14. Pillow Talk. The apartment had been someone else's before. Hannah could tell by the nail holes in the walls where pictures had hung, the faint rectangle of discoloration above the dresser where a mirror had been removed, the scuff marks on the hardwood from furniture that wasn't there anymore. The Canadian landlord had been given 48 hours to vacate. Standard requisition. The personal touches had been stripped out and replaced with military austerity. A camp cot with regulation sheets, a folding table with a laptop, 2 duffel bags stacked against the wall, and a single framed photograph on the nightstand. The photograph was of a woman in her 50s, dark-haired, smiling in front of a row house with a chain-link fence. Buffalo. His mother. Marcus lay beside her, one arm behind his head, staring at the ceiling. His breathing had slowed. The tension that lived in his shoulders and his jaw and his hands, the constant low-grade alertness of a soldier in occupied territory had gone slack. She could see the boy underneath the uniform. 22 years old and 3,000 kilometers from the woman in the photograph. My mom used to make this thing, he said. Arroz con pollo. Rice and chicken, but the way she did it, sofrito, olives, these little peppers from the bodega on Steinway. You could smell it from the hallway. He exhaled slowly. I'd kill for a plate right now. Sounds amazing. It is. A half smile. She sends me instant oatmeal in her care packages. Maple brown sugar. It's not the same. Hannah pulled the sheet higher and turned on her side to face him. His dog tags had shifted during the night and lay against his collarbone, the stamped metal catching light from the street lamp outside. She read the letters without moving her eyes. Raise Marcus A. O. Pos. O. Pref. No religious preference. 22 years old with no religious preference, and a mother who sent maple brown sugar oatmeal to a war zone that wasn't supposed to be a war zone. How long do you think you'll be here? She asked. Nobody knows. First it was 2 weeks. Then a month. Now they don't even give us dates anymore. He rubbed his face with his free hand. This sergeant I know, Torres, he's posted in Canada. He says his lieutenant told them to stop asking. That's awful. It's the army. You go where they point you and you stay until they point you somewhere else. He turned his head to look at her. You're the only good thing about this place. You know that? She smiled. The muscles in her face performed the expression with mechanical precision. Things are about to get crazy, though, he said. He was looking at the ceiling again. Big brass coming in. Hannah's pulse moved from resting to operational in the space between one breath and the next. She kept her body still, kept her voice in the same register, curious, slightly bored, the tone of a woman making conversation after sex. Oh, yeah? Anyone important? Marcus hesitated. She could see the hesitation in his throat, the way his Adam's apple moved on a swallow that had nothing to do with thirst. Operational security was a reflex for soldiers, even careless ones, even lonely ones. I probably shouldn't say. You don't have to. She let it go. Shifted the pillow under her head, yawned lightly. I was just making conversation. Silence. The apartment's radiator ticked in the corner, expanding as heat moved through old pipes. Outside, a vehicle passed military by the engine note, heavy diesel. Then nothing. It's big, though. He said it like a man stepping off a ledge. Like, really big. She let the words sit. Didn't reach for them. 3 weeks of this had taught her the rhythm. The less she pushed, the more he gave. His need to talk was stronger than his training to stay quiet. Bigger than your captain? She made it playful, dismissive. The kind of question that said she didn't understand the military hierarchy and didn't particularly care to learn. Marcus snorted. Way bigger. We're talking Washington big. Victory tour stuff. Washington. Victory tour. The vice president. It had to be. The president wouldn't come too much risk, but the vice president making the rounds, shaking hands, declaring success. That was exactly the theater this invasion was built on. Hannah kept her breathing even. She reached over and traced a line along his forearm, a gesture of intimacy that also kept her hand from trembling. When's this happening? I want to know when you're going to be too busy for me. He laughed. The sound was warm, unguarded, the laugh of a man who had no idea he was being debriefed. Next month. I don't have the exact dates yet, but they've already started security planning. Route surveys, communication protocols, the whole deal. My sergeant's been in meetings every day this week. Where? The airport? Airport for sure. Downtown Parliament, I think. Maybe some local stops. They want footage of him with the troops, with the civilians, the whole hearts and minds package. He rolled his eyes. Like we're winning hearts and minds. Hannah filed each piece in the architecture of her memory, the same way Diane had taught her. Discrete facts, stripped of emotion, organized by category. Timing. Location. Security posture. Source confidence. High. Don't worry. Marcus pulled her closer, his arms settling around her shoulders. I'll still find time for you. She pressed her face against his chest. His heart was beating slowly, steady, the rhythm of a man at peace. She could feel his ribs through the thin t-shirt he'd pulled on. He was thinner than he'd been a month ago. The food was bad, and the stress was constant, and his body was paying for both. You better, she said. He kissed the top of her head. Within minutes, his breathing deepened and leveled into sleep. Hannah lay in the dark with her eyes open. Marcus's arm was heavy across her shoulders. His dog tags pressed against her cheek, the metal warm from his skin. She counted to 500. Then she eased out from under his arm, moving in increments so small that his breathing never changed. She sat on the edge of the cot and dressed in silence. Jeans, sweater, shoes she could walk in. Her jacket was on the back of the folding chair. She took it without making the metal scrape on the floor. On his desk, half covered by a duty roster she'd already memorized on a previous visit, was a printed schedule with highlighted blocks of time. She couldn't read it in the dark, but the density of highlighting told her something. The next 2 weeks were packed. She didn't take photographs. Diane's rule. Phones could be searched, images recovered, metadata traced. Everything stayed in her head. Marcus shifted in his sleep. His hand moved across the empty space where she'd been, found nothing, and settled. Hannah let herself out. The streets were quiet in the way only occupied cities are quiet, not peaceful, but suppressed. The sodium lamps along Longfields Drive cast their orange pools at regular intervals, and between them the darkness was complete. No porch lights. No headlights. Curfew had emptied the roads 2 hours ago. Her footsteps were louder than she wanted them to be. She adjusted her pace, rolling heel to toe, the way Thornton had taught her during one of the early training sessions. Noise discipline. She'd laughed at the term then. She wasn't laughing now. Guard patrol appeared at the intersection ahead. 2 soldiers, a Humvee idling behind them. Hannah reached into her jacket pocket and produced the curfew pass. Laminated card, Reyes's signature on the authorization line, stamped with the unit seal. It identified her as a civilian liaison with approved after-hours movement. He'd arranged it for her the second week, no questions asked, because he wanted her to be able to come and go as she pleased. Another betrayal. She'd lost count of them. "Evening, miss." The soldier checked the card under a red lens flashlight, handed it back. "Stay safe." "Thank you." She walked on. The soldiers didn't watch her go. She was authorized. She was known. She was Marcus Reyes's girlfriend, and that made her invisible. She passed a parked sedan and caught her reflection in the driver's window. The orange sodium light warped her features, turned her face into something she didn't recognize. A woman walking home from her boyfriend's apartment. Woman carrying secrets that would get people killed. She kept walking. Her hands were in her jacket pockets, and they would not stop shaking. Diane's kitchen light was on. A single bulb over the table, the one she left burning whenever she was expecting a report. The rest of the house was dark. Hannah came in through the back door, the same route everyone used, past the garden hose on the flagstone that served as an early warning system. She knocked twice, paused, knocked once. The lock turned from inside. Diane was in her chair at the head of the table. Tea in front of her, untouched, a skin of milk forming on the surface. Marbled composition notebook was closed. Her reading glasses were folded on top of it. "Sit down." Diane's voice was neutral, but her eyes were already reading Hannah's face. Late night arrival. Shaking hands. Something had changed. Hannah sat. She placed her hands flat on the table to steady them and delivered the intelligence in the order she'd organized it during the walk. "Rise told me there's a VIP visit coming. Washington level. Based on the preparation scale, it's the vice president. Approximately 1 month from now. Airport arrival, Parliament Hill, possible local appearances with troops and civilians. Security planning is already underway, route surveys, communication protocols. His sergeant's been in daily meetings." Didn't interrupt. Complete attention. No reaction until all the data was in. "His exact words," Diane said. "Washington big. Victory tour stuff." "Yes." "Did he say vice president specifically?" "No. That the preparation profile matches. The president wouldn't come. Too much political risk, and the optics of visiting an active occupation." "Agreed." Diane picked up her glasses, turned them in her hands, set them down again. "Confidence level?" "High." He wasn't speculating. His unit has been tasked with preparation. "Does he know you're reporting this?" "No." The word hung between them. Diane studied her for a moment that stretched long enough for the refrigerator compressor to cycle on and off. "You did well," Diane said. "This could change everything." Hannah nodded. "What are we going to do with it?" Diane opened the composition notebook. Her pen was already in her hand. "We're going to think very carefully," she said. "And then we're going to decide." She began to write. Each word was a step towards something that couldn't be taken back. The Vice President of the United States killed by consumer drones in an Ottawa suburb. The thought was so large it didn't have edges. It belonged in history books, not kitchens. "Go home," Diane said without looking up. "Get some sleep. Don't change anything with Reyes. Same schedule, same behavior, same everything. He can't sense a shift." "I know." Do you need anything? Hannah stood. Her hands had stopped shaking. Something worse had replaced the tremorous stillness that went all the way down. No. She let herself out. The back door closed behind her with a soft click, and then she was walking again through the dark yard, past the garden hose, into the street where the orange sodium lamps made everything look like a photograph from another era. Behind her, in the kitchen, Diane sat alone. Dawn was still 2 hours away. The tea had gone cold. The notebook was open, and the pen was moving, and the face she was imagining wasn't on the page yet. But it would be. Chapter 15. The Target. 5 chairs in a circle. 5 faces in the dim yellow light of a basement that smelled like cardboard and old paint. The furnace kicked on somewhere behind the wall, a low mechanical groan that swallowed the silence between them. Diane set her notebook on her knee and clicked her pen once. The sound was too loud. The Vice President of the United States is coming to Ottawa. 3 weeks. Nobody moved. The sergeant stood against the far wall with his arms crossed, weight on his back foot like a man ready to leave a room he'd never planned to enter. Hannah sat 2 chairs to Diane's left, her hands folded between her knees. Graham, who ran communications for the eastern cells, leaned forward with his elbows on his thighs. Nor, who coordinated logistics across 4 suburbs, pressed her back against the cold concrete wall. Arrival by air, Diane continued. MacDonald Cartier Airport, military side. Appearances at Parliament Hill, possibly the War Museum, possibly a troop rally at one of the forward bases. Departure same route. 1 day, maybe 2. Source? Graham's voice was low. He was in his early 40s, a former paramedic who'd spent 3 weeks learning encrypted radio protocols before he touched a single piece of equipment. Solid. Diane didn't elaborate. Confirmed through 2 channels. She let that settle. The furnace cycled off. In the quiet, she could hear someone breathing through their nose, fast and shallow. This is the biggest target we will ever have access to. We need to decide what to do with it. She looked at each of them in turn. Before we plan, we debate. I want to hear every argument, for and against. Graham spoke first. Is the VP a legitimate target? Define legitimate, Diane said. Graham rubbed his hands together, a motion she'd seen paramedics make before delivering bad news. He's a politician. He didn't pull a trigger. He signed papers, gave speeches, shook hands at fundraisers. Is that the same as the soldiers running checkpoints? He authorized the invasion. Noor's voice was flat, her accent clipping the consonants short. She'd immigrated from Lebanon 15 years ago. She understood occupation in a way most of them never would. Every demolished home. Every family detained. Every curfew. He is second in command of all of it. He did not pull triggers because he had other people to pull them for him. That's the chain of command, Graham said. By that logic, every voter who elected the president is complicit. Not every voter sent soldiers across the border. The sergeant shifted his weight but said nothing. Diane watched him. He'd speak when he was ready. He always did. Graham pressed on. Say we hit him. Say it works. What happens the next day? Noor opened her mouth, but Graham raised a hand. I'm asking seriously. The retaliation. We've seen what happens when they lose a fuel depot. They demolish houses. They round up families. Fuel depot. What do they do when we kill the vice president? The question hung in the air like smoke. They'd burn this city to the ground, Graham said. Every neighborhood. Every suspect. Every civilian who looked at an American soldier the wrong way. We'd be handing them permission to do everything they've been holding back. They are not holding back, Noor said quietly. Do you think they are holding back? I think it gets worse. It always gets worse. That is not a reason to stop. Diane wrote 2 words in her notebook. Retaliation cost. She underlined neither. There's another angle, Graham said. We become assassins. Right now, we're saboteurs, resistance fighters, defending our country. We hit military targets, infrastructure. We have rules. The minute we target a political leader, we cross a line the rest of the world notices. The rest of the world, Noor said, is already watching us die and doing nothing. The sergeant uncrossed his arms. He's a strategic target. His voice carried the flat professionalism of a dozen mission briefings. His death degrades enemy morale and command confidence. It forces every American political leader to recalculate personal risk. We have the capability to reach him. Morally, he's as legitimate as any general in the field. More so. He paused. Generals follow orders. He gave them. Looked at the floor. And if we miss? Then we've demonstrated that consumer technology can threaten anyone, anywhere, at any time. The message is the same whether the payload connects or not. People will die either way. People are dying now. The sergeant's tone didn't change. The question is whether their deaths serve a strategic purpose or whether they're random attrition. Graham's hands stopped moving. He stared at the sergeant for a long moment, then looked at Diane. What about you? Hannah hadn't spoken. She sat still in her chair, hands locked together, eyes fixed on a point on the concrete floor 3 feet in front of her. Diane had been tracking that silence since the meeting started. She knew what lived inside it. Hannah will speak when she's ready. Diane turned to address the room. Let me tell you what I think. She stood. The chair scraped on concrete, and she left it where it was, moving to the center of the loose circle. Her notebook stayed on the seat behind her. This war will not end with surrender documents. There will be no ceremony on a battleship, no treaty signed in a palace. It will end when the occupier concludes that controlling Canada costs more than the crisis they manufactured to justify it. The furnace kicked on again. She spoke through it. Killing the vice president does not win the war. Nothing we do in this basement wins the war. But it changes the cost calculation. Every American politician will ask the same question. If the VP isn't safe in a secured visit to a pacified capital, am I safe anywhere? That uncertainty is worth more than 100 destroyed convoys. She turned slowly, making eye contact with each of them. We've spent 5 weeks establishing a pattern. We hit military targets. We avoid the airport approaches. We keep our own neighborhoods silent. The Americans think they understand us. She let a beat pass. The VP visit is a moment of maximum vulnerability. Every assumption we've trained them to make will fail at once. Graham raised his head. And the cost? Retaliation will come. Our neighbors will suffer. People we know. People we love. Diane returned to her chair and sat down, and the act of sitting was somehow heavier than the standing had been. But they're suffering now. The question is whether the suffering leads somewhere. The room was still. Graham's hands hung between his knees. Noor watched Diane with the steady attention of someone who had heard this kind of calculus before, in another country, in another language. The sergeant stood where he'd stood the entire time, unmoved, unsurprised. I can't promise this is right, Diane said. I can promise I've thought about it. She turned. Now I need to hear from Hannah. Every head in the room shifted. Hannah's fingers were white where they gripped each other. She raised her eyes from the floor and looked at Diane, and in that look was something Diane recognized from the first night of the war. The weight of knowing what you're capable of. Rise told me this. Hannah's voice was steady, but the steadiness had edges. He told me because he trusts me. Because I made him trust me. If we do this, I helped kill his friends. She swallowed. Maybe him. Noor looked away. Graham closed his eyes. I'm not saying we shouldn't. Hannah's hands separated, palms pressing flat against her knees. I'm saying we need to know what we're choosing. Machines navigate. Humans decide when violence is justified. She met Diane's eyes. I decided when I started that relationship. I don't get to pretend I'm innocent now. Diane reached across and touched Hannah's wrist. Brief pressure. Nothing more. None of us are innocent. That's not what this is about. Hannah nodded once. Her jaw tightened, then released. She folded her hands again, and this time they were still. Diane looked at each of them one last time. Graham. Nor. The sergeant. Hannah. She didn't call for a vote. This was not a democracy. We plan for this. We prepare for this. When the time comes, we decide whether to execute. Her voice carried the same tone she'd used in classrooms for 30 years, the tone that meant listen and remember. But from this moment, the vice president is our target. Everything we do serves that operation. She assigned the work. The sergeant, reconnaissance, flight planning, swarm development. Hannah, continue intelligence gathering, extract departure details, route specifics, timing. Graham, coordinate with manufacturing cells, begin scaling production. Nor, logistics, supply chain, component acquisition across the network. Operational security is absolute. Nothing written down that doesn't need to be. Nothing discussed outside this group. Staggered departures. You leave first. 3 minutes between each of you. Graham stood. He looked at Diane, started to say something, then didn't. He climbed the basement stairs, and the door opened and closed above them. 3 minutes. Nor left. 3 minutes. The sergeant gave Diane a nod, the kind that carried no particular emotion, and followed. 3 minutes. Hannah paused at the bottom of the stairs. Diane. Yes. I'll get the departure details. I'll get everything. I know you will. Hannah climbed the stairs. The door opened. Closed. Diane sat alone in the basement. 5 folding chairs in a circle. The furnace cycling off. Cold concrete through the soles of her shoes. She opened her notebook to a blank page and wrote one word in the center, pressing hard enough to score the paper beneath. Departure. She closed the notebook and clicked the pen. The sound was too loud in the empty room. Then she stood, folded her chair, stacked it with the others against the wall, and climbed the stairs into the night. Chapter 16. The Swarm Doctrine. The whiteboard was a salvage thing, cracked along one edge where someone had dropped it, propped against exposed ductwork in the basement of a foreclosed home in Canada. Sergeant Thornton uncapped a dry erase marker and drew a single circle in the center. This is the target. 3 cell subleaders sat on folding chairs. Diane stood at the back with her arms crossed, coffee in hand, watching. The fluorescent tube overhead hummed, the sound thin and insistent. He drew a larger circle around the first. This is the defensive perimeter. Counter-drone teams, probably a short element if they're smart. Everything between the outer ring and the target is a kill zone. He let them look at it. 1 drone does not get through that. 2 don't. 10 don't. He drew X marks around the outer circle, a cluster of them, and crossed each one out. They shoot down the first wave in seconds. RF jammers knock out anything running on a standard frequency. Net guns, shotguns, directed energy, if they've gotten the equipment by then. A single drone against a prepared defense is a dead drone. One of the subleaders, a heavyset man named Firth who'd managed a Costco distribution center before the invasion, shifted in his chair. So what's the play? Thornton drew a swarm. Dozens of small arrows converging from every direction, filling the space between the circles. He drew them fast, the marker squeaking against the board, until the diagram looked like a starburst. You launch 100. The room went quiet. 95 get destroyed. Jammers kill 30. Counter-drone teams get another 40. Small arms fire, electronic warfare, nets, whatever else they've got, they chew through everything you throw at them. He circled the 5 arrows that reached the inner ring. But they can't stop all of them. Not 100. Not from every direction at once. 5 get through. He tapped each surviving arrow. 5 drones with payloads. That's mission success. Firth did the math out loud. 100 drones. In 3 weeks. 21 days, Thornton said. 5 drones a day average with ramp-up time. It's tight. The woman to first left, Priya, who ran a cell in Gloucester and had spent 15 years as a systems engineer at Nortel before it collapsed, leaned forward. You've done this before? No, Thornton didn't dress it up. Nobody has. Not at this scale, not with consumer hardware, not against a prepared defense. We're inventing this. Then how do you know it works? The math works. Eve Crane proved the concept with smaller numbers against less prepared targets. We're scaling the principle. He set the marker down. The swarm isn't about precision. It's about forcing defensive overreaction. Every jammer they activate reveals its position. Every counter-drone team that engages is a team that isn't watching something else. Every round they fire at a decoy is a round they can't fire at a payload carrier. He pointed at the 5 surviving arrows again. The 95 that die aren't wasted. They're doing their job. Diane spoke from the back of the room. Can we build that many? Thornton turned to face her. The overhead light caught the lines around his eyes. He'd slept 4 hours in the last 2 days, and it showed in the hollows beneath his cheekbones. That depends on you. They drove separately to Diane's house. Different routes, different timing. Thornton arrived last, parked 2 blocks away, walked through a neighbor's backyard, and in through the back gate. Standard procedure. The kind of routine that stopped being paranoia after the first month of occupation and became muscle memory. The kitchen table was covered. Maps with colored pins marking locations across the city. A row of 3 encrypted phones, each assigned to a different communication channel. A clock on the wall, ticking loud enough to hear between sentences. Graham sat at one end, laptop open, running a frequency scanner out of habit. Diane stood at the counter, already dialing. Each call lasted under 90 seconds. A code phrase. Component assignment. A deadline. VPN. Frames. 21 days. She hung up. Dialed again. Orleans. Motors. Same timeline. Thornton watched from the doorway. He'd seen logistics operations run by career officers with dedicated supply chains and satellite communications. He'd never seen anything like this. Gloucester. Flight controllers and wiring harnesses. Stittsville. And final integration. Barhaven West. Battery packs. Canada South. Propellers and housings. Monotic. Payload systems. 7 calls. 7 nodes. Each one a basement or garage or garden shed where someone Diane had recruited months or years ago would begin building a piece of something without knowing what the other pieces looked like. No single node produced a complete drone. No single person outside this room knew the full scope. Graham tracked acknowledgments on his laptop. Green lights appearing one by one on a spreadsheet that existed only in Rawling airframe missile and would be wiped when he closed the lid. 7 confirmed, he said. 3 more pending. They'll confirm by midnight. Diane poured herself coffee from a pot that was always on. They always do. Thornton crossed to the table and studied the pin map. The nodes formed a loose ring around the city, none closer than 8 kilometers to another, none in Barhaven proper. He traced the supply lines in his head. Components manufactured in 7 locations, transported to an assembly node in Stittsville, tested and stored. The supply chain, he said. How do you source 100 motors without triggering a flag? You don't buy 100 motors. Diane sat down across from him. You buy 3 motors from a hobby shop in Nepean, 2 from a shop in Kempville, 4 online from a distributor in Montreal using a prepaid card, 6 more from a member who had a stockpile from before the invasion. She sipped her coffee. Multiply that across every component. Frames, controllers, batteries, propellers, small quantities from dozens of sources. Nothing bulk, nothing traceable to a single buyer. You planned this? I planned for something like this 2 years ago. She set the mug down. I didn't know the target would be the vice president. I knew we'd need to scale. Thornton looked at the map again. The pins. The nodes. The supply routes, sketched in pencil, erasable, deniable. He'd spent his career in units that took months to plan operations with billion-dollar budgets. Diane had built this between grocery runs and neighborhood watch meetings. The 10th node, he said. Quality control and testing. That's yours. The garage in Stittsville smelled like solder and motor oil. Someone had pushed a Toyota Corolla onto the driveway to make room for 2 folding tables covered in drone components. Overhead fluorescence threw hard shadows across the workbenches. Box fan in the corner moved hot air from one side of the space to the other. Thornton picked up a frame from the first batch. Carbon fiber and 3D printed mounts, light enough to hold in one hand. He flexed it. Checked the motor mount alignment. Ran his thumb along a weld joint. This one's out. The 2 volunteers, retired machinists named Doug and his daughter, who couldn't have been older than 25 and introduced herself only as Kay, exchanged a glance. The weld's solid, Doug said. I've been brazing joints for 30 years. The motor mount is 2 degrees off axis. Thornton held it under the light so they could see. Under load, that motor pulls left. Under full throttle, the whole airframe yaws. In formation flight, a yawing drone drifts into its neighbor, and you lose 2 instead of 1. Doug took the frame back, turned it in his hands. His mouth tightened. A drone that fails in formation is a drone that tells them where we launch from, Thornton said. Every failure narrows the search area. Every deviation from the flight path gives their tracking systems a data point. Kay pulled a second frame from the stack and held it up. This one. Thornton inspected it. Motor mounts aligned. Weld joints clean. Carbon fiber layup smooth, no delamination. He plugged in a motor and ran a spin test, holding the frame at arm's length while the propeller whirred up to speed. Stable. No vibration. That one works. He set up a testing protocol on the workbench. 4 checkpoints. Motor spin test. Each motor must hold RPM within 5% tolerance for 30 seconds. PS lock test. Cold start to satellite acquisition under 90 seconds. Flight controller calibration. Level hover for 10 seconds without manual input. Structural integrity. Flex test on each arm, no cracking, no delamination. Every drone goes through all 4 before it leaves this garage, he said. No exceptions. I don't care if we're behind schedule. I don't care if it's 3 in the morning. A drone that fails testing goes back to the node that built the defective component, and that node fixes it or replaces it. Doug leaned against the workbench, arms crossed. We're hobbyists, not engineers. The VP's security team are engineers. They've got electronic warfare specialists, counter-US teams, probably signals intelligence running pattern analysis on every drone flight in the city. Thornton met his eyes. Be better than them. Hay had already started running the first frame through the protocol. Motor 1, or 240 RPM holding. She wrote the number on a tag and moved to motor 2. Thornton watched her work. She had steady hands and quick fingers, and she didn't ask questions she already knew the answers to. Her father had taught her something about precision. Or maybe the stakes had. They tested 12 frames that evening. 9 passed. Went back. By the time Thornton left through the back door, the first approved drone sat in a row on a plastic tarp, propellers folded, batteries disconnected, each one tagged with a handwritten serial number. 12 down, 88 to go. Diane's kitchen. Past midnight. The house was dark, except for the light above the stove, casting a yellow circle across the table where they sat across from each other. Graham had gone home an hour ago. The phones were off. The maps were rolled and hidden. 2 mugs of coffee between them, both cold. Production rate, Thornton said. 12 in the first run, but that includes setup time. Call it 3 to 4 per day once the original 7 nodes find their rhythm. Early production will be slower. Call it 60 from those nodes across 3 weeks. We need 100. We need to add nodes. 3 more assembly points, minimum. Each one needs tools, workspace, and people who won't crack under pressure. Diane pulled a folded paper from her pocket. Names. She'd written them in pencil, light enough to erase with a thumb. I have candidates. Barhaven East, Cumberland, Riverside South. Thornton studied the locations. Good spread. No clustering. Each one added capacity without creating a single point of failure. The payload question, he said. Diane set down her mug. 5 drones get through. Maybe more if we're lucky, but plan for 5. What are they carrying? He laid it out. Decoy drones carry nothing, dead weight, LED strips, anything that makes them look identical to the payload carriers on radar. Of the 100, 70 would be decoys. 20 would carry incendiary packages, thermite-based, designed to start fires that overwhelm fire suppression. 10 would carry the primary payloads. Fragmentation. Shaped charges. The kind of thing that ended lives. You've built shaped charges before? Diane asked. I've called in airstrikes. Thornton turned his coffee mug in a slow circle on the table. Never built the bombs myself. The clock on the wall ticked. The refrigerator hummed. Do you have doubts? Diane asked. He looked at her across the table. Silver hair pulled back. Reading glasses pushed up on her forehead. She could have been asking about a lesson plan. Yes. What kind? The kind that don't stop me. He pushed the mug aside. Diane nodded slowly. And the fact that we're building the weapons in garages. That too. She pulled the paper with the node candidates toward her and circled 3 names. I'll activate these tomorrow. That gets us 13 assembly points total, plus your QC node. If we average 5 completed per day across all 13 assembly points, accounting for ramp-up, reject rates, and rework. 104 in 21 days, with a margin. Thornton did the math himself. She was right. 100 drones, Diane said. She met his eyes across the yellow light. 1 vice president. Make it happen. He stood, pushed in his chair. At the kitchen door, he paused. Diane. Yes. How long have you been planning for this? Not the VP. This. Network. The nodes. The supply chains. She looked at him for a long moment. Since the first Ukrainian grandmother flew a reconnaissance drone over a Russian column, she said. I watched that footage and I thought, that could be us. And then I made sure it would be. He left through the back gate, drove home on surface streets, headlights off for the last 2 blocks, parked in the garage and sat in the dark with the engine ticking. 12 drones on a tarp in Stittsville. 88 to go. Each one built by someone's neighbor, someone's mother, someone's retired colleague. Each one a piece of an assassination weapon assembled in the spaces between ordinary life. He thought about his kids. The park near their house, the one with the wooden climbing structure and the tire swings. 3 weeks to go. Chapter 17. The Quiet Captain. The PowerPoint slide read, Sector Performance. Week 5 in blocky white letters on a blue field. Captain Wayne Holt straightened in his chair and looked at the numbers he already knew by heart. The Ottawa Area Joint Operations Center occupied the 3rd floor of the Shaw Center, a convention facility the division had requisitioned during the first week. Fluorescent lights hummed over rows of folding tables that didn't match the room. The carpet still bore the indentations of exhibit booths. American flags flanked a projection screen at the front, and the air smelled like burnt coffee and uniform sweat. 6 company commanders sat in a loose horseshoe facing the screen. Battalion Commander Lieutenant Colonel Graves stood to one side, arms folded, watching his officers the way a man watches dogs he's considering putting down. The slide changed. A color-coded map of Ottawa divided into operational sectors. Red for high threat, orange for moderate, yellow for elevated, and 1 sector in green, Barhaven South. Canada sector, the briefing officer read from his notes. For drone engagements this period. 2 casualties, 1 vehicle destroyed. In 3 engagements, 1 casualty. Orleans. 5 engagements, significant damage to a logistics node. Downtown core. 6 engagements, 1 KIA. The numbers kept coming. Red and orange washing across the map like a rash. Holt watched the other commanders absorb the data. Captain Morales from Canada had bags under his eyes and a twitch in his left hand he probably didn't know about. Captain Steed from Orleans was chewing the inside of his cheek. None of them looked like men who were winning. Barhaven South, the briefing officer continued, and paused. 0 engagements. 0 casualties. 0 incidents. Heads turned. Holt met their eyes and didn't blink. Lieutenant Colonel Graves stepped forward. Captain Holt, walk us through your approach. Holt stood. 28 years old, 6'1", shoulders squared like he was posing for a recruiting poster. He moved to the screen and planted himself in front of the green sector like a man claiming territory. Sir, the difference is leadership. He let the words sit. My sector runs on 3 principles. Aggressive presence, my soldiers patrol every street, every day, visible and ready. Citizen accountability, we've recruited a civilian patrol network that reports suspicious activity directly to my command post. And 0 tolerance. Anyone who steps out of line faces immediate consequences. No warnings. No second chances. Morales shifted in his seat. What kind of consequences? Kind people remember. Holt didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The population in my sector understands that cooperation is in their interest. That understanding didn't come from asking nicely. Silence in the room. The other commanders exchanged glances, distaste maybe, or envy dressed up as distaste. Results speak, Graves said. He studied the green sector on the map for a long moment. Captain Holt, the Vice President's visit is in 17 days. The motorcade route includes a segment through the southern suburbs. I am assigning you security coordination for that leg. The words landed like a metal pin to his chest. Holt kept his face controlled, but his pulse kicked. This was it. The assignment that turned a guard officer from Rochester into someone who mattered. I won't let you down, sir. See that you don't. Graves moved on to logistics updates, but the meeting was already over for Holt. He sat down, folded his hands, and allowed himself a single thought. They're going to know my name. The detained man sat in a plastic chair in the community center that served as Holt's forward operating base. Zip ties on his wrists. Swollen lip where Briggs had been enthusiastic during intake. Holt walked in at 10:30 hours, energized, moving with the loose stride of a man who owned everything he could see. Briggs and 2 others from his inner circle, thick-shouldered soldiers who'd found their calling in the occupation, stood along the wall. Name. Holt dropped into the chair across the folding table. Robert Carruthers. I already told your. Told my people what? I was photographing birds. The man's voice was steady despite the lip. Mid-50s, glasses, tilly hat still on his head. Purple martins. They nest in the eaves of the school on Greenbank. I have a bird-watching log if you. You were photographing my soldiers. I was photographing birds near your soldiers. There's a difference. Holt picked up the man's phone from the table, swiped through the gallery. Blurred shots of a roofline. A dark shape that might have been a bird or might have been a smudge. Family photos, a woman, 2 grown children, a golden retriever. Christmas dinner. Birthday candles. Nothing. He set the phone down. Mr. Carruthers, you understand the security protocols in this sector? I understand you've made up protocols that don't exist under any law I'm familiar with. Holt leaned forward. The man didn't lean back, which was either brave or stupid. Holt tasted the word. Mr. Carruthers, the law in this sector is what I say it is. And I say photographing military personnel and positions constitutes a security threat. Pending further investigation. For how long? Until I'm satisfied. Holt stood, buttoned his jacket, and walked toward the door. Behind him, Briggs cracked his knuckles. A habit, probably, but also a message. Captain, the man's voice followed him. Those are purple martins. They've nested there for 6 years. Your soldiers happen to be standing under them. Holt didn't turn around. Keep the citizen patrols working, he told Briggs on his way out. They're doing good work here. The door closed. Through it, he heard the scrape of a chair being moved and the soft thud of something that wasn't a question. The platoon command post occupied a converted Subway restaurant on Greenbank Road. The bread ovens had been removed, but the smell lingered, yeast and processed meat baked into the walls, covered the menu boards. Radios sat where the sandwich station used to be. Lieutenant Palmer was waiting outside. 23, West Point ring on his finger, 2 months into his first deployment, and still believing the training manual meant something. Sir, do you have a minute? Holt checked his watch. He had places to be. But Palmer's platoon ran the Eastern Patrol routes, and his numbers were fine, so Holt gave him 30 seconds of eye contact that said he was already losing patience. What is it? Sir, the Citizen Patrol reports from this week. 17 tips. 0 confirmed threats. That's consistent with the last 3 weeks. Palmer held up a tablet with a spreadsheet he'd assembled himself. We're generating false positives at a rate that's consuming patrol time and alienating potential cooperative contacts. Alienating. Sir, yesterday we detained a retired schoolteacher for 45 minutes because she was carrying a backpack. She was bringing books to a neighbor. Before that, we pulled over a teenage girl on a bicycle because someone reported suspicious cycling patterns. Palmer paused, choosing his next words carefully. I think we could get better intelligence by de-escalating. Building actual relationships instead of. Instead of what, Lieutenant? Palmer's mouth opened and closed. He'd walked into the question and now stood in the middle of it with nowhere to go. You want to make friends. Holt stepped closer. His voice stayed conversational, which made it worse. While your brothers in Canada are burying their dead. While Captain Morales is pulling shrapnel out of his soldiers. You want to sit down with these people and have a chat. Sir, I'm suggesting that. I know what you're suggesting. You're suggesting my methods are wrong. That the 0 attacks in my Sector 0, Palmer, are somehow unrelated to my approach. That I should soften up so we can all hold hands. Palmer's face reddened. 3 soldiers at the radio station had stopped pretending not to listen. Maybe you'd be more comfortable in logistics. Holt let the words fall like a verdict. Pushing paper somewhere, nobody shoots at you. Would that suit you better, Lieutenant? No, sir. Then get back to your platoon and run the patrols I've assigned. Follow the protocols I've established. And if a citizen patrol brings you a tip, you act on it. Every time. Without hesitation. Without questioning whether the person filing the report might have their feelings hurt. Palmer came to attention. Yes, sir. He left. Holt watched him go, then turned to the radio station, where Staff Sergeant Kowalski stood near the map board with a clipboard in his hand and an expression that had been carefully emptied of opinion. Keep an eye on that one, Holt said. Kowalski nodded. His eyes said nothing. The evening patrol was Holt's idea. He didn't usually ride along. That was for platoon sergeants and squad leaders, the mechanical work of presence. But tonight he wanted to see his domain through the windshield of a Humvee, and so he sat in the passenger seat while Kowalski drove and the radio chattered with routine check-ins from his 5 platoons. Barhaven unrolled around them like a suburb that had forgotten it was occupied. Lawns mowed. Kids on bicycles, pedaling home before curfew with the unhurried pace of children who weren't afraid. Porch lights coming on as the sun dropped below the tree line. Slow down here, Holt said. They passed the lot where a house had stood 2 weeks ago. Rubble now. Yellow tape. The foundation visible like exposed bone. A message the neighborhood had received, and, Holt was certain, understood. That's how you communicate with a population, he said. No one had asked, but he said it anyway. Not with flyers. Not with town halls. You communicate through consequences. Kowalski kept his eyes on the road. They turned onto a residential crescent. A woman stood on her porch, silver hair, gardening apron, a watering can in her hand. She saw the Humvee. and raised a hand in a friendly wave. Stop. Kowalski pulled over. Holt studied the woman through the window. Grandmotherly. Harmless. The kind of person his own mother would head over for coffee. Who is she? Local. Name's Turner, I think. Retired teacher. She gives the patrols water sometimes. Kowalski's voice was neutral, fresheningly empty. The woman was still smiling. She gestured toward a cooler on her porch steps, an offering, the universal language of suburban hospitality. They're gathering intelligence on us, Holt said. Every one of these friendly interactions is a data point. They watch our routes, our timing, our personnel. Want me to move on, sir? Holt considered. The woman's smile was patient, undemanding, the smile of someone who had nowhere to be and nothing to hide. Let the soldiers drink. We're not savages. He stayed in the vehicle while two soldiers from the trail vehicle accepted water bottles, exchanged pleasantries, and returned to their posts. The woman watched them go with the same warm expression she'd worn when they arrived. They drove on. A man walking his dog moved to the sidewalk as the convoy passed, eyes down, shoulders hunched. Holt noted the posture. That's how you know they understand, he said. The ones who look away. They've gotten the message. The patrol completed its circuit. Quiet streets. Cooperative civilians. Not a single incident. Holt looked out the window at his sector and saw exactly what he expected to see. A population that had been brought to heel. Behind them, the woman on the porch set down her watering can. Her smile dropped like a mask removed. She turned and walked inside. The screen door closed behind her with a sound Holt didn't hear. Holt walked inside HQ. The office still smelled like insurance, the particular staleness of copier toner and paper files that no amount of military occupation could erase. Holt sat behind the desk he'd claimed on day one and spread the VP visit briefing package across its surface. Maps. Timelines. Security requirements. Threat assessments from Division Intelligence, color-coded by sector. His sector, green. No additional assessment required. He traced the motorcade route with his finger. Downtown, across the Rideau Canal, south through Nepean, then the segment through Barhaven, his segment before continuing to the airport. VP would see a peaceful suburb. Orderly streets. American soldiers in clean uniforms conducting professional operations. He pulled a green marker from the cup on his desk and circled Barhaven South on the security map. Wrote, "No threat," in block letters. Drew a second circle around it, thicker, like a wall. The drone attack overlay sat beneath the security map. He pulled it out and studied it. Red pins scattered across Ottawa like a disease. Canada, Nepean, Orleans, downtown, the airport perimeter. Dozens of strikes, hundreds of rounds, a resistance that was active and aggressive and seemingly everywhere. Everywhere except here. The question a different man would have asked never formed. He began drafting the security plan. More patrols during the visit. Citizen patrol tips fast-tracked. Every intersection manned, every rooftop cleared, every angle covered. His sector would be the safest stretch of road in Ottawa. They wouldn't dare. Not here. Not in his sector. He started composing the after-action summary for tomorrow's briefing in his head. Barhaven South sector remains secure. VP motorcade segment assessed green. Recommend Barhaven security protocols be adopted division-wide. Graves would like that last part. Maybe even push it up to core. Holt slid the briefing package back into its folder, turned off the desk lamp, and walked out into the night air. The streets were dark and still. Porch lights burned in neat rows. Nothing moved. On his desk, under the green circle he'd drawn with such confidence, his security assessment read, "No threat." Chapter 18. The pattern. The map spread across the Formica like an autopsy. Staff Sergeant Mike Kowalski had been at it since 0430, working by the blue-white glow of a battery lantern in the back office of the Subway restaurant that served as his platoon command post. 2 weeks of drone attack data, compiled from after-action reports he'd requested through channels and back channels, and, when channels failed from NCOs and other sectors who owed him favors from training exercises that seemed like another lifetime. Red dots for confirmed strikes. Everyone placed by hand with a fine tip marker, cross-referenced against grid coordinates, dated, numbered. The pattern had been forming in his head for days. Now it was on paper, and it was worse than he thought. He started north. MacDonald Cartier International Airport, the Americans had renamed it Joint Base Ottawa, but the Canadians still called it by its real name, and so did Kowalski when he wasn't in earshot of officers. The base perimeter had been hit 14 times in 5 weeks. Fuel depot twice. Maintenance hangars 3 times. Vehicle staging area 4 times. The north approach corridor had taken fire on 6 separate occasions. Eastern approach 4. 3. Western departure corridor 0. He checked his numbers again. Pulled the original reports. Counted twice. 0. Aircraft on the ground had been targeted 12 times. Rotary wing, fixed wing, didn't matter. If it was sitting on tarmac, the drones found it. 1 C-130 destroyed on the ramp. 2 Black Hawks damaged. Fuel bowser detonated that lit up the night sky over Gloucester. Aircraft in flight 0. Not once. Not a single engagement against airborne targets across the entire 5-week dataset. The resistance had demonstrated the capability to hit armored vehicles, hardened fuel storage, defended perimeters, but never a moving aircraft. Never a helicopter in transit. Never a transport on approach or departure. Kowalski sat back. Through the wall, the shift change. Boots on tile, low voices. He looked at the western corridor again. The departure route from the airport ran southwest, directly over Barrhaven, and continued toward Smiths Falls. It was the primary evacuation route for VIP movements, the path any high-value asset would take if they needed to leave Ottawa by air in a hurry. It had never been touched. "They're leaving us a door," he said to the empty room. He gathered the maps, the data sheets, his notebook, and headed for the captain's office. Holt's door was open. The man sat behind his desk reviewing the VP security plan with the absorption of an artist studying his own painting. Maps pinned to the walls. Green markers. Photos of Holt with Lieutenant Colonel Graves at a ceremony last week, a commendation for sector performance, framed and mounted before the ink on the citation was dry. "Sir." "What?" Holt didn't look up. "I've completed an analysis of drone attack patterns across Ottawa. I'd like to present my findings." Holt looked up. The expression was the same one he'd worn every time Kowalski had brought him something that didn't align with the narrative, a mixture of tolerance and the preemptive dismissal of whatever was coming next. "Go ahead." Kowalski laid the maps across the desk, covering the VP security documents. Holt's jaw tightened at that, but he let it happen. 5 weeks of data, sir. Every confirmed drone engagement in the Ottawa AO. Kowalski pointed to the red clusters. Airport perimeter, 14 strikes. North approach, 6. 4. 3. I've seen the briefings. Yes, sir. But the western departure corridor. Kowalski traced the line from the airport, southwest over Barrhaven, out toward the rural areas beyond. 0. Not a single attack. That's my sector. Part of it is your sector, sir. The corridor extends well beyond Barrhaven. And the pattern holds for the entire route. He pulled the aircraft data sheet forward. 12 attacks against aircraft on the ground. 0 against aircraft in flight. The resistance has the capability to hit hardened targets, armored vehicles, defended positions. But they've never once engaged an airborne asset or hit anything in or near this corridor. Holt leaned back. They're afraid of our air defense. We have Stinger teams along the flight paths. Sir, the Stinger teams are positioned along the northern and eastern approaches. The western corridor has minimal coverage because it's been assessed as low threat because it's never been hit. Because it runs through my sector, which is secure. Kowalski kept his voice level. The trick was to present facts without appearing to argue. Arguments were things Holt won by rank, or supposed to win themselves. Sir, the resistance has shown they can hit targets defended by cram systems, concrete barriers, and armed response teams. Stinger position wouldn't deter them. The only explanation for a consistently clean corridor is that they want it clean. The silence in the office lasted 3 seconds. Holt picked up one of his green markers and rolled it between his fingers. You're telling me the resistance is intentionally not attacking this route? Yes, sir. And the reason would be? Conditioning. They're training us to see this corridor as safe. When a high-value target needs to evacuate, Kowalski stopped himself from saying the vice president. Holt was in charge of VP security. The implication would land without being named. The departure route that feels safest is the one that's never been hit. And then? Hit it. When it matters most. Holt set the marker down. He looked at the maps, the data sheets, the careful handwritten annotations Kowalski had spent hours preparing. Then he looked at Kowalski with the flat patience of a man explaining gravity to someone who doesn't believe in it. Sergeant, I'm going to tell you what I see. I see a corridor that runs through the most secure sector in Ottawa, my sector, where my methods have produced 0 incidents for 5 consecutive weeks. I see an analyst who's looked at a clean record and decided it must be a trap, because the alternative, that I've done my job, doesn't fit whatever theory he's been building in his spare time. Sir, you're seeing ghosts. Holt swept the maps aside and pulled his VP security documents back to center. Focus on your patrol duties. Leave the intelligence work to intelligence. Kowalski stood at the desk for another moment. The map sat in a crumpled pile at the edge, his careful red dots folded over each other like wounds. I'd like to file a formal report through the intelligence chain, sir. File whatever you want. Holt was already reading his security plan. And close the door on your way out. The door clicked shut. The map stayed on the desk where Holt had pushed them. He left them there. Later, when the office was cleaned, Briggs would find them and drop them in a desk drawer, where they would sit alongside the first report Kowalski had filed 3 weeks ago, unread and unanswered. The afternoon patrol was supposed to be routine. Kowalski walked it himself. Point position, 3 soldiers behind him, the usual circuit through the residential streets east of Greenbank Road. Everything was the same. That was the problem. Kids on the sidewalk, drawing with chalk. A teenager mowing a lawn with the sullen efficiency of someone who'd been told 3 times. 2 women chatting over a fence, one holding a mug of coffee, the other gesturing at a garden bed. A dog barked somewhere. Screen door banged. Kowalski had walked these streets 50 times. He'd cataloged the rhythms, who came out when, who waved, who avoided eye contact, who offered water, who pulled their curtains. He knew this neighborhood the way a beat cop knew his route. Now he was seeing it differently. The woman on the porch, Turner, the retired teacher, raised her hand as they passed. The same warm smile she gave every patrol. She held up a water bottle. Hot day, Sergeant. Can I get you boys something cold? Thank you, ma'am. He accepted the bottle, drank, watched her over the rim. She was noting his patrol, the route, the number of soldiers, the direction of travel. Or she was offering water to tired men on a hot day. Both could be true. Both probably were. Your commander must have things well in hand, she said. It's so peaceful here compared to what I see on the news. Yes, ma'am. Her eyes held his for a half-second longer than casual conversation required. Clear, steady, measuring. Then the warmth returned, and she waved them on. A block later, a teenage boy on a bicycle crossed the street ahead of them. Normal. Kids rode bikes. But the boy turned right when they turned right. Paralleled them for 2 blocks before peeling off down a side street. Kowalski noted the direction. An old man walked a beagle on the next block. He stopped when the patrol approached, friendly, talkative. Asked where they were from. Asked how long they'd been here. Asked if they patrolled the same streets every day or if the routes changed. We mix it up, Kowalski said, which was only partially true. Smart, smart, the old man nodded approvingly. You boys are doing a great job. Really keeping things calm around here. Kowalski couldn't tell anymore. Every interaction could be intelligence collection or a neighborhood trying to coexist with an occupying army. The uncertainty had gotten inside him like a splinter, too small to see, too deep to ignore. The patrol turned back toward the CP. Kowalski looked over his shoulder one more time. 3 blocks back, the woman's porch was empty. The water bottles were gone. The door was closed. Everyone was watching them leave. The ride back was quiet until it wasn't. Specialist Reyes drove the patrol vehicle, a Humvee that had seen better decades, with the relaxed posture of a 22-year-old who decided this neighborhood was the one good thing about the deployment. His window was down. His sleeves were rolled, despite the regulation against it. "Sarge, you ever notice how chill this sector is compared to the rest of the city?" "I've noticed. I mean, Canada guys are getting hit every other night. Martinez told me they sleep in their body armor now. And here we are driving around like it's a suburb back home." Reyes shook his head. "These people are all right." Kowalski watched the houses pass. "You been making friends, Reyes?" The question was casual. The silence that followed was not. "I mean, talking to people. That's part of the job, right? Hearts and minds?" Reyes adjusted his grip on the steering wheel. "There's this girl woman. Canadian. Her name's Hannah. How'd you meet her?" "She works at the community center, the one they set up for food distribution. She was helping out, and we started talking, and..." He trailed off, then rallied. "She's different, Sarge. Not like the collaborators who show up to tell us what their neighbors are doing. She's genuine. Real. Real." "Yeah." Reyes glanced over, trying to read Kowalski's face. "I know what you're going to say. Fraternization. Security risk. But it's not like that. She doesn't ask about ops or routes or anything. We talk about music. Movies. Home. Kowalski should report it. The regulation was clear. Any personal relationship with a civilian in an occupied territory constituted a potential security compromise, and the report would go to the captain, who would come down on Reyes with the full weight of his authority and probably ruin the kid's career in the process. He looked at Reyes. Buffalo, New York. Joined the Guard for college money. 22 years old and 3,000 miles from anyone who gave a damn about him, grasping for something human in a deployment that had stopped making sense around week 2. Be careful. Kowalski turned back to the window. That's all I'll say. Reyes exhaled. Thanks, Sarge. I mean it. Cheese. I said that's all I'll say. They drove the rest of the way in silence. Reyes pulled into the lot behind the CP with a small smile on his face, the private satisfaction of a young man whose secret was safe. Kowalski didn't smile back. Everything in this neighborhood was too friendly, including Reyes's girl. The Division Intelligence Office occupied a wing of the Westin Hotel that had been converted with the haste and aesthetics of a military operation. Drop ceilings over chandeliers, folding tables in front of floor-to-ceiling windows, whiteboards where room service menus hang. The analyst was a second lieutenant named Carr. Young. Earnest. The nav officer who graduated with a 3.8 in political science and believed intelligence analysis was a meritocracy. Kowalski laid his maps on the table. Third time he'd organized these documents today. Carr leaned forward, interested in the way young officers were interested in everything before they learned which things mattered to their careers. Kowalski walked him through the same analysis he'd shown the captain that morning, the ring of attacks around the airport, the clean western corridor, the pattern that said someone was leaving them a door. The numbers came out the same. 14 strikes on the perimeter. 0 on the western route. 12 hits on grounded aircraft. 0 against anything airborne. Ha! Carr pulled the map closer. That is statistically notable. It's more than notable. It's deliberate. The resistance is conditioning us to see this corridor as safe. Or, Carr held up a hand, the gesture of a man presenting alternatives. The corridor runs through a pacified sector with strong force presence. The air defense posture along the western route may be acting as a deterrent we haven't fully quantified. and resource allocation, the resistance may simply be directing assets toward higher value targets. They've hit targets more heavily defended than anything along this corridor. Ram-protected depots. Hardened fuel storage. The Stinger positions are on the north and east sides, not the west. It's circumstantial, Sergeant. Carr's voice carried the apologetic tone of someone delivering a verdict he didn't entirely believe. We'd need more data to confirm. Attack pattern analysis requires at least 8 to 10 weeks of. The VP visit is in 17 days. The primary evacuation route runs through this corridor. Carr's pen stopped moving. He looked at the map, then at Kowalski, then at the map again. I can flag it for review. Flag it how? I'll submit it as an analytical note to the collection manager. It'll go into the intelligence preparation of the battlefield and get reviewed as part of the VP security assessment, which is being run by Captain Holt, who's already assessed his sector as no threat. Carr's expression tightened. The political reality of what Kowalski was asking settled over the conversation like a change in air pressure. Staff sergeant going around his company commander to submit intelligence that contradicted the commander's own assessment, the commander who'd been given VP security coordination because of that assessment. I'll make sure it gets looked at, Carr said. That's the best I can do. Kowalski gathered his maps. The red dots stared back at him. Every attack the resistance had launched, forming a ring around the one place they'd left untouched. Sergeant, Carr said as he reached the door. For what it's worth, the pattern is there. I can see it. But the security plan is already set. The route is already approved. And the sector commander's assessment carries a lot of weight right now. Carr spread his hands. I'll flag it. That's what I can do. Kowalski nodded and walked out. He drove back to Barhaven in darkness. The streets were quiet. Porch lights burned in orderly rows, the suburban grid laid out like a circuit board running a program he couldn't read. Nothing moved. No dogs. No bicycles. No women waving from porches. He thought about the departure corridor, the one clean line on his map. The door the resistance had left open. The route that every instinct told him was a trap and every officer above him called safe. His phone buzzed. Jennifer. A photo of Sophie in her soccer uniform, grass-stained knees, gap-toothed grin, holding a trophy that said "Most I am proud." Noah in the background, waving. He typed back, "Tell her I'm proud. Love you all." Then he put the phone away and looked out the window at the quiet neighborhood where everyone kept telling him nothing was wrong. Staff Sergeant Mike Kowalski had never felt less safe in his life. Chapter 19. Final Preparations. They came in ones and twos through different doors at staggered intervals. The church had been under renovation since before the invasion, its congregation scattered, its basement accessible through a construction entrance that faced an alley where no streetlights worked. Diane had checked the sightlines herself 3 times. No patrol coverage. No cameras. One of their people had clipped the nearest one 8 days ago, and it still hadn't been replaced. She arrived first. She always arrived first. The basement smelled like concrete dust and old hymnals, the particular odor of a building caught between what it was and what it would become. Exposed pipes ran along the ceiling. Canvas tarps covered stacks of drywall. Folding chairs formed a rough circle under a single work lamp that threw hard shadows against the block walls. Diane placed the brown paper on the floor in the center of the circle, weighting the corners with chunks of broken concrete. Her handwriting filled the sheet, careful, precise, the penmanship of a woman who'd spent 30 years writing on blackboards. Red circles marked 5 positions. Blue arrows converged on a single corridor. The numbers were small but legible. Thornton came through the side entrance at 9:10. He moved like he always moved, quiet, efficient, taking in the room in a single sweep before choosing the chair with its back to the wall. He nodded at Diane. She nodded back. Neither spoke. The communications lead arrived next. Margot, 40-ish, a former IT project manager who'd been running their encrypted signal network since week 2. She was carrying nothing. Good. Diane had been clear. No phones, no notes, Nothing that could be found. Then, the subleaders. Elaine Desrookers, who ran the manufacturing cells out of 6 garages and 2 basements across the South End. Paula Lee Watkins, logistics, the woman who'd figured out how to move drone components through a neighborhood crawling with patrols by hiding them in grocery bags and stroller baskets. Raymond Prohl, the oldest among them, a retired shop teacher who'd known Diane for 20 years and now coordinated the training pipeline Thornton had built. Last through the door was Hannah. She took the chair nearest the exit and sat without greeting anyone. Her face was composed. Blank. The operational mask she'd been wearing for weeks fitted so tightly now that Diane wondered if there was anything behind it. 7 people. 7 chairs. 1 lamp. The decision they had built toward for 3 months. Diane waited until the last footsteps above them faded. The church was empty. The alley was clear. The night outside was warm and still. The vice president's visit is confirmed, she said. 3 days. No one moved. The words hung in the concrete air like smoke. This is the decision we've been building toward. Every drone we've manufactured, every route we've mapped, every piece of intelligence we've gathered, it was for this. She looked at each face in the circle. No phones. No notes. What we discuss here stays in your heads. Memorize what you need. Destroy nothing because there's nothing to destroy. She turned to Thornton. Sergeant. He stood and moved to the brown paper on the floor, crouched beside it. His voice was low, flat, stripped of everything except information. 2 phases. Phase 1, simultaneous strikes on guard positions across the sector. His finger touched each red circle in turn. Motor pool. 3 checkpoints, Alpha, Bravo, Delta. And the platoon command post. 5 targets hit within 60 seconds of each other. Drones? Elaine asked. 12 per target, 60 total for Phase 1. Phase 2, 91. He glanced at Elaine. Production exceeded the original targets. 14 nodes running for 3 weeks gave us 151 flyable units. We're deploying all of them. We let that settle. Phase 1 objective isn't annihilation. It's panic. We need every American in this sector screaming into their radios at the same time. He let that settle. Phase 2. His finger traced the blue arrows. The VP will be at the ceremony downtown. When Phase 1 hits, his security detail will evacuate. Standard protocol, they won't stay in a city under active attack. They'll move him to the airport via the fastest clear route. His finger stopped on the corridor between the blue arrows. This route, Greenbank Road to the 416 on-ramp. The route we've spent 3 months keeping clean. The route their intel assessment rates as the lowest threat corridor in the city. Silence. 91 drones launched from 8 positions along the corridor. Staggered waves, converging on a 2-kilometer stretch of highway. Even at 80% attrition, even if their jammers and shooters take down 73 of them, 18 get through. 18 is enough. Enough for what? Margot's voice was steady, but her hands were pressed flat against her thighs. The convoy. The escorts. The aircraft if it's still on the ground. Everything in that corridor. Thornton looked up from the map. Once they're launched, there's no recall. The drones are pre-programmed with autonomous waypoints. No operator signal to jam. They fly to their coordinates, and they execute. He stood. That's the plan. Executable in 72 hours. The lamp hummed. Somewhere above them, the building creaked the way old buildings do, settling, breathing, indifferent to what happened in its bones. Diane let the silence work. Then she turned. Hannah. The intelligence. Hannah's posture didn't change. She spoke from her chair, voice flat, eyes fixed on a point somewhere past the map on the floor. Guard rotation at checkpoint Alpha. Shift change at 0600. Skeleton crew between 0530 and 0615 during handoff. Bravo. Same pattern, offset by 30 minutes. Delta, reinforced for the VP visit. Full complement at 0800. Perimeter security detail. She recited patrol routes, response times, radio frequencies, the captain's command post staffing. Every piece of it delivered in the same even tone, like a weather report. Like data. The captain has been assigned VP security coordination. He'll be at the ceremony downtown, not at his CP. His sergeant, Briggs, will have local command. Briggs panics. He'll lock down rather than push out. Phase 1 will pin them in place. She stopped. The basement was very quiet. Raymond Prohl leaned forward. He was 63. He'd taught woodworking at the same school where Diane had taught English. His hands were calloused from decades of table saws and lathes, and they rested on his knees now still. "You're sure?" Hannah looked at him. Her expression didn't change, but something moved behind her eyes, a door opening and closing so fast that only Diane caught it. "I'm sure. He trusted me. That's why it works." No one asked who. No one asked if she was okay. The question sat in the room like something with weight, but nobody picked it up. Diane nodded once. "Thank you, Hannah. We planned for this. Built for this. Now we decide." Diane straightened in her chair. "I'm asking each of you. Once you commit, there's no withdrawal. Phase 1 means we attack our own neighborhood. The soldiers who patrol our streets. Ones who wave at our kids. We'll be ordering their deaths, and some of them will die. That's what we're voting on." She turned to Thornton first. Execute. No pause. No inflection. Statement of professional readiness, nothing more. Margot. Margot's hands pressed harder against her legs. Her chin lifted. Execute. "Ellen." He exhaled through his nose. Execute. Paula. Execute. Her voice carried heat, the anger of a woman whose cousin had been detained at a checkpoint in Canada and never came home. Raymond. He was the last. He sat very still. His hands, spotted with age, rested flat on his knees. He looked at Diane, not for permission, but for acknowledgement. 20 years they'd known each other. He'd taught her students how to build bookshelves. Execute. The word came out quiet. Hannah. Execute. The word landed in the room like the others, flat and final. But Diane heard what was underneath it, a bridge burning. 7 boats. Animus. "Then we're committed," Diane said. 72 hours. She gave them their assignments, communications protocols, manufacturing deadlines, staging schedules, abort criteria that everyone knew would never be used. They memorized. They asked questions. They confirmed details with the precision of people who understood that mistakes now meant deaths later. Then she sent them home. Same protocol in reverse. Staggered departures. Different exits. Different routes. Thornton left last, pausing at the door. "You good?" Diane looked at him. "I gave the order. Good doesn't enter into it." He held her gaze for a moment, then nodded and disappeared into the alley. Diane walked home through the warm night. Back streets. The route she'd memorized weeks ago, mapped for blind spots in the patrol coverage her own people had documented. She moved like a woman coming home from a late meeting at the church, which, in a way, she was. Her house was dark. She didn't turn on the lights. The kitchen was silver with street light filtering through the curtains. She stood by the refrigerator and looked at the photographs held there by magnets, cheap ones, the kind you buy at tourist shops. Her grandchildren at the beach. Her daughter's wedding. A class photo from her last year of teaching. 26 faces arranged in rows on the school steps, every one of them trusting her to prepare them for the world. She had prepared for the world, just not this one. The house was quiet in the way only empty houses can be, the quiet of absence, not peace. She thought about Sergeant Martinez, who patrolled her block every Tuesday and Thursday. He showed her photos of his daughter, a 3-year-old in a pink dress who looked like she'd been poured from sunshine. Martinez had a laugh that came easy and a daughter whose photo he showed to anyone who'd look. He'd fixed her mailbox when the post broke in a windstorm, spent 20 minutes with a borrowed drill and a piece of 2x4, then refused the lemonade she offered because he was on duty. In 3 days, she would send drones to his checkpoint. She thought about Specialist Reyes, the kid from Buffalo who talked about becoming an electrician. 22 years old. His mother sent care packages with hot sauce and candy bars. He'd told Diane about it once, standing on her sidewalk, sheepish and homesick, and she'd said he was lucky to have a mother who loved him like that. She'd said it while knowing that Hannah was in his bed extracting his patrol schedule. She put the kettle on. The blue flame caught with a soft pop. She stood there watching the water heat, her reflection ghosting in the dark window, and beyond it the street where those soldiers walked, where they laughed and complained and counted the days until they could go home. Not because they were evil, because they were here. The kettle whistled. She poured the water over a tea bag and carried the mug to the kitchen table and sat in the dark. A patrol passed outside. 2 soldiers, their boots scuffing the sidewalk. One of them said something, and the other laughed, a real laugh, surprised and bright, the laugh of a young person who'd heard something funny and couldn't help himself. The tea cooled in her hands. She would remember their names. That was the least she owed them. Chapter 20. The Last Normal Day. Hannah woke before him. She lay still, breathing slow, watching the light come through the thin curtains and move across his face. Early morning. The room smelled like sleep, and the fading ghost of the cologne he wore, something cheap from the PX, something a 22-year-old picks because the bottle looks good. Marcus Reyes slept on his stomach with one arm thrown over the pillow, his face turned toward her. Unguarded. Peaceful. The hard edges of a soldier dissolved in sleep. No tension in his jaw, no alertness in his closed eyes, just a young man at rest. She studied him the way she'd been studying him for weeks, but the categories had blurred. She knew the scar on his left shoulder, a raised crescent where he'd fallen off a bike at 11, and she knew it because he'd told her the story while she traced it with her finger. She also knew his patrol route, Sector 3, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, because he'd mentioned it the same night, tucked into the same conversation, the kind of operational detail that spills out when a person stops guarding themselves. She knew his fears. Dying here. Never seeing home. Becoming a soldier his mother wouldn't recognize. She knew his checkpoint assignment for the VP visit. Delta 0800. Perimeter security. He stirred. His eyes opened, brown, unfocused, then finding her and softening. Hey. Hey. He reached across and pulled her close. She let him. His skin was warm, and she pressed her face against his chest and listened to his heartbeat, steady and strong, the sound of someone alive who did not know what was coming. I wish every morning started like this, he said. Hannah closed her eyes. She didn't answer. She made coffee while he showered. The kitchen was small, a galley in a converted house, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass without touching. The coffee maker was hers. The mug he used, a blue one with the chipped handle, was hers too, but it had become his by repetition. He reached for it without thinking every time he was here, the way people claim objects through habit. She set the mug on the counter and poured. Toast in the toaster. Butter on the table. He came out of the bathroom in his undershirt, toweling his hair, and dropped into the kitchen chair like he belonged there. Big day tomorrow, he said. VP visit. Everyone's wound tight. Captain's been impossible. Worse than usual. He called a briefing at 0500 this morning. Stood up there for 40 minutes, talking about operational posture. Half the platoon was asleep standing up. He grinned, shaking his head. Man wants a star on his shoulder so bad he can taste it. Hannah poured herself coffee and sat across from him. Will you be working the visit? Yeah. Whole company's on rotation. Where will they put you? Checkpoint Delta 0800. Perimeter security. He shrugged, tearing off a corner of toast. Boring stuff. Stand there, look sharp, don't scratch yourself on camera. VP probably won't even look at us. The information dropped into the place she'd made for it. sliding into the architecture of what she already knew. Clean data point. Final confirmation. After the VP leaves, things should calm down, he said. Maybe I can get some time off. We could do something. That would be nice. She poured him more coffee. They walked together through the neighborhood, and the morning was warm and bright, and Barhaven looked the way it always looked: green lawns, kids' bikes left on porches, the suburban machinery of ordinary life turning over as if nothing had changed. Reyes held her hand. She let him. They passed the coffee shop on Strandard, where she'd first approached him 6 weeks ago. She'd been sitting at the window with a book. Atwood, deliberately Canadian, and he'd been standing at the counter trying to order something that wasn't a double-double. She'd helped. Smiled. Made conversation. He'd been grateful, lonely, a boy from Buffalo surrounded by people he was supposed to control but couldn't understand. 6 weeks. Long enough to build something that looked like love. They passed a house where Alain Desrochers kept a garage full of drone frames wrapped in moving blankets and labeled Christmas decorations. A woman was watering flowers on the porch. She waved at them. Reyes waved back. They passed the community center where the resistance had held 2 training sessions in the gymnasium, teaching new operators to program autonomous waypoints on laptops wiped between sessions. The parking lot was empty now. They passed Diane's house. Diane was on the porch, coffee in hand, wearing a cardigan despite the heat. She waved, small, warm, the wave of a neighbor who recognized a familiar face. Raved back. I like her, he said. She's nice. She taught high school for 30 years. English. Yeah? She looks like somebody's grandma. She is somebody's grandma. He smiled. Anna did not. They turned onto Longfields, and the street opened into the main artery that ran south toward his post. Traffic was light. A patrol vehicle passed in the opposite direction, 2 soldiers in the cab, not looking at them. A normal couple on a normal walk on a normal morning. Every step was 2 things. The coffee shop, first contact. The garage, staging area. The community center, training ground. Diane's porch, command. They stopped at the corner of Longfields and Greenbank. His post was 3 blocks south. He had to report in 20 minutes. See you tonight? He said. Tonight. He didn't move. He was looking at her with an expression she'd cataloged but never named, the open, undefended look of a person who has given himself over completely and doesn't know the cost. Hannah. He said her name like he was testing whether it was real. I've been thinking. She waited. When this deployment ends. When I go home. He shifted his weight. The bravado of a soldier replaced by something younger, more uncertain. I want you to come with me. To Buffalo. The air changed. The morning sounds, birds, a distant lawnmower, the hum of traffic on the highway, all of it receded, and there was only his face, his voice, the terrible sincerity of what he was offering. My mom would love you. We could, I don't know, figure it out. He laughed, nervous, the sound cracking at the edges. It's not much, but it's home. And the falls are something. You should see them. You really should. She should stop him. Deflect. Redirect. Maintain cover. Every protocol said to keep the asset at arm's length emotionally while extracting maximum intelligence. Tell me about it, she said. Buffalo. He lit up. The nervousness dissolved and something brighter took its place, the joy of a person sharing the thing they love with the person they love. He told her about Niagara Falls, the sound of it, the way the mist catches sunlight and makes rainbows that tourists photograph but locals stop seeing. About the chicken wings at Duff's, how his mom swears Anchor Bar is better but she's wrong, and he'll fight anyone who says different. About the snow, real snow, not this Canadian snow that never stops, but Buffalo snow, heavy and wet, the kind that cancels school and turns the streets into something quiet. About his neighborhood. The apartment where he grew up. The bodega on the corner where Mr. Khalil gave him free candy when he was small, and now asks when he's getting married. His dreams were small. Community college. Electrician's certification. A truck, maybe, something used but reliable. A life built from ordinary materials, assembled with the quiet confidence of a person who'd never asked for much and expected to get exactly that. He talked for 5 minutes. She listened to every word. Just think about it, he said. Okay? I'll think about it. He kissed her. Long, full of future, full of everything he was offering, and everything she would never accept. His hand cupped the back of her neck, and she let herself be held. And for a moment the two maps collapsed into one, and there was only this, and it was real, and it was over. He pulled back. Smiled. That Buffalo Kid smile that she would carry for the rest of her life, whether she wanted to or not. Tonight, he said. Tonight. He turned and walked south toward his post. She watched his back until he reached the intersection, until he turned the corner, until he was gone. She stood on the sidewalk for 10 seconds. 15. Then she turned north and walked to Diane's house. The basement was dim. Diane sat at the table she used as a desk, the brown paper map spread before her, annotated in red and blue. She looked up when Hannah came down the stairs. Final confirmation, Hannah said. She stood at the edge of the table, not sitting. Checkpoint Delta, 0800. Full complement for perimeter security. He'll be in position when we hit. No deviation from schedule. Diane wrote it down. Small, neat letters on the margin of the map. A red circle around Delta, joining the others. Anything else? Captain Holt will be at the ceremony downtown. Sergeant Briggs has local command. Briggs will lock down, not push out. Phase 1 pins them. Diane nodded. She set her pen down and looked at Hannah. The silence stretched. The basement was cool, and somewhere above them a pipe ticked as it expanded in the midday heat. You did what we needed, Diane said. No one will forget that. Hannah stood still. After this, you're done with field work. I'm pulling you out. I'll see it through. I know. Diane's voice was quiet. That's not what I meant. Something passed between them, not spoken, not named. An acknowledgement that lived below language. Diane had ordered this. Hannah had executed it. Both of them would carry the weight, but the weight was different for each, and they both knew it, and neither would say it aloud. Go home, Diane said. Get some rest. Tomorrow is a long day. Hannah turned and climbed the stairs. Diane watched her go, the straight back, the measured step, the composure that held everything in place like a wall that had been built to withstand exactly this much pressure, and not 1 pound more. When the door closed, Diane looked down at the map. Checkpoint Delta, circled in red. She picked up her pen and wrote the time beside it. 800. Hannah closed the door and stood in the hallway and breathed. The apartment was empty. The air smelled like him. His shampoo, his cologne, the particular warmth of a space recently shared. His coffee cup sat in the sink, unwashed, a brown ring drying at the bottom. His jacket hung over the back of the kitchen chair, olive drab, the name tape readable from across the room. Phrase. She didn't move it. She sat on the bed. The sheets were tangled from the morning, and his impression was still there in the pillow, the shape of his head preserved in cotton and foam. She put her hand on it. The fabric was cool. From under the mattress, she pulled the notebook. Small, spiral-bound, identical to a dozen others sold at the Dollarama on Greenbank. She opened it to the last page. The data was written in a shorthand only she could read. Patrol routes. Shift schedules. Manning levels. Checkpoint assignments. Frequencies. Command structure. Response times. All of it came from him. She closed the notebook, slid it back under the mattress. She thought about Buffalo. She would never see any of it. Tomorrow the vice president would arrive. The day after, Checkpoint Delta. She lay down on the bed. The pillow smelled like him. She did not cry. Not yet. There would be time for that later. Or there would not be time, and it would not matter. She closed her eyes. She did not sleep. Chapter 21. The Turn. The basement smelled like old carpet and concrete dust. Thornton sat on a folding chair in the dark, the glow of two tablet screens throwing pale light across his hands. The screen showed 5 drone feeds arranged in a grid, 4 live, 1 holding a pre-launch diagnostic. Battery levels. Wind data. BS locks, solid on all 60 birds. Virya 355. He keyed the comms. Cell 1, status. Del 1 green. 12 loaded, 12 locked. Checkpoint alpha. Cell 2. Green. 12 on 12. Motor pool. Cell 3. Green. Patrol route south. Cell 4. Green. Patrol route west. Cell 5. Green. Supply compound. 5 cells. 5 targets. 60 drones distributed across the suburb in garages and garden sheds in the back of a landscaping trailer parked on a residential street. Each cell operated independently. Each had rehearsed its launch sequence until the timing was muscle memory, and none of them knew the location of any other cell. Compartmentalization was doctrine. If one cell was compromised, the others flew. Thornton closed the comms channel and sat with the silence. Through the basement's half window, the street was dark and still. Porch lights off. No traffic. A Tuesday morning in Barhaven, 4 hours before dawn, and the neighborhood looked the way it always looked, asleep, harmless, civilian. He reviewed the target list one last time. Checkpoint Alpha, 3 soldiers on overnight rotation, barrier position at the intersection of Strandard and Longfields. Riez would be there. Hannah had confirmed the schedule 48 hours ago, confirmed it again yesterday, confirmed it a third time when she walked into Diane's basement and spoke without inflection and left without sitting down. The motor pool, 6 vehicles in a fenced lot behind the community center, 2 soldiers on watch, shift change at 04115. The portable jammer was there, a man-portable unit mounted on a vehicle roof, effective against commercial drone frequencies within a 200-meter radius. The overnight quest team operated out of the same position. 2 soldiers with shotguns and a spotting scope trained to intercept lone reconnaissance drones drifting over the perimeter. 2 patrol routes and a supply compound. Soldiers in vehicles, soldiers on foot, soldiers asleep in their cabs waiting for the end of a shift that had been quiet for weeks. Quiet because Barhaven had been conditioned to be quiet. Quiet because the resistance had never struck here, had never given anyone reason to reinforce, had never done anything to change the security calculus that kept Barhaven a backwater garrison in a low-threat zone. That calculus was about to break. Thornton thought about Kowalski. The staff sergeant had waved at his kids 2 days ago, Jake and Emma in the front yard, Kowalski's patrol rolling past, and the big Ian C.O. had lifted his hand from the wheel in a gesture that was half professional courtesy and half something more human than that. Sarah had waved back. She didn't know what Kowalski was. She didn't know what her husband was about to do to the men Kowalski commanded. He set that aside, folded it, and put it somewhere behind the operational part of his mind where it could wait. 0358. He keyed the channel. All cells, this is Overwatch. Final countdown. Confirm ready. 5 acknowledgements, crisp and rapid. No chatter. These were operators he had trained, people who understood that the gap between launch and impact was not a time for doubt. Execute in T-120. Mark. 2 minutes. He watched the clock on the tablet screen count backward. Thought of nothing. Let his breathing settle into the rhythm his instructors had taught him at Dwyer Hill, 4 counts in, 4 counts hold, 4 counts out. The pattern that kept your hands steady when you were about to do something irreversible. 0400. All cells. Execute. The first wave rose from 5 locations across Barhaven within 4 seconds of each other. 60 drones, 12 per target, climbing to 30 meters in near silence, the electric motors producing a hum that blended with the ambient sound of a sleeping suburb. Air conditioning units. Refrigerator cycling. The low-frequency noise floor that human ears had learned to ignore. On Thornton's screen, the feeds resolved into thermal overlays. Checkpoint Alpha appeared as a wash of blue-gray concrete and 3 bright white signatures, human bodies warm against the cool pre-dawn air. 2 standing. 1 seated, probably in the guard chair. Reyes was 22 years old and from Buffalo, and the woman who had mapped every detail of his life for 6 weeks had passed it all to the people who were about to kill him. The first 3 drones reached the checkpoint in formation. Impact. 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 On thermal, the white signatures scattered. 1 dropped flat, 1 staggered sideways, 1 didn't move. The remaining 9 drones in the wave were already inbound, staggered at 3-second intervals, programmed to strike the same GPS coordinates from varying approach angles. 40 seconds after the first impact, the motor pool jammer activated. On Thornton's feed from Cell 2, 3 drones went dark, their control links severed as the jammer flooded the commercial frequencies with broadband noise. The drones tumbled, crashing into a parking lot and the roof of a building. 3 out of 12. The jammer was doing its job. But the remaining 9 drones didn't need a control link. They were flying autonomous waypoints, GPS coordinates loaded before launch, navigation locked to onboard processors. The jammer was screaming into frequencies that the drones had already stopped listening to. They flew through. The CUS team scrambled. 2 soldiers with shotguns trained to intercept lone reconnaissance drones drifting over the wire at low speed. Not 12 arriving simultaneously across a 200-meter front. The shotgun fired. On thermal, 1 drone signature winked out, a clean hit, the bird disintegrating at 15 meters altitude, debris scattering. The CUS soldier racked the slide and swung toward a second target, but the second wave was already hitting the motor pool from the east, and there were too many of them, and they were too fast. And the gap between the shotgun's effective range and the drone's terminal velocity was measured in fractions of a second that no human reaction time could close. The motor pool erupted. Vehicles caught fire. A fuel point went up in a column of orange that Thornton could see reflected in the half window above his head, firelight washing across the ceiling of the basement, turning the gray concrete the color of rust. Patrol Route South and Patrol Route West hit simultaneously. On the feeds, patrol vehicles bloomed into white-hot thermal flares as drones found engines, windshields, the soft spots of armored doors that weren't armored enough. The supply compound took its 12 in a concentrated salvo that collapsed the guard shack and set a row of shipping containers burning. 60 drones. 90 seconds. 5 targets. The American radio traffic came alive. Thornton had a scanner locked to the garrison's tactical frequency, a channel Hannah had provided, pulled from conversations that happened after midnight in a bed that smelled like cheap cologne. The first transmission was a scream. Not a word, not a call sign, just a human voice pushed past the boundary of composure by something that had happened faster than the mind could process. Then the calls overlapped. Frantic. Broken. Checkpoint Alpha is hit. We've got casualties, we've got casualties, we've got casualties. Motor pool is on fire. The jammer's still running, but they're coming through. They're coming through. They're coming through. Jammers aren't working. Say again, the jammers aren't working. They're not responding to the jammer. Thornton sat in the dark and listened. He did not move. He did not speak. His breathing held its 4-count rhythm, while the voices on the radio dissolved into the particular chaos of men who had been attacked in a place they believed was safe. Through the half window, 4 fires were visible above the roofline. Orange against black. The quiet neighborhood was burning. 0405. The American QRF scrambled. Thornton tracked it on the scanner. Vehicle engines, shouted orders, the metallic slam of doors. Someone had pulled together a response faster than he'd projected, maybe 45 seconds ahead of schedule, which meant the garrison had better standby protocols than Hannah's intelligence had suggested. He noted it. Filed it. Captain's voice cut through the static. Wayne Holt, awake, enraged, demanding reports from positions that were still trying to count their dead. All stations, this is Dagger 6. I need sight reps now. Every position reports in the next 60 seconds, or I am coming to you personally. The responses came in ragged and incomplete. Checkpoint Alpha. 3 casualties, 1 confirmed KI, position compromised. Motor pool, 4 vehicles destroyed, CAS team wounded, jammer operational but ineffective against incoming drones. Patrol South. 1 vehicle disabled, 2 wounded. Patrol West. Vehicle destroyed, 3 casualties. Supply compound. Guard shack destroyed, fire spreading to stored equipment. Someone ordered the mobile jammer repositioned to cover the western approach. Too late. The attack drones had already spent their payloads. There was nothing left to jam. Where did they come from? Holt's voice was stripped of the measured authority Thornton had heard in intercepted briefings. This was something rawer. Where the hell did they come from? This is a quiet sector. This is supposed to be a quiet sector. Nobody answered him. The irony was too large to articulate over a tactical net, and the men on the other end of the radio were too busy bleeding to explain that the sector had been quiet because the people who lived here had been planning this for months. Thornton keyed his own channel. Encrypted. Short burst. The signal would register as atmospheric noise on any scanner the Americans had in theater. Phase 1 complete. 5 targets neutralized. Diane's voice came back. Calm. Controlled. The voice of someone who had expected this to work because she had spent 2 years making sure it would. Good. We wait for them to panic. Go forward 20. Thornton sent the recon drones. 2 small quadcopters, unarmed, fitted with thermal cameras, launched from a position 3 blocks south. They climbed to 60 meters and drifted over the strike sites on passive navigation, recording. Checkpoint Alpha was rubble. The concrete barriers were scorched and scattered. The guard shack collapsed. 2 medics worked on a figure lying motionless in the road, while a 3rd soldier stood over them, his weapon pointed outward at nothing, scanning the sky with the desperate alertness of a man who understood that danger could come from any direction and no longer believed in the concept of a safe one. The motor pool burned. 3 vehicles were fully engulfed, the fire throwing shadows that made the lot look larger than it was. The COS team's vehicle was on its side, the portable jammer still bolted to the roof, its antenna array bent at an angle that meant it was transmitting into the ground. Soldiers moved between the vehicles, dragging equipment, dragging each other. Body bag was being laid out near the fence. Then a second. Patrol route south. Humvee sat at an angle across the road, its windshield starred and its engine compartment burning with a low, steady flame. Someone had pulled the crew out and set up a casualty collection point in the driveway of a house whose occupants had fled. The house lights were on. The door was open. He looked for Kowalski's position on the thermal feed. The patrol route, where the staff sergeant ran his sector, the stretch of road where his vehicle passed the Thornton house every afternoon at 14:30 with the regularity of a bus schedule. The feed showed an empty road. No vehicle, no signatures. Kowalski had either been somewhere else when the drones hit, or he was already inside a building, or he was one of the thermal signatures that wasn't moving. Thornton didn't know. He sat with that for 3 seconds. Then he moved on. American reinforcements were flooding into Barrhaven from the east. Vehicles on Fallowfield, headlights cutting through the smoke, military police and QRF elements from adjacent sectors converging on the fires. It's planned. Every soldier pulled into Barrhaven was a soldier pulled away from the VP's planned route. Every commander distracted by the chaos in the quiet sector was a commander not watching the roads that mattered. And the departure route, the corridor running northwest through Canada, the route that the VP motorcade had been quietly designated, was empty, unpatrolled. The Americans had been conditioned to ignore it because nothing had ever happened there, just as they had been conditioned to ignore Barrhaven because nothing had ever happened here. Conditioning. The weapon that didn't require a payload. L428, the American command channel, carried a voice Thornton didn't recognize. Higher authority, someone from the VP security detail or the division staff, someone with enough rank to override the captain's territorial screaming. Get the VP out. Now. Tonight. We're not waiting until morning. Thornton closed the recon feeds. Powered down the scanner. Sat in the dark basement for 10 seconds, breathing, letting the operational architecture settle into its next configuration. Then he keyed the encrypted channel one final time. They're running. VP departing early. Swarm window is tonight. A pause. 2 seconds. 3. Diane's voice steady. Copy. 2 is live. Through the half window, the fires still burned. Sirens layered in the distance. The sky above the roofline was the color of a wound, dark at the edges, bright and wrong at the center. The kind of light a suburb should never produce at 4:30 in the morning. Thornton sat still. He thought about Reyes. 22. Buffalo. The falls are something. You should see them. Hannah had given them everything about him, and now Reyes was a thermal signature that had stopped moving on a screen in a dark room, and somewhere in this city a woman was lying in a bed that smelled like cheap cologne, and she was not sleeping. His hands were shaking. He noticed, pressed them flat against his thighs, and held them there until they stopped. 4 seconds. He powered down the tablets. Stewed. Climbed the stairs in the dark. Outside, Barhaven was burning, and the Americans were running, and everything was going exactly as Diane Turner had planned. Chapter 22. The Mask Falls. The radio woke him at 01. Kowalski was already reaching for his boots before the words made sense. Checkpoint Alpha under attack, motor pool burning, Patrol 3 not responding. He dressed in the dark muscle memory doing the work while his brain caught up, and by the time he hit the hallway he had his vest on and his sidearm and the taste of sleep still thick in his mouth. His driver, Specialist Dalton, had the Humvee running in the lot. The engine idled rough in the cold, and the headlights cut 2 white tunnels through the dark. Dalton's face was the color of paper. Where to, Sarge? Alpha. Go. They pulled out, and the night split open. 3 separate fires burning in the suburban dark, orange light crawling up the undersides of clouds, and sirens already rising from 2 directions. The radio was a chaos of voices, someone screaming for a medevac on Channel 3, a platoon leader demanding a head count on Channel 5, and underneath it all the flat, hard voice of Sergeant Briggs calling for the QRF to rally at the motor pool. Kowalski keyed his handset. All stations, this is Kowalski. Report by position. Sound off. Fragments came back. Post 2, 3 casualties. Motor pool. Fire in the vehicle bays. Patrol 3 off the air entirely. Checkpoint Alpha. Silence. Faster, Kowalski said. Dalton pushed the Humvee through the residential streets. They passed houses where lights were clicking on, one after another, bedroom windows glowing yellow in the dark. Faces appeared behind curtains. A man stood on his front porch in a bathrobe, arms folded, watching the smoke rise over the rooftops. Kowalski looked at him as they passed. A month ago, he would have seen a concerned neighbor. Now the man's stillness felt like something else. Surveillance. Assessment. A calm that didn't match the scale of what was happening 3 blocks away. He pushed the thought down. There would be time for that later. They turned on to Greenbank, and the checkpoint came into view. What was left of it? The sandbag wall had been blown inward, the heavy bags scattered like a child's blocks. The guard shack was burning, a low, steady fire that had consumed the plywood walls and was working through the roof beams. The generator was on its side, fuel pooling beneath it in a dark mirror that reflected the flames. 2 Humvees sat at angles, doors open, one with its windshield shattered into a web of cracked glass. Medics were working under portable lights that threw hard shadows across the asphalt, and there were shapes on the ground covered in ponchos, and there were shapes on the ground that were not covered yet. Kowalski stepped out of the vehicle, and his boots crunched on broken glass. The air smelled of burning diesel, and something underneath it, copper, sharp, the smell he had learned in his first deployment and never forgotten. Sergeant Martinez met him at the perimeter. Martinez had blood on his hands and a look on his face that Kowalski recognized. The look of a man processing something he was not ready to process. How many? Kowalski said. 3 Kaya. 5 wounded. 2 critical. Medevacs inbound. Martinez wiped his hands on his pants. The blood smeared but didn't come off. They hit us at shift change, Sarge. Right at the handover. Half the night crew was packing up and half the day crew hadn't posted yet. Maximum bodies, minimum readiness. Who's down? Martinez read the names. Rodriguez. Park. Reyes. Kowalski stopped him. Rise. Kaya. First strike took the guard position. He was standing right there. Martinez pointed to a blackened patch of asphalt near the collapsed sandbag wall. Scorch marks radiated outward in a starburst pattern. 6 blocks west, Hannah Marlowe sat on the floor of Diane's basement with her phone in her lap and her back against the wall. The first explosion had woken her. She'd counted 5. She knew the targets. She'd given them the targets. She didn't check her phone. She already knew. Kowalski walked to the spot. There was nothing to see. The medics had already moved the body. Just the burned ground and a boot. A single boot, sitting upright on the pavement as if its owner had stepped out of it. He picked it up. Standard issue. The laces were still tied. He set the boot down and straightened. What hit us? Drones? Martinez said the word like it was something foul. Multiple. Small. The jammer kicked on, but they just kept coming. Autonomous, somebody said. They don't need a signal. How many? I counted 4 on this position. Other sites reporting the same. Sarge, they hit 5 positions at the same time. 0400, all 5, boom, 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 boom. Kowalski stood in the wreckage and looked at the houses surrounding the checkpoint. 2-story homes, vinyl siding, basketball hoops in driveways. Every one of them had a sight line to this position. Every window was a potential observation post. Every rooftop was a potential launch point. They knew, said a voice behind him. PFC Denton, one of the captain's people, standing with his rifle against his chest and his jaw tight. They knew exactly when we changed shifts. Exactly. Kowalski didn't answer. He was thinking. He walked back to the Humvee. Dalton, take me to the motor pool. The motor pool was worse. 3 vehicles burning. The maintenance bay roof collapsed. Fuel cans detonated by heat, not by the initial strike, secondary fires spreading where the drones hadn't even hit. The fire team was working with extinguishers, but the flames had too much fuel and too much head start. Kowalski stood at the gate and watched. The precision was what stopped him. Not the devastation. He had seen devastation before. The drones had struck the 3 vehicles that were fueled and staged for the morning patrol. Not the 2 in the back bay undergoing maintenance. Not the supply truck parked along the fence. The 3 that were going out at 0500. Someone had known which vehicles were staged. Someone had known the maintenance schedule. Someone had been inside the wire. He thought of the mechanic. The Canadian contractor they'd hired to service the generators because their own mechanics were stretched thin. A quiet man, competent, who came 3 days a week and worked without complaint and always asked how things were going. Kowalski had approved the contract himself, had signed the man onto the access list, had shaken his hand. The mechanic had been inside the motor pool, had seen the vehicle assignments, had seen the maintenance board with its schedules and notations, had walked past the fuel storage, the ammunition point, the communications shack. Kowalski's hands tightened at his sides. Dalton. Patrol 3's ambush site. Now. The ambush site was on Fallowfield Road, at the bend where the road curved past the cemetery. The patrol had been hit mid-route. 2 vehicles caught in a kill zone that exploited the only spot on the entire route where both vehicles would be moving slowly at the same time, the curve, where they had to brake for the turn. Someone had driven this route, had timed the speed, had measured the geometry. Kowalski stood at the bend and looked at the burned-out hulks of the 2 patrol vehicles. The medics had already evacuated the wounded. 2 more ponchos on the roadside. He didn't look under them. He got back in the Humvee. Outside, dawn was turning the smoke from orange to dirty white. Sarge? Kowalski didn't answer. He was running through a list in his head. Not a list of suspects. The list of faces. The woman who brought coffee to the morning checkpoint crew. Not every day, maybe 3 times a week. Enough to be friendly, not enough to be suspicious. She always asked how they were doing, whether they'd slept well, whether the night shift had been quiet. She asked about schedules the way a neighbor asks about weather, casually, naturally, as if the answer didn't matter. Diane. That was her name. Diane something. The teacher. The neighborhood lady in the cardigan who waved from her porch every morning and who his soldiers liked because she seemed like somebody's grandmother, and in a place full of people who stared at them with flat, unfriendly eyes, a warm face was something they needed. She knew their morning routine. She knew which soldiers worked which shifts. She knew who was on leave and who had come back. She knew the rhythms of the checkpoint the way a person knows the rhythms of a household they live in because she'd asked. And they told her because she was friendly and they were lonely, and none of them thought to wonder why a retired teacher needed to know when the guard changed. The mechanic knew the motor pool. The locals who walked the streets knew the patrol routes. And Reyes's girl, the Canadian woman he'd been seeing, the one who made him smile in a way that Kowalski recognized because he smiled that same way when Jennifer called on Sundays, she knew everything. Reyes talked. All young soldiers talk. They talk to the people they sleep beside because the silence of occupation is unbearable, and a warm body and a listening ear feel like home when home is 1,000 miles away. Kowalski pressed his fists against his thighs. His knuckles went white. Every smile was a lie. He had told his soldiers to be decent, to wave back, to accept the coffee, to be human. And the neighborhood had been watching, learning, waiting. His decency had been a weapon they used against him. Dalton's voice was careful. You okay? Kowalski looked at his driver. Dalton was 20 years old. He had a girlfriend in Albany and a part-time job at a Home Depot, and he had never fired his weapon at a person, and until tonight had never seen a body that wasn't in a casket. No, Kowalski said. I'm not okay. None of us are okay. He picked up the handset, keyed the command channel. Vulture 6, this is Kowalski. The captain's voice came back immediately, sharp and alert. Holt had been on the radio since the first strike. Go ahead. Sir, I've been to all 5 sites. It's coordinated. Precision targeting. Someone fed them everything, checkpoint schedules, shift changes, motor pool layout, patrol routes. Every position was hit at the moment of maximum vulnerability. This was not random. This was not luck. Someone with access gave them a complete operational picture. Silence on the channel. Then Holt's voice, stripped of everything except the cold clarity that made him dangerous. Locals. Yes, sir. The coffee lady. The mechanic. The girl. Kowalski closed his eyes. Yes, sir. Another pause. When the captain spoke again, the words came slow and deliberate, each one placed like a stone. Then we treat them all as the enemy they are. Kowalski sat in the Humvee with the handset in his hand and the dawn coming up over Barhaven, turning the smoke pink and gold, and he couldn't disagree. Not anymore. He looked out the window. Across the street, a woman stood at her kitchen window. She was holding a mug, watching the smoke. Her expression was unreadable concern, maybe, or curiosity, or calculation. He would never know. That was the thing. He would never know again whether a face was a face or a mask. He set the handset in its cradle and stared at the houses and the lawns and the driveways and the basketball hoops and the neighborhood that looked exactly the way his neighborhood in Syracuse looked, and he understood finally, completely, the thing he had been refusing to understand for weeks. He was not in a neighborhood. He was in a kill zone, and every door was closed. Chapter 23. Vendetta. The casualty report came in fragments, each one worse than the last. Captain Wayne Holt stood at the folding table that served as his command desk, both hands flat on the plywood, reading the numbers as they arrived on the field laptop. 4 KI confirmed. 9 wounded, 3 critical. Checkpoint Alpha destroyed. The motor pool hit. A patrol ambushed on Fallowfield Road at the exact turn where vehicles had to slow for the median. His quiet sector. 90 minutes ago, Barhaven South had been his success story. The sector Graves cited in briefings as the model. Holt had built it with curfews and town halls and force, the kind that left no ambiguity. Called Population. Obedient. His superiors had noticed. Now his soldiers were dead, and the sector was burning, and Graves would be on the line within the hour, asking how the quietest district in the division became a mass casualty event. Staff Sergeant Paulson stood at the radio station, transcribing traffic from the other strike sites. Lieutenant Palmer waited near the door with two runners. And along the far wall, leaning against stacked MRE cases with the ease of men who had been waiting for something to happen, stood Sergeant Briggs, Corporal Wade, and PFC Denton. Holt looked at the numbers again. 4 dead. He knew their names. He had assigned their positions. He had told Colonel Graves not 2 days ago that his sector was locked down, that the VP visit could proceed without deviation, that the civilian population was compliant. The civilian population. Sir. Paulson turned from the radio. Division security update. They're evacuating the Vice President tonight. 2100 hours. Aircraft out of Ottawa International. They can't wait for tomorrow. Holt didn't look up. 2100. Yes, sir. They're pulling the entire protective detail to the extraction point by 1900. 9 hours. The Vice President of the United States was fleeing Ottawa because Wayne Holt's quiet sector had exploded in his face. He straightened, looked at the men in the room. Paulson, competent, cautious. Palmer, young, eager to please. And against the wall, Briggs and his crew, watching him with the flat patience of dogs that had heard the leash unclip. Where's Kowalski? Responding to the Fallowfield ambush site, sir. He's been running between positions since the attacks. Holt nodded. Kowalski had been running. Kowalski was always running to help, running to moderate, running to soften whatever edge Holt tried to put on this operation. Kowalski, who had argued for community engagement. Kowalski, who had cautioned against aggressive patrols. Kowalski, whose hearts and minds philosophy had produced a population so comfortable with American presence that they'd mapped every checkpoint, every shift change, every patrol route, and fed it all to people who turned it into a kill list. Lock down the neighborhood, Holt said. No one in or out. Palmer, get me a roster of every Canadian civilian who had regular contact with our positions. The coffee woman. The mechanic. The girl who was seeing Reyes. Every single one. Palmer hesitated. Sir, that's a lot of people. Half the neighborhood had some kind of... Then it's a long list. Move. Palmer moved. Holt looked at Briggs. Get your people ready. Full kit. We're going house to house. Briggs smiled. It was a small thing, barely a movement at the corners of his mouth, but Holt saw it and didn't care. Let him smile. Let all of them smile. The time for restraint was over. The Fournier house was dark when they arrived at 0600. Holt knew the address. Staff Sergeant Paulson had cross-referenced it in 14 minutes. The Fournier's eldest son, 19 years old, had been seen having coffee with Specialist Reyes at the shop on Strandard. 3 times in the past 2 weeks. A friendly kid, the patrol report said. Asked questions about what it was like serving overseas. Showed interest in military life. Questions. Interest. The vocabulary of intelligence, gathering dressed in the language of casual conversation. Briggs hit the front door with a breaching tool. The lock splintered on the second strike, and the door swung inward, and soldiers poured through, Wade first, then Denton, then 2 others whose names Holt didn't bother to track. He heard shouting. A woman's scream, high and sharp, cut off by a barked command. A man's voice, confused, afraid. What is this? What are you doing? Holt stepped through the doorway. The family was in the living room. The father in boxer shorts and a t-shirt, held against the wall by Denton, blood already running from his nose where he had been struck for protesting. The mother clutching a bathrobe closed, standing in front of 2 younger children, a girl of maybe 12, a boy of 8 or 9, who were crying without sound, the way children cry when they understand that noise will make things worse. The eldest son was on the floor, zip-tied. Wade had a knee on his back. Where's his phone? Holt said. Kitchen counter, sir. Bag it. Bag every device in this house. The father tried to speak. We haven't done anything. My son talked to your soldier. That's all. He just talked. Your son gathered intelligence on my personnel. Holt's voice was level, controlled. The voice of a man stating facts, not making accusations. Your home was used to conduct surveillance on American forces. Under the provisions of the Military Security Act, this property is subject to immediate search and seizure. There was no Military Security Act. It didn't matter. The father didn't know. Search it, Holt said. Everything. They searched it. Drawers emptied onto floors. Closets pulled apart. The basement torn open. They found nothing, no weapons, no radios, no maps, no evidence of anything except a family that had lived in this house for 11 years and accumulated the ordinary debris of ordinary life. Outside, Holt said. All of them. The family was marched to the front lawn, the children barefoot on the cold grass, the mother holding the girl against her hip. Neighbors' lights were coming on. Faces appeared in windows. Good. Let them watch. Briggs. Briggs stepped forward. He already knew. Burn it. It took less than 3 minutes. Accelerant from the patrol vehicle's emergency supplies. Striker. Curtains caught first, then the living room carpet, and then the fire found the walls and began to climb with a sound like breathing, a low exhalation that grew into a roar as the house remembered it was made of wood. Holt stood in the street and watched it burn. The family sat on the lawn behind him, zip-tied, the mother's sob steady and rhythmic, the father silent and staring at the fire with an expression that had moved past shock into something older and more permanent. The heat pressed against Holt's face. He held his ground. This was not cruelty. This was consequence. These people had smiled at his soldiers and catalogued them for slaughter, and they had done it in this house at this kitchen table over this coffee, and now the house was burning, and the message was clear. You are not civilians. You never were. You are the enemy, and the enemy's home is a legitimate military target. He believed every word. Find me more, he said. I want every house that ever welcomed an American. Kowalski arrived at 06115, his Humvee fishtailing to a stop at the end of the block. He saw the fire before he saw Holt. The house was fully engulfed now, flames licking through the second-floor windows, the roof beginning to sag. On the lawn, a family zip-tied, barefoot, the children clinging to their mother. Holt stood in the street with his arms crossed, watching it the way a man watches something he has built. Sir, Kowalski's voice was careful. We have no evidence these people were involved. Holt turned. His face was lit orange by the fire, and his eyes held the flat calm of absolute certainty. Their son was gathering intelligence on Reyes. Reyes is dead. You want to talk about evidence? He had coffee with him. A lot of Canadians had coffee with our... And every one of them was gathering intelligence. Every smile, every friendly question, every invitation into a Canadian home, all of it was reconnaissance. Your hearts and minds approach, Staff Sergeant. Your be decent to them approach. This is where it ends. He pointed at the fire. With our soldiers in body bags because you wanted to be liked. Kowalski looked at the family on the lawn. The 12-year-old girl was staring at him. Not crying anymore. Just staring, with the stillness of a child whose understanding of the world has just broken and not yet reformed into something new. Sir, I'm asking you to consider... I've considered. For weeks I considered. I gave these people every chance to live under reasonable order, and they used that time to plan an attack that killed 4 of our people. 4. Kowalski. Americans. Dead. Because we trusted Canadians who were never trustworthy. The words landed in the space between them, and Kowalski heard them and could not fully reject them. That was the poison of it. The attacks had been precise, built on intelligence gathered through relationships his soldiers had been encouraged to build. He had told them to be decent, to see these people as neighbors. And those neighbors had cataloged his soldiers for killing. But the girl on the lawn was 12, and the boy was 8. And they were barefoot in the cold, and their house was gone, and they had done nothing. If you can't do what needs to be done, Holt said, Get out of my way, or join them. Kowalski stood in the street and felt the heat of the fire on his skin and the weight of everything he was about to allow pressed down on his chest like a hand. He stepped aside. Holt walked past him without another word. By 0800, the operation had a rhythm. Briggs and his team moved through the neighborhood with the efficiency of men who had found their purpose. Houses raided, families detained, a man rearrested for photographing birds. 16-year-old pulled from his bed because he'd once told a soldier which streets the patrols avoided. On Larkin Lane, a civilian drone, a commercial quadcopter, the kind sold at electronics stores, buzzed overhead, and a man standing in his yard was beaten for owning it. It was not a weapon. It was a birthday present from his wife. Denton broke 3 of his ribs and left him on his driveway. The regular soldiers watched. Participated when ordered. Most stood at their positions and said nothing and tried not to look at the faces of the people being loaded onto trucks. A private from Rochester stared at the burning house on Fournier Street and thought about his own neighborhood, split levels and chain-link fences, and wondered what his mother would do if soldiers dragged her from bed and set her house on fire because someone she'd never met had killed someone she'd never heard of. He didn't say this aloud. He stood at his post and watched. Holt moved between positions, directing, approving, escalating. Each act of violence fed the next. Each detained family proved the scope of the conspiracy. Each burned house was a message. He was not losing control. He was finding it. The doubt was gone, the weeks of wondering whether Kowalski was right, whether the softer approach might work. Gone. Burned with the houses. This was clarity. This was strength. This was what a commander did. At 7:45, he radioed command. I'm going to find these terrorists if I have to burn down every house in this sector. The response was a long silence, then a request to maintain proportional response. Holt didn't acknowledge. He was already moving to the next address. By 9 o'clock, 3 houses burned, 11 families detained, 6 men hospitalized. The neighborhood that had been quiet for weeks now pulsed with fear, doors locked, curtains drawn, the streets empty except for soldiers and smoke and the distant sound of a woman wailing from the transport trucks. Word spread through American ranks. Barhaven South had gone to full crackdown. Other sectors watched from a distance. Some commanders privately questioned the response. Others said nothing. Few envied the decisiveness. Kowalski stood beside his Humvee on Woodruff Avenue and watched the glow above the rooftops. 3 fires spaced across the neighborhood like signal flags. He had not stopped any of it. He had objected once and been overruled, and then he had watched, and watching was its own kind of action, the kind that history would not forgive. His radio crackled. BP extraction confirmed. 2100 hours. 9 hours from now. Get the vice president out of Ottawa. Holt didn't care about the vice president. Holt cared about the people who had made him look like a fool. He would find them. He would punish them. He would punish everyone near them, and everyone who looked like them, and everyone who failed to stop them, until the neighborhood understood that quiet was not a gift he gave, it was a condition he imposed. He stood on a street corner in Barhaven and surveyed his sector and saw order. The civilians saw something else. 6 blocks south, on a street the patrols had not yet reached, Diane stood at her kitchen window and watched the smoke. 3 fires. Their light still visible against the pale morning. She knew what they meant. She had expected them, had planned for them, had weighed them in the calculus of insurrection and accepted them as the cost of what came next. The captain was predictable. Men like him always were. Squeeze them, and they did not bend, they broke. And in breaking, they broke everything around them, and the breaking was the point. Every house he burned was a recruitment office for the resistance. Every family he detained was a network of cousins and friends and neighbors who would never again wonder which side they were on. She had not wanted this. Some part of her had believed the attacks would be enough, that the Americans would pull back, reassess, perhaps even negotiate, that the violence would stay contained within the boundaries of military targets. But she had planned for this, and planning for a thing meant accepting it. The smoke drifted east on the morning wind. Somewhere in the neighborhood, a woman was screaming. Diane closed her eyes just for a moment And when she opened them, the glow was still there, and the screaming had stopped, and the morning was 9 hours old. They would kill the vice president. She turned from the window and went down to the basement, where the map waited, and the war continued. And the costs kept climbing in a column that would never balance. Chapter 24. Evacuate. The message arrived at 9 minutes past 9 in the morning. Diane was standing at the workbench in the back room of her house, not the basement, the small sunroom off the kitchen that she had converted into a communications post, curtains drawn against the daylight, equipment humming beneath a folding table covered with a tablecloth printed with faded sunflowers. The radio was tuned to Graham's encrypted channel, low static, the sound of a network at rest. She was drinking tea that had gone cold an hour ago, reviewing the flight path overlays for the 100th time when the terminal chimed. She read the message twice. Be departing 2100 tonight. Omaro. Confirm recite. No signature. No call sign. The routing codes matched Hannah's last encryption key, but the message carried the flat urgency of someone transmitting fast and moving on. No follow-up. No additional context. Diane set down her mug. The tea sloshed against the rim, and she didn't notice. She opened the secure channel to Thornton. He answered on the second ping. He never let it ring 3 times. I have it, she said. EP is leaving tonight. 2100. Silence. 3 seconds that stretched like wire. Our launch positions are set for 0500 tomorrow, Thornton said. We're 12 hours early. I know. Can we be ready by 2100? Diane looked at the readiness board pinned to the wall above the workbench. 91 drones planned for Phase 2, the BP swarm. Every number on that board represented weeks of work, components scavenged from hardware stores and hobby shops, circuit boards soldered in garages and spare bedrooms, airframes assembled on kitchen tables after the children went to sleep. 78 showed green. 13 showed amber, still being assembled, still needing final programming, still somewhere between intention and capability. That depends, she said, on what we're willing to accept. 0915. Began making calls. The cellular structure that had protected them for months now became the architecture of a scramble. Each cell operated independently. Each cell leader held only the information they needed. Diane could not simply issue a blanket order. She had to reach each node separately, explain the timeline, extract a commitment, and move to the next. Cell 3 answered first. The voice on the other end belonged to a woman whose name Diane had trained herself never to think of in connection with the work operational hygiene, the sergeant called it, though Diane still thought of it as the habit of protecting people from herself. We can have 8 drones ready, the woman said. Not 12. We lost 4 in the morning strikes. The incendiaries were staged in a shed on Greenbank, and the crackdown swept that block. We pulled the operators out but left the hardware. 8. Confirmed. Cell 7 was worse. Our launch site was in the crackdown zone. Holt's people are tearing through everything south of Fallowfield. We need a new position. Use the alternate. The school parking lot on Longfields. Can you reach it? If we move in the next hour. After that, the patrols will be too thick. Move now. She worked through the network for 30 minutes, and with each call, the picture sharpened. Some cells were intact and ready. Others had been scattered by the captain's reprisals, operators, who had been resting after the Phase 1 strikes, now hiding in basements and attics, waiting for the crackdown to pass. 2 cells had lost hardware. 1 had lost a launch site. All of them had lost 12 hours of preparation time. Out of 935, she opened the channel to Thornton again. Give me the programming status. I can push the semi-autonomous waypoints to everything that's online, he said. But we lose manual override on at least half. Once they launch, they follow the preset flight path. No corrections, no recalls. And if the flight path hits a patrol we didn't anticipate? Then they hit a patrol we didn't anticipate. The decoys are expendable. That's what they're for. And the primary payloads? Pause. She heard him breathing. Thornton was not a man who hesitated, but he was a man who measured his words when the measurement mattered. 9 primary payloads. I can keep manual override on all 9. The incendiaries may be 10 of 15. The rest go autonomous. Do it. She tried Hannah's channel at 0942. 3 pings. 5. 7. No answer. She tried the backup frequency. Static. She tried the emergency contact protocol, a text message routed through 3 relays to a phone number that should have been active. Nothing. Diane stared at the terminal. Hannah had delivered the intelligence that made this possible. The VP departure time, the route, the security posture, all of it had come through Hannah's patient, methodical, devastating work, and now she was silent. Compromised. Hiding. With Reyes as the morning strikes tore his world apart. Any of these. All of these. Diane could not afford to think about one person. Not now. Not with the clock running and 80-odd drones waiting to fly. She closed Hannah's channel and opened the next cell on her list. At 10 o'clock, she convened the go-no-go. 4 voices on the encrypted channel. Thornton. Graham. 2 cell leaders whose positions covered the critical launch corridors east and west of the airport. Diane kept her own voice level, the way she had kept it level in parent-teacher conferences when a father wanted to argue about his son's grade, and she had to explain, calmly and without apology, that the work didn't meet the standard. Status? She said. Graham went first. Communications are holding. The crackdown is generating so much radio traffic on American frequencies that our signals are buried in the noise. They're not looking for us. They're too busy looking for the people who hit them this morning. 78 drones confirmed ready. 13 still in assembly. The cells that lost hardware this morning are cannibalizing components from reserve stock. I project 84 ready by launch. 84 out of 91. 7 won't make it. The assembly teams are working, but they need another 18 hours they don't have. Did the math. 84 drones. 60 decoys to saturate the airspace and draw defensive fire. 15 incendiary packages to create chaos along the departure route, fires on the ground, smoke in the air, confusion in every direction. 9 primary payloads. The ones that mattered. If we launch 84, she said. What are the odds? Better than you'd think, Thornton said. The decoys do the heavy lifting. American counter-drone systems will engage the first wave. They'll swat 20, maybe 30. The incendiaries come in behind and create visual clutter. Thermal signatures everywhere. Their sensors start chasing ghosts. The primaries fly low through the gaps. And if they don't find gaps, some won't. That's built into the plan. We need 3 or 4 to reach the corridor. 3 or 4 out of 9. Arguments for waiting, Diane said. The Eastern cell leader spoke. His voice was tight, controlled, the voice of a man who had spent the morning watching smoke rise from houses 2 streets away from his own. We're rushing. Rushed operations fail. We'll expose the network. And for what? Swarm that's 10% short of strength? Noted. Arguments for launching. Thornton. The VP may never come back. This administration will harden Ottawa's airspace. After today, they'll bring in mobile counter-US batteries. They'll establish no-fly corridors. They'll lock down the departure route with electronic warfare. If we don't take this shot, we don't get another. The Western cell leader. The chaos is perfect cover. Holt is burning houses and rounding up civilians. Every American asset in this sector is pointed inward, not upward. They're looking for us on the ground. They're not watching the sky. And the longer we wait, the more cells are at risk. The crackdown is pushing into neighborhoods where we have operators staged. Every hour we delay is an hour they might find someone. Silence on the channel. Diane heard the distant wail of a siren, real, not imagined, somewhere to the south where the captain was making his examples. She thought of the man she had never met and understood completely. Holt was doing what ideology does when it meets resistance. It escalates. He would burn the whole suburb if no one stopped him. And no one could stop him except the people on this channel doing the thing that would make the burning seem like a footnote. She thought about the cost. If they failed, the network was exposed. 84 drones in the air meant 84 launch signatures, 84 points of origin that American intelligence could trace backward through cell structure and logistics chains to the people who built them, the people who planned them, the people who planned them. To this room. If they succeeded, the Vice President of the United States would die in a field outside Ottawa. The weight of it settled on her shoulders like something physical. She had carried weight before, the weight of classrooms full of teenagers who didn't want to learn, the weight of a marriage that ended quietly, the weight of watching her country slide towards something she recognized from the book she taught. But this was different. This was the weight of lives she would spend like currency, and no amount of preparation made that feel like anything other than what it was. "You go," Diane said. "Launch everything we have." 2045 coordinated. No delays. The hours between the decision and the execution were the longest of Diane's life. At 1:30, she transmitted the launch order to all cells. Encoded final. Phase 2 active. Launch window 2045. L units confirm. Confirmations trickled back. Cell by cell, position by position. Green lights appearing on her board like stars coming out at dusk. Each one represented a team that had received the order, understood it, and begun moving toward the point of no return. Thornton reported that the semi-autonomous programming was loaded. 60 waypoint packages pushed to the decoy fleet. Flight paths that would take them in overlapping waves toward the airport departure corridor. Each drone flying a slightly different route, each one designed to present a unique radar signature that the American systems would have to evaluate and engage individually. Quantity has a quality all its own, Thornton had said once, quoting someone he did not name. The Americans could shoot down drones faster than any military in history. But they could not shoot down 60 at once. She ate a sandwich she didn't taste, drank water, used the bathroom. The body continuing its requirements regardless of what the mind was doing. Cell 7 confirmed they had reached the alternate launch site, the school parking lot on Longfields, abandoned since the occupation closed the schools, weeds pushing through the asphalt, the basketball hoop standing empty against the sky. They would launch from behind the gymnasium, using the building to mask their signatures for the first 30 seconds of flight. At 1400, the assembly teams reported. 84 drones would launch. 7 would not be finished in time. The numbers had held. Thornton confirmed the breakdown. 60 decoys, 15 incendiary, 9 primary payloads. The 9 that could end a vice presidency. Diane tried Hannah one more time at 1430. The channel was dead. Not static, dead. The encryption handshake did not initiate. Either the device was destroyed or it had been powered down deliberately. She let it go. She had to. At 1500, she stood at the workbench and looked at the map of Ottawa, pinned to the wall. The departure route from the airport was marked in blue, the corridor they had left untouched for months, never probing, never testing, never giving the Americans any reason to strengthen its defenses. Patient. Invisible. The kind of restraint that felt like cowardice until the moment it revealed itself as strategy. That corridor would not be clean. She checked the clock. 6 hours until launch. Outside, she could hear sirens. The captain was still raging through the southern blocks, and smoke drifted across the rooftops like weather. Every house he burned was noise that covered her signal. Every family he terrorized was a distraction that kept American eyes on the ground. She had not planned for his cruelty, but she had anticipated it. And she hated herself for the part of her mind that cataloged his atrocities as operational advantage. This is what command does, she thought. It turns everything into math. Even suffering. Especially suffering. She keyed the channel one final time. All cells confirmed ready. Launch window 2045. No recalls, no delays. Once we start, we finish. The confirmations came back. One by one. 16 cells. 84 drones. 9 chances to change the course of the war. Diane set down the handset. The room was quiet. The curtains were drawn. The sunflower tablecloth was stained with tea rings and pencil marks and the smudged coordinates of a plan that had taken 2 years to build and would be spent in 15 minutes. He didn't pray. Never had. But she closed her eyes and held still, and in the silence she heard the ticking of the kitchen clock through the wall, steady and indifferent, counting down toward the moment that was coming, whether she was ready or not. Chapter 25. The Swarm. Thornton counted icons. 84. Steady, arranged across the tracking board in clusters that mapped to the 16 launch sites spread across Ottawa. Each icon was a drone. Each drone was a decision someone had made to build it, to arm it or not, to carry it to a rooftop or a backyard or a parking structure and wait for the word. He checked his watch. 12:44. The command position was a second-floor apartment above a nail salon on Merivale Road, chosen for its sight lines and its anonymity. 3 screens on a folding table. A laptop running the coordination software Thornton had adapted from open-source flight management tools. Radio scanner tuned to American military frequencies. Handheld, encrypted radio for the cell network. The only light came from the screens, and it painted the walls in shifting blue. He'd keyed the encrypted channel. All cells launch in T-minus 30 seconds. Acknowledge. The responses came in rapid succession, clipped and professional the way he had trained them. Cell 1, standing by. Cell 2, ready. Cell 3, ready. Down the list. 12 cells confirmed in the first 10 seconds. Cell 14 was 2 seconds late. Cell 15 came in with a burst of static that nearly swallowed the words. Cell 16, the farthest south, confirmed clean. Thornton exhaled. His hands were steady. He had coordinated insertions in places he would never name for objectives that remained classified even in the privacy of his own memory. This was different only in scale. 84 simultaneous launches across a suburban grid, timed to converge on a corridor that the Americans had been conditioned to believe was safe. All cells. Launch. On the tracking board, the green icons began to move. The staggering was deliberate. East cells launched first, 22 drones rising from Riverside South and Hunt Club, arcing north toward the airport on pre-programmed waypoints. 3 seconds later, the northern cells sent their birds up from Bell's Corners and Nepean. 5 seconds after that, the southern wave climbed from Barhaven and Menotic. The idea was not coordination. The idea was saturation. Every direction. Every altitude band. So many contacts appearing so fast that the American air defense picture would dissolve into noise. It took 11 seconds for the first American response. The radio scanner erupted. A voice, young, high, straining against training, broke across the military frequency. All stations, multiple drone contacts. I say again, multiple drone contacts. All sectors. Count is standby, count exceeds 50. All sectors reporting. Thornton permitted himself one thought. And now we see what they've been hiding. The tracking board showed the swarm spreading like ink dropped in water. The eastern wave was already past Hunt Club Road. The northern drones had cleared baseline. The southern group, his group, climbed through 300 feet over Barhaven. Below, families sat behind drawn curtains. They didn't know the sky was full of machines built in their neighbors' garages. 60 of those machines were decoys, cheap quadcopters with strips of aluminum foil taped to their frames to bloom on radar. Old DJIs stripped of cameras and loaded with nothing but battery weight. A few were foam board fixed wings that a retired shop teacher had built from plans downloaded before the internet went to filtered mode. Their job was simple. Fly. Be seen. Die. 15 carried incendiary packages, thermite charges and steel casings, designed to ignite on impact and burn at 2,000 degrees for 45 seconds. Enough to destroy a vehicle, collapse a roof, melt through a transformer housing. Their job was chaos. Carried primary payloads. Their job was to kill the Vice President of the United States. The counter-drone systems activated at 2048. Thornton had expected jammers first. He was right. 3 mobile jamming units lit up across the American frequency spectrum, their positions betrayed by the sudden dropout of drone telemetry on his tracking board. 2 were near the airport perimeter. 1 was farther east, covering the Rideau Canal corridor. 6 icons on the tracking board went gray simultaneously. Loss of signal. The drones in the eastern wave, the ones closest to the airport jammers, lost their command links and tumbled. But only 6. The autonomous navigation held. Diane had insisted on it months ago, overriding Thornton's preference for manual control. If they jam us, we lose everything, she had said. Program the waypoints. Let them fly themselves, he had argued. She had been right. The remaining drones in the jammer's footprint switched to GPS-guided autonomous mode, their waypoints locked, their flight paths fixed. They could not be recalled. They could not be redirected. But they were still flying. Directed energy came next. A vehicle-mounted system near the airport. Thornton didn't know the designation, but the effect was immediate. Icons blinked out in pairs. The system was sweeping the eastern approach, cooking drone electronics at range. He watched it carve a corridor of dead air through the swarm. He noted the position. Filed it. That system would matter later, if there was a later. Then the shotgun teams opened up. He could hear them on the American frequency, squad leaders calling targets. Soldiers firing 12-gauge loads into the sky at contacts their night vision could barely resolve. Inefficient, desperate, but not useless. At close range, a load of buckshot would shred a consumer drone. 10 minutes in, the tracking board told the story. 50 icons, dark. 34 still flying. Thornton did the math without emotion. Of the 50 lost, he estimated 42 were decoys. 3 incendiary. 5, maybe 5 payload drones? Gone. That left 4 payload drones still in the air. Maybe 5 if one of the gray icons was a payload running silent on autonomous. Cell 7 report. The response was immediate. Lost all decoys. 2 payload drones still flying. Autonomous mode. They're on course. Cell 12. Jammer took out our control links. Autonomous engaged. 1 payload, 1 incendiary. Both tracking. The Americans were winning the numbers game. They should have been. 84 targets from 16 directions was a nightmare for any air defense, but the tools were working. The jammers, the directed energy, the shotgun teams throwing lead into the dark. They were grinding the swarm down. But they were grinding down the decoys. The chaff. The machines whose entire purpose was to absorb exactly this kind of response and reveal exactly what the Americans were willing to show when they were frightened. Thornton counted payload icons. 5 confirmed still airborne. 2 uncertain. Enough. Maybe. At 2055, the surviving drones converged. It was not a choice. The waypoints had been programmed weeks ago, calculated from the departure corridors that the Americans had used every time a VIP left Ottawa International. The Resistance had watched 17 departures over 4 months. They had mapped the climb profiles, the turn points, the altitude gates. They had left those corridors alone, no surveillance drones, no probing flights, nothing to trigger a reassessment of the route. Clean. They had kept them clean. 19 drones, decoys, incendiary, and payload mixed together, funneled toward a wedge of airspace southwest of the airport. The convergence was visible on the tracking board, a tightening spiral of icons closing on a point that did not yet have a target. The American defenders saw it too. Radio traffic shifted from panic to focus. Concentration point southwest. All counter-drone assets shift to Corridor 7. Priority. The directed energy system slewed. More icons died. The shotgun teams repositioned. Second jammer spooled up, covering the corridor approach. 60 drones down. 65. The encrypted radio clicked. Diane's voice, stripped of everything except the question. How many payloads left? Thornton counted the icons. Cross-referenced with cell reports. Subtracted the grays, the unknowns, the ones that might be tumbling through the dark toward nothing. 7. 7 payload drones still flying, plus a handful of incendiary. How many do we need? He had run this calculation 100 times. The payload was shape charge and fragmentation. Single drone could damage a fuselage. 2 in proximity could compromise a wing or an engine housing. 3 would be decisive. 3. Maybe 2 if we're lucky. Silence on the channel. Understood. She was gone. Command and tactical, the relationship functioning the way it was supposed to. She asked. He answered. Neither wasted the other's time. The operation was in his hands now, and there was nothing either of them could do except watch the board and wait for physics and probability to deliver their verdict. At 2:59, the VP's aircraft lifted off. Thornton heard it on the American frequency. First, a terse confirmation from the airport tower, call sign Air Force 2, wheels up, climbing westbound. Then 12 seconds later, the intercepted radio traffic went frantic. Aircraft is airborne. Drone contacts in the departure corridor. All stations engage. All stations engage. Counter-drone fire intensified. The directed energy system was sweeping continuously now, and Thornton watched 3 icons die in 4 seconds. The shotgun teams were firing at anything that moved. A jammer pulse wiped 2 more off the board. The swarm was down to 11. Then 9. Then 7. He switched the tracking display to a tighter view. The remaining drones were inside the corridor now, spread across a 2-kilometer front at altitudes ranging from 500 to 1,200 feet. The aircraft was climbing through them, its transponder signal strong on the captured feed, a white diamond moving west-northwest at 160 knots. High payload drones. The other 2 surviving contacts were incendiary, useless against an aircraft, but their radar signatures were identical to the payloads, and the Americans could not tell the difference. They were still drawing fire. Another icon died. Then another. 4 payload drones. Thornton activated the camera feeds from the lead units. The screens filled with jittering, low-resolution imagery, night sky, the amber wash of the city below, the runway lights of Ottawa International sliding away beneath. The cameras were consumer-grade, barely adequate for daylight work, near useless in the dark. But on one feed, in the upper right quadrant, he could see it. Navigation lights. White fuselage catching the last glow of the city. Climbing. 3 payload drones. The directed energy system had found another one. 2. The camera feeds were cutting in and out. Jammer interference rolled through in waves, turning the images to static for 2 seconds. 3. Before the autonomous systems found clean frequencies and reconnected. Thornton watched the aircraft grow fractionally larger on one feed. The drone was closing. Altitude differential narrowing. The second feed was worse, flickering, the image tearing, the drone fighting through a jammer field that was trying to kill its electronics one system at a time. But it was still flying. The waypoint was locked. The autopilot didn't care about interference. It cared about coordinates. And the coordinates said there. 2 drones. 2 payload drones closing on a target that was climbing away from them at 160 knots, with every air defense asset in the city trying to burn them out of the sky. One feed went to static. Stayed static. The icon on the tracking board flickered gray. 1 drone left. The feed from the final drone showed the aircraft. Closed now. Navigation lights. Bright. The white fuselage filling the frame, foreshortened by the approach angle, growing. Then that feed died too. The tracking board went dark. All 84 icons, green, gray, and red, were gone. Every last one destroyed, jammed, or signal lost. The screen showed nothing but the empty map of Ottawa, the flight paths traced in fading lines, the convergence point marked by a cluster of dead indicators. Thornton stared at the board. He didn't know if the last drone had reached the aircraft. The feed had died 2 seconds before impact or 2 seconds before the jammer killed it. He could not tell. There was no data. There was no confirmation. There was only silence and a dark screen and the sound of his own breathing in the apartment above the nail salon. 10 seconds passed. 15. On the American radio scanner, the traffic had gone quiet. The frantic calls, the engagement orders, the sector reports, all of it had stopped. The frequency was open, carrying nothing but the hiss of dead air. Then a voice. Not shouting. Not reporting. A voice that had broken open, that had come apart at the seams the way voices do when training fails and the human underneath is exposed. Air Force 2 is down. Air Force 2 is down. All stations. Air Force 2 is down. Thornton sat back. The apartment was quiet. The screens glowed with their empty maps. Somewhere below, the street was dark, and the city did not know yet what had happened above it. His breathing was steady. It had been steady the whole time. He reached for the encrypted radio. There were protocols to follow. To notify. Evidence to destroy. Exfiltration routes to activate. The operation was over, but the work was not, and the Americans would be coming with everything they had, and they would be coming soon. He pressed the transmit key. All cells. 2 complete. Execute withdrawal protocol. No further communications until safe positions confirmed. He released the key. Stewed. Began dismantling the screens. Outside, in the dark, the city was still quiet. It would not be quiet for long. Chapter 26. The Kill. The garage smelled like motor oil and cold concrete. Cardinal knelt on a foam camping pad in front of a folding table, her laptop open, the screen casting a pale rectangle of light across the wall behind her. The homeowner's minivan had been backed out an hour ago and parked on the street. In its place, the table, the laptop, a portable antenna mounted on a camera tripod, and a battery pack the size of a shoebox. Her drone sat on the driveway outside the side door, rotors still, payload armed, waiting. She was 21 years old. Third-year engineering at Carleton, specializing in mechatronics. 6 months ago, she had been debugging servo motors in a campus lab. Now she was kneeling in a stranger's garage in Canada, preparing to kill someone. The encrypted channel pulsed green. She read the message twice. Authorization confirmed. All cells launching. Her bird was one of 9 carrying primary payloads, shaped charges designed to penetrate light aircraft fuselage. She had helped build 3 of them at a kitchen table in November, soldering detonation circuits while a woman she'd never met brewed tea and asked about her classes. Cardinal pulled on her headset and opened the flight control application. Telemetry loaded. GPS lock solid. Wind at altitude, 8 knots from the northwest, within parameters. Outside, a dog was barking. A neighbor's golden retriever, she thought. It barked at everything, cars, squirrels, the mail carrier. It would bark at the drone when it launched, and the neighbor would look outside and see nothing, because by then the drone would be a dark shape against a dark sky, already climbing. She tapped the launch sequence. The rotor spun up with a high whine that dropped to a steady hum, and the drone lifted off the driveway and rose into the night. On her screen, the camera feed showed the garage roof falling away, then the street lights of the cul-de-sac, then the suburbs spreading out below, a grid of houses and backyard pools and fences, all of it ordinary, all of it indifferent to what was happening above it. Cardinal watched the altitude indicator climb. 200 meters. 300. The drone banked east and entered the pre-programmed corridor. The corridor was a ghost road. For 4 months, they had flown recreational drones along the same airspace, always during daylight, always within line of sight, always with the right permits filed through the occupation's civil aviation office. They had conditioned every sensor, every radar operator, every analyst watching the feeds to see this corridor as clean. Hobbyists. Photographers. Kids with birthday presents. Harmless traffic that generated no alerts, flagged no patterns, triggered no response. Now the corridor was full of killers, and the defenses did not know. Cardinal watched her camera feed as the drone flew east at 110 kilometers per hour. The image was grainy, infrared, greenish, the landscape rendered in thermal contrast. Roads showed as dark veins between the warm glow of houses. The airport was ahead, a bright smear on the horizon. Data crackled through her headset. Not her channel, a bleed from the coordination net. She heard fragments. Cell reports. Decoy numbers. Losses. 14 down, East Quadrant. Jammer active on frequency 3, switching, autonomous. Cell 9 lost all decoys. Payload still flying. Repeat, payload still flying. The decoy swarm was doing its work. 60 cheap drones thrown at the American defenses from every direction, each one a target that had to be tracked, evaluated, and destroyed. The Americans were good at it. They were killing drones by the dozen. But they could not kill them all, and they could not tell which ones mattered, and while they were shooting at ghosts, the 9 payload drones slipped through the cracks. Cardinal's screen showed her flight path as a thin blue line. The corridor was holding. No jamming on her frequency. No radar lock. She was invisible. Riding in the wake of chaos she could not see. A flash on the camera feed, distant to the south. A directed energy weapon firing, or a drone exploding, she couldn't tell. Then another flash, closer. The sky was full of small wars, electronic and kinetic decoys dying so she could live. She checked her distance. 4 kilometers to the intercept point. Her hands were steady. She noticed that, and then she stopped noticing it because Diane had taught her that the body knows what to do when the mind has been trained. You don't think about steadiness. You think about the task. The aircraft appeared on her screen at 3 kilometers. It was climbing out of the airport departure corridor, white fuselage bright against the dark ground, navigation lights blinking in regulation pattern. A large aircraft. Twin engines. The configuration was unmistakable. She had studied photographs of this exact airframe for weeks. Heat transport. Hardened communications suite. Distinctive antenna array on the dorsal surface. Air Force 2. Cardinal's throat tightened. She swallowed once and forced her breathing back to rhythm. Hold, out. In, hold, out. The targeting reticle drifted across her screen as the drone closed. 2 kilometers. The aircraft was still climbing, slower than a commercial jet, heavy with armor and equipment. It did not know she was there. None of them knew. A voice in her headset, clear, not the bleed channel. The coordination net, direct. Payload operators. Visual confirmation required before commit. Human decision. Say your call sign and confirm target identification. She keyed her mic. Her voice came out flat, professional, someone else's voice from somewhere far away. Cardinal. Target confirmed. Transport Air Force 2 configuration. Visual match. Other voices followed. She heard 2 of them before the channel cut to static and came back. Finch. Target confirmed. Wren. Confirmed. I have lock. 3 of them, at least. 3 payload drones converging on the same aircraft from different angles, different cells, different garages across the city. Operators who had never met each other, trained separately, launched separately, now closing on the same point in the sky. Humans decide. The phrase surfaced from somewhere, Diane's voice months ago, in a conversation Cardinal couldn't fully reconstruct. Something about autonomous targeting. About why you put a person in the loop when the software was faster. The rest scattered, fragments she couldn't hold. Conscience. Algorithm. The distance between a sensor and a death. Humans decide when violence is justified. Cardinal armed payload. The interface asked for confirmation. She pressed the button. 1 kilometer. Closing fast. She could see the aircraft clearly now. The white paint. Blue stripe along the fuselage. The presidential seal. She couldn't actually see it at this resolution, but she knew it was there, and her mind painted it in, filling the gap between what the camera showed and what she knew to be true. Someone was on that aircraft. Not a target, not an objective, not a configuration match. A person. People. Flight crew, security detail, staff, and the Vice President of the United States, who had a name she would not let herself think because thinking the name would make this something she could not do. She pressed commit. The drone accelerated into its terminal approach. The camera feed became a rush of light and shape, the aircraft growing on screen, filling the frame, the white fuselage enormous now, close enough to see the rivets if the resolution had been better. Then a second impact, visible at the edge of her camera's field. Another drone hitting the aircraft from below and to the right, a bright flash that pulsed the screen white before her feed compensated. And a third, she didn't see it, but she felt it in the way the aircraft lurched, a shudder that traveled through the fuselage and into the wing and told her, in the grammar of physics she had studied for 3 years, that the structure was failing. Her own drone hit. The screen flared. A single frame of white heat, and then static. Gray noise. The hiss of a dead signal filling the garage like the sound of rain on a frequency no one could hear. Cardinal stared at the static. The garage was silent except for the hiss from her headset and the dog still barking. The camping pad was damp under her knees. She realized she had been sweating, her shirt was soaked through at the back, and her hair was stuck to her forehead, and she could smell herself, the sharp mineral stink of adrenaline and fear. The static held. No feed. No telemetry. Her drone was gone. She didn't move. Didn't take off the headset. She knelt there and watched the gray noise, as if it might resolve into something, an image, a message, a reversal of what had just happened. The encrypted channel pulsed. She read the message on her laptop screen, each word arriving separately, each one landing with a weight that pressed her further into the concrete floor. Aircraft down. Field outside Ottawa. No survivors. Operators execute protocol. No survivors. The Vice President of the United States was dead. She had killed him. She and Finch, and Wren, and however many others had reached the aircraft, they had done this together. But she had pressed the button, she had watched the fuselage fill her screen, she had committed, and now a man was dead and burning in a field somewhere west of the city. Her hands began to shake. It started in her fingers, a fine tremor, almost invisible, the kind that comes after holding something heavy for too long. Then it spread to her wrists, her forearms, until her whole arms were trembling and she had to press her palms flat against the table to keep them still. During the approach, nothing. During the targeting, the confirmation, the commit, nothing. Her hands had been steady through all of it, the way Diane had promised. But the training hadn't covered this part. The part where you kneel in a garage and stare at static and understand that the grainy infrared image was a real aircraft with real people inside it, and they are dead now, and you did that. She pulled off the headset. The silence was worse. Somewhere across the city, in a room Cardinal had never seen, Diane received the same message. She read it once. Her face did not change. She set the phone down on the table in front of her and placed both hands flat on the surface, mirroring a gesture she couldn't know Cardinal was making at the same moment, and she sat like that for 10 seconds. Then she picked up the phone and began sending the next set of instructions. Protocol. Cardinal forced herself to move. She disconnected the laptop and removed the hard drive. From her backpack, she took a bottle of bleach solution and a rag. She wiped the table, the antenna, the battery pack, every surface she had touched. The hard drive went into a static bag, then into a small nylon case with a magnetic lining. She would destroy it later, somewhere else, according to the procedure she had memorized. The antenna collapsed into 3 sections. She packed it. The battery pack went into the backpack. The camping pad she rolled and left. It was the homeowner's, and it held no evidence. She worked methodically. Each step followed the last the way they had in training, her hands carrying her through the sequence while her mind stayed somewhere above it all, watching herself move through the garage like a stranger. She pulled on her jacket, shouldered the backpack, checked the garage one final time. Nothing left, nothing to connect this space to what had happened in the sky 20 minutes ago. She opened the side door and stepped outside. The night was cool. The dog had stopped barking. The cul-de-sac was quiet, lit by the amber wash of streetlights, cars parked in driveways, a television flickering blue behind someone's living room curtain. A normal street on a normal night. The air smelled like cut grass and approaching rain. She walked to the sidewalk and turned left, away from the house, away from the airport, away from the field where the wreckage was burning. She walked at the pace Diane had taught her. Not fast, not slow, the unhurried stride of a young woman heading home after visiting a friend. Hands in jacket pockets to hide the trembling. Don't go home. Not for 48 hours. She had a go bag at a friend's apartment in Centertown, a friend who didn't know what Cardinal did and who would not ask why she needed to sleep on the couch for 2 nights. She would take the bus. She would sit in a window seat and watch the city pass, and she would not think about the white fuselage or the flash or the static. She would think about it later. All of it. For the rest of her life. But not now. Now she walked, and the night held her, and the streetlights made small circles on the pavement, and somewhere behind her a siren began to wail, distant, then joined by another, and another, a rising chorus that spread across the city like a sound the whole country would have to learn to hear. Cardinal kept walking. She didn't look back. Chapter 27. Aftermath. The runner hit the door at 02117. Kowalski was already half awake, the way he'd been sleeping since the second month, one ear tuned to the base frequency of the building, the ambient hum of generators and plumbing and snoring men that told him everything was normal. The door slamming open was not normal. Formation. Full company. Now. Private Sawyer was 19 and from Binghamton, and his voice cracked on the last word. He moved to the next room. Kowalski heard the same message, muffled through drywall, and then the next room, and then boots on tile as men started moving. He dressed without thinking. Pants, blouse, boots, laced tight, patrol cap. The motions were automatic, the routine of a weekend warrior who had spent enough weekends that it lived in his hands. Around him, the barracks came alive, cots creaking, lockers opening, the muttered profanity of men woken from the only peace they had. "What is it?" someone asked. Nobody answered. Nobody knew. They assembled in the staging area, a converted school gymnasium that still had basketball hoops bolted to the walls and a faded mascot painted on the floor, a wolverine, teeth bared, one claw raised. Kowalski stood in front of his platoon and counted heads while the room filled. 43. He was missing Dalton, who was on guard rotation, and Nguyen, who was at the aid station with a stomach bug. 43 of 45. The overhead lights buzzed. Someone had turned them all on, every bank, and the gym was washed in the flat white glare of institutional lighting. Men squinted, rubbed their eyes, shifted weight from foot to foot. The noise was wrong, too loud, too many voices, the pitch climbing the way it does when rumor outruns information. I heard it was an attack on the convoy. No, something at the airport. Someone said the president. Shut up, Kowalski said. Not loud. He didn't raise his voice. The men near him went quiet. The ones farther away kept talking. He heard it before the captain arrived. A fragment passed from Sergeant Martinez to a corporal whose name he couldn't remember, and then to the soldier standing 3 feet from his left shoulder, spoken in the tone people use when they're repeating something they don't believe. The vice president's plane was shot down. He stood with that sentence for 4 seconds before Captain Holt walked through the double doors. Kowalski had served under Holt for 9 months. He'd watched the man address formations before, stiff, formal, the posture of an officer performing command the way he'd seen it in movies. It was different. Holt's face was drawn tight, the muscles around his jaw working, his eyes moving across the assembled soldiers without settling. His uniform was wrong. The blouse was unbuttoned at the collar, and he wasn't wearing his cover. Kowalski had never seen Holt without his cover in front of the company. Listen up. Holt's voice was raw, stripped. At approximately 200 hours tonight, the aircraft carrying the vice president was struck by multiple drone impacts during departure from Ottawa International. The aircraft crashed in a field 11 miles west of the airport. He paused. The gym was silent. There are no survivors. The sound the room made was not a gasp. It was an exhalation, a collective emptying, as if every man in the gymnasium had been holding his breath and released it at once. Then came the noise, voices rising, someone saying, "Jesus Christ," someone else saying, "No," and somewhere in the back, the sharp crack of a fist hitting cinder block. Kowalski watched his platoon. He read them the way he'd been trained, by posture, by hands, by the set of their shoulders. Some of them were scared. Sawyer stood rigid, his face gray, his hands shaking at his sides. The boy next to him, Kowalski couldn't see the name tape, had his eyes closed, lips moving, praying or cursing, or both. Some of them were angry. Sergeant Martinez's jaw was locked, his hands opening and closing at his sides, the slow mechanical rhythm of a man containing something volatile. Two soldiers near the wall were talking fast, gesturing, their voices hard-edged. And some of them, Kowalski saw this and felt the bottom drop out of his stomach, some of them looked relieved. Not at the death. At the permission it gave them. Sergeant Briggs stood near the captain's right shoulder, arms crossed, chin up, watching the room with an expression Kowalski could only describe as anticipation. Corporal Wade was beside him. Denton behind. "This is an act of war," Holt said. His voice had found its register now, climbing out of shock and into something harder. "These people murdered the Vice President of the United States. On our watch. In our sector." He let that land. "Effective immediately, Barhaven is under full lockdown. No civilian movement. No one enters, no one leaves. Every intersection gets a checkpoint. Every patrol goes out armed and loaded." He paced 3 steps, turned, paced back. The gymnasium was silent except for his boots on the painted floor. "I want names. Anyone who was too friendly with us, anyone who asked too many questions, who showed up with food, who wanted to know where we were and when." His voice cracked on the last word, and he swallowed, and when he spoke again it was lower, tighter, threaded with something Kowalski recognized as genuine fury. "They were watching us. Mapping us. Learning our patterns. And we let them because we thought they were being neighborly." A word came out like a curse. "Round them up. Every contact. Every friendly face. Bring them in for questioning. If they run, detain them. If they resist." He stopped. Looked at the room. "Use your judgment." Kowalski knew what "use your judgment" meant when it came from a commanding officer whose voice sounded like that. It meant whatever happens, I won't ask questions. Holt's eyes found him. The captain pointed, and the gesture was sharp, deliberate, the gesture of a man past negotiation. "Kowalski, your sector. You've been out there longer than anyone. You know who was too friendly. I want a list. Names. Addresses. By 0400. "Yes, sir." The words came out flat. Professional. The voice of a staff sergeant acknowledging an order. Holt turned away, already speaking to Lieutenant Palmer about roadblock positions. Kowalski stood where he was for 3 seconds, the gymnasium noise washing over him, and then he turned and walked toward the exit. The air outside was cold. Early May, but the night still carried winter's memory, and Kowalski's breath made small clouds under the parking lot lights. Diesel engines were starting up Humvees, the 2 MRAPs they'd been given after the first drone attacks, a supply truck that someone had already loaded with concertina wire. His platoon filtered out behind him. He stood by the door and watched them one by one, and he sorted them the way you sort anything when the stakes are high enough, into categories you wish didn't exist. Martinez checked his weapon, racked the charging handle, and moved toward the vehicles with the stride of someone who'd been waiting for an order like this. 2 soldiers fell in behind him. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. Sawyer sat on the curb. He held his rifle across his knees and stared at the pavement between his boots. He hadn't moved since the formation broke. 3 soldiers stood near the motor pool talking in low voices, glancing back at the gym doors. Their body language was closed, hunched shoulders, hands in pockets, the posture of men who wanted to be somewhere else. Anywhere else. A young specialist, Kowalski couldn't remember his name, 2 months in country, still had Aknet stopped beside him. "Sergeant?" "Yeah." The kid's mouth opened. Closed. He was trying to form a question that had no safe shape. "Are we supposed to?" He couldn't finish it. His eyes were wide and wet under the parking lot lights, and Kowalski saw in them the thing he'd been trying not to see in his own reflection for weeks. The dawning understanding that the rules had changed, and the new rules were worse. "Follow orders," Kowalski said. "Stay with your team. Don't get separated." The kid nodded. He walked toward the vehicles. Kowalski watched him go. The words sat in his throat like something swallowed wrong, sharp-edged, catching on the way down. Follow orders. The answer every ENC OG gives when there's no good answer. The answer that lets you sleep for one more night. From the motor pool, someone laughed. The sound was loud and short, a bark of something that wasn't humor. Payback time, the voice said. It might have been Martinez. It might have been someone else. Nobody laughed with him. The silence that followed was worse than the word. Dawn came slow and gray. Kowalski led the patrol east on Strandard Drive. The streets were empty, lockdown had hit fast, the neighborhood sealed behind drawn curtains within an hour. The houses watched them. Every dark window held eyes. A woman rounded a corner ahead. Golden retriever on a retractable leash, pajama pants under a winter jacket. The dog sensed them before she did. She looked up, and her face changed. Armed men in combat gear spread across her street, weapons raised in the pale morning light. Go home, Kowalski said. He lowered his weapon. Now, get inside. She ran. The dog ran with her, the leash reel whining as it played out. They disappeared around the corner. Should have brought her in, Denton said. Lockdown means lockdown. Kowalski didn't answer. He started walking. The list was in his breast pocket. It was handwritten on a page torn from a green memo book, the kind the Army issued by the gross, and it contained 12 addresses. 12 households that had, over the past 4 months, done the unforgivable. They'd been kind. They'd brought food to patrol routes. They'd made small talk at checkpoints. They'd waved from porches and offered directions and treated American soldiers like human beings instead of invaders. Now kindness was evidence. Warmth was a weapon. He stood on the sidewalk outside a house on Cobblestone Drive. 2-story, cream siding, a garden bed along the front that someone had already planted with early annuals, pansies, he thought, or something like them, purple and yellow, arranged in neat rows. A tricycle sat on the front walk. The mailbox read Henderson. He knew this family. Mrs. Henderson had brought pies to the checkpoint on Greenbank Road, apple, the crust thick and golden, dusted with cinnamon sugar. She'd said her daughter liked watching the soldiers and wanted to know their names. The daughter was 4. She had red hair and gap teeth, and she called every soldier Mister. His orders were clear. Bring them in for questioning. He looked at his soldiers. 4 men spread in a loose formation on the sidewalk, watching him, waiting. Sawyer was among them, and the kid's face was blank, emptied of everything except the effort of not feeling. The house was not dark. Light was on in the kitchen. Through the window, he could see the edge of a counter, a kettle, the corner of a refrigerator covered in magnets and children's artwork. Someone was awake in there, sitting in their kitchen at 6 in the morning, waiting to find out what the world had become. A curtain moved. 2nd floor. A face appeared in the gap and then withdrew. Fast, the motion of someone who'd been watching and didn't want to be seen. Kowalski unclipped his radio, pressed the transmit button. This is Kowalski. Position 7. House is empty. Residents have moved on. Proceeding to next address. The radio hissed. Copy. Proceed. He clipped the radio back to his vest. He didn't look at the window. Didn't look at his soldiers. Move out, he said. They walked. Behind him, on the 2nd floor of a cream-sided house on Cobblestone Drive, a curtain closed. Kowalski knew what he'd done. Not a grand thing. Not a defiant stand. Just a quiet lie spoken into static on a morning when the world had cracked open, and the things crawling out of the cracks wore faces he recognized. He walked east, toward the next address on his list. The sun was above the rooftops now, thin and without warmth, and the street stretched ahead of him, empty and still, the houses sealed and waiting. Behind him, in a kitchen on Cobblestone Drive, a woman held her daughter and didn't move until the sound of boots on pavement faded to nothing. Chapter 28. The radio. The American frequencies told the story before anyone had to say it aloud. Thornton sat in the basement with the captured radio on the table, in front of him a green Motorola handheld pulled from a dead soldier's vest weeks ago. He'd kept it powered down since, Battery conserved, its existence known to 3 people. Now it was on, volume low, and the traffic pouring through it was the sound of a machine closing on them. Viper 26. Sweep of long fields complete. Moving to phase line Bravo. Copy 26. Viper 36. Status on Greenbank cordon. 36. Cordon set. No movement south of Fallowfield. The captain had launched a full cordon operation, systematic sector by sector, tightening from the edges of Barhaven. They were using grids that corresponded to neighborhoods Hannah had moved through, reconstructing the network's geography through the negative space of her reports. By afternoon, they'd reached the streets where 3 safe houses sat within a kilometer of each other. Diane had evacuated non-essential personnel overnight, but 3 operational nodes couldn't be moved, equipment bolted to walls, communications gear wired into basement infrastructure. Those stayed, and the people who ran them stayed with them. Diane came down the stairs. How close? 4 hours. Maybe less. Can we move the rest? Not through a cordon this tight. She stood at the table's edge, looking at the map on the corkboard behind him. Red pins for American positions. Move their own. The gap between colors was barely 3 blocks. Thornton looked at the radio. He'd been carrying this option since the night he'd taken it from the dead man's vest. 1 use. 1 chance. After that, the frequency would be compromised, the voice recorded, the deception hunted. I can break the cordon, he said. How? He picked up the radio and set it between them. He explained it in under 2 minutes. No embellishment, no hedging. American fire missions ran on dedicated frequencies with standardized formats. He'd listened long enough to know their call signs, their procedures. The Fire Direction Center operated under the call sign hammer. He was going to key this radio, become a panicked American sergeant, and request immediate fire support. The grid coordinates he'd give would be the captain's own headquarters on Strandard. American mortars would fire on their own position. Chows, he said. Friendly fire investigation. Every unit pulls back. The sweep stops. We get 6, maybe 8 hours. How many will die? It depends on the rounds. I can't control what the FDC selects. The soldiers at the headquarters. Their staff. Communications. Medical. Yes? The radio hissed softly between them, American voices continuing their sweep reports. You're asking me to authorize killing Americans who aren't threatening us directly. I'm telling you what I can do. The authorization is yours. She held his gaze. He didn't soften it, didn't offer her the comfort of a justification she hadn't asked for. She led. He advised. The decision was hers. Do it, she said. Break the cordon. She didn't like it. He could see that in the set of her jaw, the way her fingers pressed white against the tabletop. Neither did he. Saying it would not change what had to happen. I need to transmit from a different location, he said. 2 kilometers minimum. They'll triangulate. Where? Industrial Park off Woodroff. 20 minutes. She nodded. He pocketed the radio and retrieved a thermite grenade from a locked case beneath the workbench military issue from the cache he carried home when JTF2 stood down. 1 grenade. 1 radio. Both single use. He climbed the stairs without looking back. The industrial building smelled like dust and machine oil. Thornton entered through a loading dock door hanging off 1 hinge and positioned himself on the 2nd floor near a south-facing window. He could see nothing of the captain's headquarters from here. That was the point. 2 kilometers of suburban roofline between him and the target grid. He set the radio on a metal desk. Breathed. Centered himself. The call signs were memorized. Viper 2-3, a platoon element currently sweeping 2 blocks east of the cordon's inner edge. Close enough to the headquarters to make a fire request plausible. He'd heard the real 2-3's voice on the radio for 2 weeks. Young. From somewhere in the northeast, the vowels slightly compressed. The kind of voice that climbed when it was scared. He picked up the radio. Heed the transmit button. Hammer. This is Viper 2-3. Contact. Contact. Grid 87432156. Enemy fire. We are taking effective fire from multiple positions. Request immediate suppression. Fire for effect. Grid 87432156. How copy? He released the button. Static. His own breathing, controlled, measured, the only sound in the dead building. The response came in 4 seconds. Viper 2-3, this is Hammer. Copy your request. Confirm grid 87432156. Target description, over. He keyed again. Let the panic ride higher. Let the voice crack at the edges the way a young sergeant's voice would crack when the world was coming apart. Hammer, enemy personnel in the open and in structures. We have casualties, we have casualties. Grid is confirmed, 87432156. Fire for effect, danger close. I say again, danger close. Copy, danger close. Shot, over. That was it. Fire Direction Center had accepted the mission. Somewhere behind American lines, mortar crews were dropping rounds into tubes with the heavy clunk of steel meeting steel. Thornton set the radio down. The rounds were in the air. No voice on any frequency could call them back. He watched the second hand on his watch. 20 to 30 seconds of flight time. Each tick a shell climbing toward apogee and beginning its descent. At 26 seconds, the first impact reached him as a low, flat thump he felt in his sternum before he heard it with his ears. Then a second. A third. Fourth. 6 rounds, staggered, designed to saturate a grid square. The radio erupted. Screaming first. Not words, sound. The raw frequency of human voices stripped of language by shock and pain. Then words, overlapping, frantic, a dozen transmissions stepping on each other as every operator on the net keyed at once. Taking fire from friendly rounds. Check fire, check fire, check fire. Casualties at the CP, multiple casualties at the CP. Hammer, ceasefire. Ceasefire. Those are our rounds. Who called that mission? Who the fuck called that mission? We need medics at the command post. We need... Thornton listened. His breathing was even. Then the captain's voice cut through the chaos. Hoarse, raw, but alive, unmistakably alive, converting shock into fury. All stations, this is Viper 6. Cease fire! Cease all fire! I want to know who requested that mission. 2-3, report. Viper 2-3, report immediately. Silence from 2-3. The real 2-3 was on the other side of the cordon, probably staring at his radio in confusion, wondering why the captain was screaming his call sign. Viper 2-3, respond. More silence. Then another voice. 6, this is 2-6. 2-3 is with me at phase line Bravo. They didn't call anything? That wasn't them. Pause. Thornton could hear the captain processing it, the realization arriving like a second set of rounds, the understanding that the voice on the radio had not belonged to any of his soldiers. All units, return to headquarters immediately. I say again, all units return to headquarters. Cordon is suspended. Acknowledge. One by one, the call signs responded. The cordon was collapsing inward, every patrol abandoning their sweep to converge on the smoking command post. The investigation would consume them for hours: forensics, radio logs, signals analysis, the grinding bureaucracy of friendly fire that turned an army inward on itself. Thornton set the radio on the concrete floor and placed the thermite grenade on top of it. Hold the pin. Step back. White flash, and a sound like tearing fabric. The thermite burned through the radio in seconds, reducing circuitry and plastic to a puddle of molten slag that glowed orange on the concrete. He watched it until the glow faded to black, until the voice he'd used existed nowhere but in the memory of the soldiers who'd heard it. One use. As planned. Thornton moved through Barhaven's back roads, not hurrying, not lingering, just another resident walking home. American patrols had reversed direction, engines running hot toward the headquarters. Humvee passed 3 blocks ahead, lights flashing, and he stepped into a backyard until it cleared. He passed a lot where a house had been demolished, cracked foundation, exposed rebar, scorched lawn. Collective punishment from the captain. The family relocated. Their neighbors made to watch. The site filed itself away in the same compartment where he kept everything else. Processing was for later. Or for never. He reached the secondary safe house 3 blocks south of where the cordon's inner edge had been. Stepped inside. Locked the door. Diane was in the kitchen, both hands wrapped around a mug. "Cordon's broken," he said. "We have tonight to move the remaining nodes." She nodded once. "Then we use tonight." "Everything moves." Thornton leaned against the doorframe. "One more thing. Their own mortars killed their own people. Every fire mission from now on, someone's going to hesitate. Every radio call, someone's going to wonder." Diane looked at him. The expression on her face was not victory. "Get some rest," she said. "We start moving at dark." He pushed off the door frame and walked to the back bedroom. Behind him, Diane stood alone in the kitchen, the mug cooling on the counter, the morning light unchanged, the distant sound of sirens drifting through the walls like weather from another country. Chapter 29. The Reckoning. The informant lived above a dry cleaner on Strandard, a thin man with a thin mouth who opened the door 4 inches and spoke through the gap. Captain Wayne Holt stood on the landing and listened, and the rage that had been building in his chest since the mortars landed on his own headquarters found something to grip. "The soldier," the man said. "The Canadian one. He went into the building on Claridge. The old dental office. 20 minutes ago." He didn't ask how the man knew. Didn't ask what he wanted. He turned and went down the stairs, and the evening air hit his face, warm and still, carrying the faint chemical tang of smoke from the fires they hadn't fully contained. His squad was waiting on the sidewalk. 8 soldiers in full kit, rifles slung, helmets on. They watched him come down the steps, and he saw it in their faces, the thing he'd been seeing for days now but refused to name. Not fear. Not anger. Something flatter. Something that looked through him instead of at him. "Claridge Drive," he said. "The dental office." "Move." They moved. They followed. But the silence that came with them was not the silence of discipline. It was the silence of men carrying a weight they had not agreed to carry, walking towards something they had not agreed to do. Holt walked at the front. The bandage on his left arm was fresh, white gauze over the shrapnel wound from that morning's chaos, his own mortars, his own fire base, raining steel on his own position because someone had used an American radio to call it in. 3 soldiers dead. 9 wounded. And he knew who had done it. Canadian. The one who moved through Barhaven like he belonged here, because he did belong here, and that was the thing Holt could not forgive. He traced it back. The radio frequency, the call sign format, the grid coordinates fed to fire direction. It required someone who'd listened long enough to learn American procedures. Someone with military training. Someone the locals called the sergeant when they thought no one was listening. Like Thornton. The name had surfaced from 3 separate sources over the past week. TF2 Canadian Special Operations, living in plain sight in a suburb full of people who knew what he was and said nothing. Holt's boot struck the pavement in a steady rhythm. His sidearm pressed against his thigh with each step. Behind him, his soldier's boots fell softer, as if they were trying to leave no mark. Thornton heard them before he saw them. He was standing at the window of the second-floor office, looking down at the street through a gap in the Venetian blinds. The building had been empty for months, no patients, no staff, just dusty chairs and a reception counter still stacked with appointment cards for a world that no longer existed. The warning had come 12 minutes ago. A woman from the Citizen Patrol, one of the ones who wore the armband in public and passed information private, had called Diane's contact chain. Americans coming. The captain himself. They know where you are. Diane had wanted to run. She'd come up the stairs with that look she wore when the calculus turned against them, the look that said move now, fight later, survive today. There's no time, Thornton told her. There's always time if you leave now. He'll follow. He followed today. He'll follow tomorrow. Thornton turned from the window. Take the others out the back. The loading dock opens onto Longfields. Go east, then south. Don't come back here. Diane stood in the doorway. Her cardigan was buttoned wrong, one side hanging lower than the other, the kind of detail that meant she dressed in a hurry when the warning came. She looked at him with an expression he'd seen her wear before, the cost of command visible in the lines around her mouth, in the stillness of her hands. Mike. Go. She went. He heard her footsteps on the stairs, then voices below, low, urgent, the shuffle of people leaving through a back corridor. A door opened and closed. Then quiet. Thornton checked his weapon. A pistol was a Browning high power, taken from a reservist basement in the first week, cleaned and maintained every night since. He press-checked the chamber, felt the round seated, and tucked the weapon into his waistband at the small of his back, beneath his jacket. He returned to the window. The street was empty. Then it wasn't. They came around the corner in a loose formation, the captain at the front moving fast, his soldiers spreading out behind him in a line that should have been tactical, but looked reluctant. They fanned toward the building, and Thornton counted 8, 9, 10 of them taking positions along the sidewalk, the parking lot, the alley on the north side. Among them, he recognized the staff sergeant, Kowalski. He'd seen him before, at checkpoints, on patrol, once at a distance during the town hall meetings Diane had attended. Solid NC, Och. The build and bearing of a man who kept things running, dependable, steady, the kind of soldier who held a unit together while the officers gave speeches. Kowalski positioned his men with small hand signals. Professional. Cold. But he was moving them into a perimeter, not an assault formation. No stack on the door. No breaching posture. He was setting a cordon, not an attack. Thornton noted it. Filed it. Let it be. Holt stood in the parking lot and looked up at the building. 2 stories. Brick. Glass front, dark inside. The dental office sign still hung above the entrance, one corner broken, swinging slightly in the evening air. He could feel his pulse in his throat. The shrapnel wound throbbed beneath the bandage. Somewhere in that building was the man who had turned American firepower against Americans, who had killed 3 of his soldiers with their own ordnance, who had made him look like a fool in front of his battalion commander and in front of himself. Thornton, his voice cracked across the empty lot. Come out, or we burn it down. The words echoed off the brick and died. Nothing moved behind the dark windows. Holt waited. 10 seconds. 15. The street lamp on the corner buzzed, a high, thin sound like an insect caught in glass. His breathing was audible, even to himself, heavy through the nose, the breathing of someone no longer pretending to be calm. Then the front door opened. Thornton stepped out. He came through the doorway slowly, hands visible at his sides, palms forward. He wore a dark jacket, jeans, work boots, no weapon showing. He stopped 3 meters from the door on the concrete step and stood there. He did not kneel. He did not speak. His posture was straight, his weight centered, his eyes on Holt. The posture of someone who had already decided, waiting for the world to catch up. Holt stared at him. The enemy had a face, and it was ordinary. Late 20s. Clean shaven. Face you'd see behind a counter at Canadian Tire, the kind that said nothing and meant everything. No defiance in his expression. No fear either. Just the flat, focused attention of someone who had been trained to read a situation faster than the people in it. On your knees, Holt said. The Canadian did not move. His hands stayed at his sides, palms forward, and his weight did not shift. He stood on the concrete step and looked at Holt the way someone looks at weather tension, without urgency. Holt's hand moved to his sidearm. Not drawing. Resting. He felt the grip against his palm and the certainty it should have carried.
Seize him!
The order crossed the parking lot. It reached his soldiers, and it stopped. The word hung in the air like something thrown that no one caught. No one moved. Holt turned his head. They were standing where Kowalski had placed them, along the sidewalk, the alley entrance, the far edge of the lot, rifles slung or held low, muzzles pointed at the ground. 10 soldiers in American uniforms, armed, trained, and still as concrete. Kowalski. He said the name the way he gave orders, flat, absolute, expecting compliance the way gravity expects things to fall. Taken down. Now. Staff Sergeant Kowalski stood 6 meters to his left. His rifle was across his chest, barrel down. He did not adjust his grip. He did not shift his weight. He stood the way a man stands when the decision has already been made and everything that follows is the world catching up. His face showed nothing. His eyes were flat, the eyes of a man looking at something he had already decided not to see. Not defiance. Not refusal. Something worse. Indifference, the complete withdrawal of the consent that makes command possible. The silence expanded. It filled the parking lot the way water fills a basin, pressing against everything it touched. Holt could hear his own breathing. He could hear the buzzing of the street lamp. He could hear, beneath those sounds, the absence of the thing he needed most, the snap of compliance, the movement of men obeying, the machinery of authority engaging the way it was supposed to engage when a captain gave a lawful order. That's an order. His voice was higher now. The authority in it had cracked, and through the crack came something raw, confusion, disbelief, the sound of a man discovering that the ground beneath him was not ground at all. He took a step toward Kowalski. Every one of you. Seize this man. That is a direct order from your commanding officer. Kowalski did not blink. Along the perimeter, the soldiers watched. Not one rifle moved. Not one boot scraped the pavement. No one moved. No one spoke. No one looked away. Buzzing street lamp. The distant sound of traffic on the highway. A dog barking somewhere. 2 streets over, the ordinary sound of an ordinary evening in a suburb where nothing ordinary had happened in months. Thornton saw it happen. He saw the captain turn back from his soldiers, and he saw the face change. The confusion burned off, replaced by something older and simpler, fury, raw and simple, the violence of a man with nothing left but violence itself. Holt's hand closed on his sidearm. The snap of the holster releasing was the loudest sound on the street. Thornton's hand was already moving. The Browning came from behind his back in a single motion, arm extending, sights finding center mass the way they had 10,000 times on ranges and in dark rooms and in the quiet rehearsals that lived behind his eyes. The captain's weapon cleared the holster. Thornton fired once. The sound split the evening open. Single report, flat and hard, rolling across the parking lot and bouncing off the brick and fading into the sky. Holt's body jerked. His sidearm discharged into the pavement as his arm dropped, the round sparking off asphalt and burying itself somewhere in the dark. He stood for a moment, 1 second less, with an expression of pure surprise, the expression of a man who had believed, until the very last instant, that the world would bend to accommodate him. He fell. He hit the pavement on his side, and his helmet struck the concrete with a hollow sound, and his hand opened, and his weapon slid 2 feet across the ground and stopped against the curb. The echo of the shot faded. Silence came back, heavier than before. Nobody moved. The soldiers stood in their positions, rifles still pointed at the ground, and they looked at the body of their commanding officer, and they did not move toward him, and they did not raise their weapons, and they did not speak. Thornton lowered the Browning. He held it at his side, finger off the trigger, and he looked at the American soldiers, and they looked at him. The moment stretched, 2 seconds, 5, a silence that held everything that had happened in this suburb since the first American boot had touched Canadian soil. Sergeant Kowalski stepped forward. He walked to the body. He looked down at Captain Wayne Holt, the shrapnel wound on his arm, the fresh blood spreading beneath his torso, the sidearm lying 2 feet away with the slide locked back, and he looked at these things the way a man looks at a car accident on the highway with the detached attention of someone cataloging facts for later. Then he looked up at Thornton. The 2 sergeants regarded each other across 8 feet of parking lot. Nothing passed between them that could be spoken or written or entered into any record. It was the recognition of two men who understood the same profession and had practiced it on opposite sides of a line neither of them had drawn. Kowalski spoke. His voice was level, unhurried, the voice of a man filing a report. He went for his gun first. We all saw it. Behind him, along the sidewalk and the alley and the perimeter, 10 soldiers nodded. Slowly. Some barely. All of them. Kowalski looked at Thornton one more time. You should go. Thornton held his gaze for 1 second. Then he nodded. He tucked the Browning back behind his jacket and stepped off the concrete step and walked across the parking lot. He did not run. He did not look back. He walked past the American soldiers, and they parted without being asked. And no one raised a weapon, and no one called out, and no one followed. He reached the corner of Claridge and turned south. The night swallowed him the way night swallows everything that chooses to disappear. Kowalski stood over the body. The blood had stopped spreading. It pooled beneath Holt's torso, dark and still, catching the orange light from the street lamp. His eyes were open. They reflected nothing. The soldiers gathered in closer now, forming a loose semicircle around their dead commander. No one knelt. No one checked for a pulse. They could see what a pulse would not find. Kowalski reached for his radio. He heaved the handset and waited for the click. Command, this is Kowalski. Bravo sector. Static. Go ahead, Kowalski. He looked down at the body one more time. The captain's mouth was open slightly, as if he'd been about to give another order that no one would follow. We have an officer down, Kowalski said. Shot by a fleeing insurgent. Requesting medical and QRF to my position. Claridge Drive, east of Strandard. He released the handset. The radio crackled with responses, acknowledgments, questions, a sudden acceleration of a headquarters responding to the worst kind of news. Kowalski let them talk. He clipped the handset to his vest and looked at his soldiers. They looked back. In their faces, he saw relief and shame and something that might have been gratitude, all of it mixed together in the expression of people who had done a terrible thing by doing nothing at all. Secure the perimeter, he said quietly. Nobody comes in or out until QRF arrives. They moved. Slowly, carefully, taking up positions around the building and the parking lot, establishing the cordon they should have established 10 minutes ago, performing the professional motions of soldiers doing their job. The body lay at the center of their perimeter, attended by no one, mourned by no one, cooling in the spring air. Kowalski stood apart and watched the street where the Canadian had disappeared. The sidewalk was empty. The night was quiet. Somewhere to the south, a porch light came on, then went off, as if someone had looked outside and decided they didn't want to see. He thought about Syracuse, about Jennifer and the kids, about the life on the other side of all this. He did not think about Captain Wayne Holt. Nobody did. Chapter 30. The Long War. The count took 11 minutes. Diane wrote the names on the back of a grocery receipt because they'd left the brown paper map at the place on Claridge, the house they couldn't go back to. The tertiary safe house, a half-finished basement rental on Longfields that smelled like drywall dust and someone else's laundry detergent, had a folding table, 6 mismatched chairs, and a coffee maker that Graham had carried in a gym bag across 3 blocks at 2 in the morning. The coffee was weak. Nobody complained. She wrote the names of the dead first. Raymond Prolks. Alain Desrokers. Both killed during the swarm attack were operators who'd stayed on their controllers too long, still guiding drones when the counter-battery fire found their positions. Raymond had been 63 years old. He'd taught shop class at Longfields Davidson for 22 years before retirement, and he'd built the first charging cradles for the drone fleet in his garage, soldering connections with the same hands that had taught a generation of teenagers to use a lathe. Alain had run the manufacturing network from his living room, wrapping drone frames in moving blankets and labeling them Christmas decorations. 2 men. Both volunteers. Both gone. Then the detained. 3 names. Liam caught during the cordon sweep when the captain's soldiers locked down 4 blocks around the Costco node. A woman from Firth's distribution team whose name Diane had never learned, and now might never. A third, one of the newer recruits from the training sessions, Barely a month in the network, picked up at a checkpoint with nothing incriminating but a cell phone full of deleted files that weren't deleted well enough. One safe house burned. The Claridge location, their primary for 6 weeks, now marked on American maps and useless. Everything in it, the maps, the frequency lists, the charging stations, either carried out in the evacuation or left behind to be cataloged by military intelligence analysts who would study it the way entomologists study a hive. The manufacturing network was scattered. 12 assembly nodes reduced to 4, the rest shut down or relocated overnight. It would take weeks to rebuild, longer to replace the components they'd stockpiled. Benton penned the pen. Round the table, the surviving cell leadership watched her, Graham, Nor, Marcus Webb, 2 others. Tired faces lit by a single lamp. Instant coffee in paper cups. The smell of people who hadn't slept properly in 2 days. We won, Webb said. He said it flat, testing the word. Diane looked at the receipt. 5 names. 1 house. And network gutted. Where's Hannah? She said. The room went quiet. Graham looked at Nor. Nor looked at her hands. Upstairs, Graham said. She hasn't come down since we got here. Diane checked the news on the laptop Graham had brought. Connecting through the anonymized relay, the sergeant had built 3 VPN layers bouncing through servers they'd never touch again. The screen loaded slowly, and then the world filled the display. The Vice President of the United States was dead. It was the only story. NN called it an act of terrorism. Fox News called it an act of war. BBC ran footage of the departure corridor and said nothing, letting the images speak. The question underneath every headline was the same. How did commercial drones do this? Diane scrolled. The American media landscape split along a fracture line she could see widening in real time. One side demanded retaliation, massive, immediate, the full weight of the United States military brought down on Canadian soil. The other side asked a different question, quieter but spreading. Why are we in Canada? It was there in the op-eds, in the careful language of senators repositioning. In letters from families in Utica and Rochester whose sons and daughters stood on streets that looked exactly like their own, the international press was asking louder. Consumer drones killed the vice president. If a retired teacher in a suburb could build this, if the most powerful military on earth couldn't protect its own leadership from machines that cost less than a used car. Diane closed the laptop. The screen went dark, and she sat with the silence, and she thought about Raymond Prohl's soldering connections in his garage, and she thought about Elaine wrapping drone frames in moving blankets, and she thought about the 12-year-old girl in Buffalo whose brother was never coming home. She heard boots on the stairs. Thornton came down into the basement, and his face told her everything before he spoke. Something you need to handle, he said, personally. The room upstairs was small and cold. Single window, curtains drawn. A mattress on the floor with a sleeping bag unzipped and spread across it like a shroud. Hannah Marlowe sat on the edge of the mattress with her back against the wall, her knees drawn up, her hands resting on her shins. She wasn't crying. She wasn't doing anything. Diane closed the door behind her and stood there for a moment, letting her eyes adjust. Hannah's face was visible in the thin light that leaked through the curtain edges, hollowed out, emptied, the face of someone who had gone somewhere inside themselves and hadn't found a reason to come back. Diane sat down on the floor beside the mattress. Not on the mattress. Beside it. Close enough to be present. Far enough to not crowd. She didn't speak. A minute passed. 2. The house settled around them. Pipes ticking, the distant murmur of voices from the basement, a car passing on the street outside. He showed me pictures of his sister, Hannah said. Her voice was flat, scraped clean. She's 12. She plays the clarinet, and she's terrible at it, but she practices every day, and he was so proud of her he couldn't stand it. Didn't move. Hannah's hands tightened on her shins, knuckles whitening. I gave you his patrol schedule. I gave you his checkpoint assignment. I gave you everything he told me because he trusted me, and I sat across from him and poured his coffee and let him talk about his life, and I memorized every word because the words were intelligence, and the intelligence killed him. She stopped. The silence was absolute. Diane had no answer for it. She had commanded this. She had drawn the red circle on the map. She had written Delta 0800 in her neat handwriting and passed the information up the chain, and somewhere in the architecture of what happened next, Marcus Reyes had died at his checkpoint post during the coordinated attacks that had cleared the way for the swarm. She could say it was necessary. She could say that the patrol schedule had saved other lives, that the checkpoint data had allowed the swarm operators to identify gaps in the perimeter, that without Hannah's intelligence the entire operation might have failed. All of it was true. None of it mattered in this room. Did it matter? Hannah asked. She turned her head and looked at Diane, and her eyes were dry and dark and older than they had been 6 weeks ago. Did killing him matter? Diane held her gaze. Yes, she said. And I'm sorry. Hannah looked away. Her jaw worked once, twice, and then she was still again, and Diane sat beside her and didn't touch her, didn't leave, and the thin light moved slowly across the floor as the morning aged. When the light reached the far wall, she stood and went downstairs. Thornton was waiting in the kitchen. He'd made fresh coffee, real coffee, from a tin he'd carried in his pack, and he poured 2 cups and set one in front of the empty chair across from him. Diane sat down. She wrapped her hands around the mug and felt the heat seep into her fingers. Captain Holt is dead, Thornton said. I heard. Thornton drank his coffee. Morale is collapsing. The VP's death broke something, and the captain's death broke whatever was left. 3 soldiers from 2nd Platoon requested emergency leave yesterday. Didn't come back from patrol last night, just walked off. Not AWOL on paper yet, but they will be. The replacement? Lieutenant Palmer. He's cautious. Scared, probably. He'll tighten security, increase patrols for the first week to show he's in charge, and then he'll quietly reduce operations because he doesn't want to be the next officer who dies in Barhaven. Diane nodded. She thought about Kowalski, the platoon sergeant from Syracuse who had a wife named Jennifer, and a son named Noah, and a daughter named Sophie. A man who'd covered for the killing of his own commander because the commander had become something his soldiers couldn't follow anymore. She would never meet Kowalski. She would never know what it cost him to file that report. But she understood it. What will they do next? She asked. Thornton set down his mug. His face was tired, 2 days without sleep, and it showed. But his eyes were steady. The same steadiness she'd seen the first time they'd talked at the park, when he'd watched her fly her drones and said nothing and understood everything. Retaliate, he said. Badly. Cordon search operations, curfews, maybe collective punishment. They'll make it worse before it gets better. And then they'll negotiate because they have no other move. You can't occupy a country that knows how to bleed you. How long? Months, maybe longer. He paused. But the calculation changed. They lost a vice president to hobby drones. Every general in the Pentagon is rethinking force protection doctrine right now. Every senator is rethinking whether this was worth it. The president will double down because that's what he does, but the ground underneath him shifted. Diane drank her coffee. It was good. Strong and bitter and real. Other cells, she said. Thornton nodded. Vancouver made contact yesterday through the CANSUF network. Toronto the day before. Winnipeg has something forming, early stage, but they're asking for the training protocols. He leaned back. Word spread. Consumer drones killed the Vice President of the United States. Everyone with a garage and a soldering iron heard that. Before dawn, Diane stood at the window. The curtain was pulled back an inch, enough to see the street. Barhaven in the gray light before sunrise, houses dark, lawns silver with dew, the ordinary geometry of a suburb that had become a battlefield and would become one again. A patrol vehicle moved along long fields, its headlights cutting through the dimness. 2 soldiers in the cab, helmets on, windows up. They drove slowly. They used to drive fast. She watched them pass and thought about what she'd built. Not an army. She'd never had an army. She'd had a retired shop teacher and a logistics coordinator and a woman who ran a distribution node out of a Costco parking lot. A college student who fell in love with a soldier and gave up everything she learned in his bed because someone had to. Neighbors who hid drone parts in their garages and communications equipment in their basements and never once put a name to what they were doing because naming it made it real and real was dangerous. She'd had a capability. And the capability had worked. BP was dead. The captain was dead. Raymond and Alan were dead. 3 of her people were in detention. Hannah was upstairs in the dark. And none of that changed what had happened. Consumer drones, built in garages, had reached the second most powerful person on Earth. That fact was loose in the world now. No amount of retaliation would put it back. She turned from the window. The encrypted channel was open on the laptop. Graham had left it running. 3 new contacts since yesterday. Vancouver, Toronto, Winnipeg. Each one a name she'd never heard attached to a frequency she'd never used, asking the same question. How did you do it? Diane sat down at the folding table. She pulled the laptop toward her and typed the response she'd been composing in her head since the swarm went dark. Start with what you have. A garage. A soldering iron. One person you trust completely. Build from there. It takes longer than you think and costs more than you're ready for. Do it anyway. She read it back. Added one line. The drones are tools. The decisions are yours. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Send. Outside, the patrol vehicle came back along Longfields, moving slower than yesterday. She watched its headlights sweep the empty street and disappear. She closed the laptop. Pulled a fresh sheet of paper across the table. Picked up her pen. She began to write.